Here we go. Another day of NACE Starleague playoffs over here on Call of Duty, and another day where you get to see myself, Seymour, and Cruz take you through all the action. We got a big day going on right now, Cruz. So, how you feeling about the playoffs?
It's playoffs time. I mean, I said it on Friday. I'll say it again today.
Woo!
There's no better time than NACE Star League playoffs. And I mean, I think we're in for some fantastic matches. Our first match is going to be a really good one. Our second one, I mean, we'll see. It's going to be a loser's bracket match whenever we get there. But then the last match that we have today, it's going to be our winners final. So I mean, we are in for a good day of Call of Duty today.
We are, but before we get to the schedule, I have a little bit to share on Metafy. And if you're wondering what Metafy is, I mean, it is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. You can choose from top games, Call of Duty, Overwatch, Rocket League. Whatever you see basically on NACE Starleague, you can choose from that here in Metafy. And you can find coaches that can help book your first session in less than 3 minutes. With Metafy, you can book your sessions and instantly chat with coaches in real time or upload past gameplay and get expert level analysis from top players. Metafy also provides custom support for collegiate programs. So if you're an esport organizer at the collegiate level, reach out and learn how they can help your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. This is a way to get ahead of the game, ahead of the curve, and this is a really good tool for you to help if you are an esports team, coach, or even organization looking to get involved in collegiate esports. But Cruz, enough with the chit chat. Let's get down to business. Our schedule for the day, it is going to be a hot one. We're looking at it right now. We're starting off with St. Clair College versus Independence Community College here in the winners round number 3. You look down low underneath that. We move on into the lower round 3, where you're looking at UC University of Central Florida going up against the winner of ODU versus Utica. So we're gonna have to wait till that game gets underway and finishes up to see exactly what we are gonna have for our match number 2. And then we move on after that to the upper finals, and can't wait to see what we get in that one. But let's dial into the head-to-head right now. Let's look at St. Clair College versus ICC. And honestly, Cruz, I want to get your thoughts on this matchup, because you look at both of these teams, you look at their records, and you look at the big names that are alongside those rosters, and you know it's going to be a hot one.
I mean, you're not wrong at all. When you look at these two rosters, you look at the two juggernaut teams that we have in front of us right now, you know that we're about to be in for one of the top matchups of the year. I mean, this could very possibly be a preview of our grand finals. You just don't know yet with how stacked the competition really is in the NACE Star League. But nonetheless, St. Clair College, they come into this matchup. They went 10-0 throughout the regular season and through the conference finals, 30-0 in map count, the only team yet to drop a map still in the NACE Star League. Then you're looking over on the other side, you've got Independence Community College, very good team in themselves. They went 8-1 in the regular season, only loss coming to SEU. It was a 3-1 loss in week number 2. They took a lot of learning from that loss, went into the conference championship against the same SEU team, and were able to 3-0 beat them. And then now they've made just an incredible run so far throughout this winners bracket.
Well, let's kind of build things up right now, Jesse, because when you're looking at the teams, they might have similar records alongside them. In St. Clair, they do have quite the resume, but they also have different storylines, completely different storylines, especially in the playoffs. When you're looking at round number 2, I mean, St. Clair College, they're coming off their first match was a forfeit win against SEU to make it to where they are right now. So they have yet to really play against one of the top teams here in the NACE playoffs. And you're looking across the table, if you're a St. Clair team, you look at ICC, well, they're coming off a hot Game 5 victory. A lot of momentum, a lot of confidence on their side, especially considering they took down Texas A&M International, another undefeated team who honestly just got delivered their first ever loss in collegiate play as a team. So you have to look at ICC, and their resume says that they are nothing to overlook. This is going to be a tough team for the Saints to go up against. Now, I need to hear from you. I mean, what's the differences between these two? This storyline, it's obviously plain and simple that St. Clair Saints have yet to be tested in the NACE Star League. So what are they in for against ICC?
And I think that's the main storyline. And you're not wrong at all when you say that. St. Clair, it's really tough when you look at this team overall, because they look so good, and it's that 10-0 record, that 30-0 map count that you're looking at, and you're so impressed by that. But then you think and you look at their competition in their division, and their toughest matchup was Utica, who we've already seen fall down to the losers bracket. Clearly, like we saw them in winners round 1, they looked very good.
They
but
did.
after that, they kind of fell. They weren't able to go up against those top teams, and that's the toughest team St. Clair's had to play all year long. So we're not saying St. Clair isn't a good team and that they don't deserve this 30-0 map count record. We just are saying they haven't been tested to the likes of Independence Community College, who have had multiple very tough matchups, and that could really end up being a factor when you come into this game, because ICC, when you're looking at the overall, this team has had so many tough matchups, and they've come out more on top than they haven't. You got to think that kind of leads into the favor of ICC coming into this one, just a little bit more experience. And then I think the other big thing coming into this matchup when you're looking at these two teams has to be the search and destroy. St. Clair, historically, not the greatest search and destroy team. Yes, 10-0 in that mode. We haven't seen them get tested fully in it yet.
No, I think one thing to really highlight is that when ICC did go up against Texas A&M International, they took the hard points and the game 5. So that search and destroy, it's still a toss-up in the air for me for that game number 2. And let's take a look at the maps and modes just so that we can see exactly what we're getting across the board. Apocalypse hardpoint for map 1, standoff search and destroy. We head over to raid control for a map number 3. And if this goes the distance, Garrison hardpoint and Moscow search and destroy. We've highlighted the search and destroy, so Moscow, a good map to finish on, but we see time and time again in the NACE Starleague that standoff search and destroy come into the fray, and I think that is going to be a big map for St. Clair to really double down on and go head to head against ICC. The AR is definitely going to be fishing for those first bloods. It's heavy on the map control, and it's heavy on playing tempo in your favor. So if you're a team like St. Clair, I'm looking at their new recruit, Gorilla, the new player into the season. He is brought in as a specialist in this team to really lock down search and destroy. Now, if they can kind of work around Gorilla's play style, work around this new player who honestly has really shown a lot of strengths in this game mode, I think standoff could be a light in their favor.
It absolutely could be. I think when I'm looking overall at this whole map count right now, I think I'm really looking at St. Clair and thinking that the two hard points kind of favor them with how fast paced this team can play. We know that if they need to, they can pull out, they have the ability to pull out the 3 submachine guns, which you can do on either Apocalypse or Garrison. And I really do think that both of those maps really could end up favoring St. Clair. We know very, very historically this team is a really, really good hard point team and respawn team. So I would probably favor the two hard points going into their likes, but that's not saying that Big Head and J-Zerk on the likes of Independence Community College isn't going to be able to compete with them and be able to really take the test of them in the hard points. And then when you're looking overall at the search and destroys as well, when you're looking at that standoff, I'm actually a little bit worried for St. Clair when I look at the standoff come through, because I think the last time we saw them on stream, that was one of the maps that they played, and it was only a 6-5 victory for them over Utica on that map. So if that's the case, that could really be a different story against Independence Community College. We know they're a very talented search and destroy team.
Well, no matter what, this is going to be a tough matchup on both ends of the playing field. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, we will have this match number 1, just waiting on the teams to get ready. So stay tuned for some more NACE Starleague Call of Duty. Welcome back, everybody. Apologize for the break, but we're into Apocalypse Hardpoint between St. Clair Saints and the Independence Community College. We're here with Apocalypse as a map we've seen quite a bit here on NACE, but honestly, it's starting to grow on me in this one. And St. Clair are going to be starting on the less preferred side, so they're going to have to fight their way all the way through this map. You can see a trade in the middle from Alessio. Gorilla is going to split the difference and a break immediately into this first hill for Saints to start collecting time.
Yeah, it's really strange, right, that we've seen so much Apocalypse Hardpoint throughout the NACE Starleague when we really didn't see it much throughout Challengers or throughout any collegiate play at all last year, really, because I don't even think it was a map when collegiate play was going on last year for the most part. So just kind of crazy to see Apocalypse Hardpoint come in so much. But like you said, St. Clair, they get off to a good start. They break into the hill, but right away, right back into them. It's going to be Independence Community College able to get right back into it.
And I like this because ICC, they know that they can take this map control as long as they don't lose Temple in the back. So St. Clair are going to be spawning in the way back left of the mini-map. Still trying to fight their way through this. Not putting any pressure on the spawn, so taking a very interesting swing at this round. But Alessio on 4 in a row now, playing for these streaks. Can you win this one-on-one in the backline? No, Gorilla's going to shut them down. So no streaks yet on ICC, but a lot of time. And the string from P1 to P2, and you know how dangerous this can be.
Alessio was pushed up so far forward there. I was actually a little bit worried that they might force a spawn out on certain players, but no, he's going to spawn right back up with his teammates in the back. And look at this, because of where both these teams are, both teams actually get a spawn out on their own sides, and this is a great break from the back right now, coming in from St. Clair. They're able to find 3 kills. That's going to force another spawn out of the Independence Community College players, and the only player left on the hill, it will be Big Head. He ends up falling as well, and that's just a beautiful break. Right through the back, St. Clair breaks one of the hardest hills to break here in Cold War.
Look at how controlled this is. 20 seconds left into the hill, and ICC, they know they're just going to set up for next. They got their job done. They flipped it once again. Now they're going to be in control of the back half of hills. Jzerk holding off that front line. Look for the second one into the window. What a play. Finds both of them. Brandon and Sauce just got worked. And Jzerk now on 3 in a row, looking for his 4th. You can see that the rest of ICC are going to be playing around him. However, St. Clair, they get the spawn in the back. Now a pinch possibility. Brandon's going to get caught out. Big Head has the awareness. The second one from the teammate. And know exactly where Sauce is. Last player in the back line as everybody on ICC now looking to lock down this hill, spawning in that P2 area.
They're doing a great job, though, still. Alessio's still the only player here now, but he does just enough to help his team be able to hold off the St. Clair push to the point where St. Clair can't even get inside the hill for a decent amount of time because the rest of the ICC players, they're off spawn. They're already right back in the hill, reinforcing. And you got to think St. Clair should probably take maybe one more hit at this, but probably just start rotating over towards Turtle.
That's really what we're going to be seeing. Road Apocalypse is just rotation after rotation, making sure the first one at the hill. So St. Clair Priestley is going to make one last play at this with the teammate. Is going to trade out Alessio, but with 5 seconds left and Jzerk in the back line, you have to go send some reinforcements onto Gorilla's side. Jzerk's going to find another one. Knows Gorilla's to his right, slides out there, but Gorilla's going to catch his number. You take a look at the minimap, you can see player number 4 still spawning all the way deep in that temple area, but they do have a pinch now with Big Head finding 2. Priestley has to look behind him. Sauce setting up for the crossfire. Alessio in for the break. Big Head and Co. Not able to get through just yet. Jzerk still making sure that ICC in this, but you're looking at St. Clair's side. They are barely holding on to straws right now. 93 to 64 into P4, Jesse, and honestly, ICC on Apocalypse really controlling this pace.
I mean, just when it looked like ICC was really starting to run away with this game, though, this has been a great hold from St. Clair here on P4. Honestly, they weren't in the preferred spawns. They break the preferred spawns. They get him for a decent amount of time. They've held this for, what, right around 40, almost 50 seconds as this hill's going to be finishing. And they're still in control of the spawns for the next hill. So, I mean, whether or not Independence Community College is going to be able to break this could end up being a 100-point swing going into St. Clair's favor if they're able to hold on to this entire time.
And look how far away ICC are spawning, so is it going to be a couple seconds off the board before they're able to battle out this hill? You see player number 3 working that rotation battle in the back line. Alessio wins the 1v1 to Gorilla. Now here comes the pinch. Big Head for the slide on in. The secondary player there to back him up. Robski finds the trace and back and forth they go. And finally the break in. As Alessio still working that back line, you get Robski on the spawn up and they swing this one back into their favor, 101 to 105. But if you're looking at SCC for this retake, still putting a lot of pressure on the top of that mini-map on player number 3, Alessio. And finally, Alessio goes down, but It's a lot of time off the board.
And a break that early from Independence Community College, it really puts St. Clair in kind of a rough spot where they now need to decide on if they want to hit this one more time or if they want to just say, hey, screw it, let's give them the back 30. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Independence Community College isn't even going to be contested inside of the hill in those back 30 seconds. So practically a 60-second swing going into the favor of ICC now because St. Clair wants to set up on the preferred side of the map. They want to have everything ready to go in towards the second set of rotations. And in all honesty, it's the right move for St. Clair to do that here.
And going into the second set of rotations, you can look at the kill factor. You see Big Head, Robski, they have yet to really turn up for their team, whereas SCC, they're all on the same playing field right now. Everybody's into the mix for this squad. I just need to see them slay out onto Alessio and J-Circ a little more if they want to take control of this series. So we're finally going to get to see a lead change. I was going to say that, but it's even, dead even at that. And finally, J-Circ over the board is going to drop down onto Sauce and Gorilla. That is going to open this one up for another ICC capture. Starting the game sometime now for the last remaining scrap time. And you see St. Clair with that spawn in the top left of the minimap. They are going to be trekking all the way back into that temple. 3 go down, and now it's focusing on the spawns.
Priestley doing some nasty things temple side. Able to get a couple kills there and just completely zone this team out. Now Independence Community College, the hit, it's going to come through the middle of the map. New Hill will pop. We saw this get broken last time from St. Clair, but it was a break through temple side, and it looks like it's not going to be that easy for ICC to get done this time.
A lot of pressure out here. J-Circ finds the break in the back. Player number 5 and 6 spawning all the way deep in that top left mini map, but now here to reinforce Sauce in the back line. Alessio trying to break through half wall. He's going to drop J-Circ for 2 again before dying. That's going to let player number 4 clear open that hill for a break again on ICC's half. 30 seconds left on this hill, and St. Clair, this is time they can't afford to give up. So they're going to go right back into it, right over this half wall. Priestley and Gorilla looking to put that NACE spam right onto that pressure, but still yet to get into this. Priestley gonna fall to Alessio. J-Circ finds one on the back. Another 3 down, and that's the exit back to P3.
See, you say it's time that they can't give up, but now here comes the issue, though, because you're not wrong. They really can't afford to give that time up. But now when you look to head over towards the new hill, now you're kind of lesser numbers as you're heading over towards this P3 hill, and you're heading over towards Stilts. And you still have J-Circ in your backline, by far been the best player so far for Independence Community College, and he's just been going off over on that side of the map. Has not been shut down still, and he's still going to be the player with his team over inside of the hill. And this is just looking like it's going from good to bad for St. Clair, because we saw a full 60 here from Independence Community College the last time we saw the Stilts hill pop.
A team nade. Saints playing for the break. Priestley and Big Head go 1 for 1, and one last player, it's Gorilla, to make a heroic play. Robski's gonna shut him down, so 30 seconds now. ICC can really put themselves in striking distance of this. Brandon pulls out the FFAR. He's going to be looking to forcefully break into this one. Only going to find one on Alessio so far. Looking to break him right down the middle, spearheading this hit. But no, Big Head's going to find him, and this is another 60 to ICC.
And so what is that? The last 3 hills, it was a 35-point swing, a 35-point swing, and now a full 60 here for Independence Community College. And that's why you're starting to see this big lead starting to develop here. Almost a 100-second lead. What is it? Right around 80 seconds. So St. Clair, they're going to need a couple very good holds in response if they want to be able to start to bring themselves right back into this game. It starts with this Turtle Hill. We saw them have a very good Turtle Hill the last time through. They're still in control of the left-hand spawns. I say that until they end up falling in the back there. And now you've got Big Head pinching him from the right. This is not looking very good for St. Clair.
Sauce is going to dip around. Playing on the OE. He's going to find Alessio. Gorilla to help him out. Doubles down onto 2. And that's the break once more. 3 down. Make it 4. St. Clair break open that Turtle Hill for this time that they very much need now to hold on to these spawns. That is going to be top priority for the rest of it. You can see all of ICC flooding in the bottom, looking to flush out these players. J-Circ spearheading this hit is going to find Priestley. Can they find more all the way around? Sharks in the water, and that's 3 down immediately. Gorilla on 5 in a row, Jesse. Looking for those streaks that can really blow open this game, and you can see Brandon, he knew. He hunts down Big Head, and that is going to be the rotation won by St. Clair. Can they hold on to the rest, though?
They need to recognize that this hit is going to continuously come in, though, from the bottom side of trenches, though. It's going to continuously come in from Independence Community College because they know all they really need here is one solid break on this. They flip the spawns out, and that should be game at that point.
Should be. Big Head on one side, J-Circ on the other. The pinch is good. The break is good. It's seamless for ICC. Now 20 seconds left to win this hill. It's do or die for St. Clair on Apocalypse, and Sauce is trying to make the play on his own, but it's just not enough. Another one bites the dust. It's Priestley this time, as St. Clair They're around it. They're finding the kills, but they're not finding the time. One player on the hill still, Jazerk. Gorilla's going to get in for the contest. Jazerk takes the fight. Good for one. Gorilla's trying to pre-fire the next one, but it's the rest of the team for St. Clair that's finally going to break in for 16 seconds. But ICC, only 4 seconds away. They're going to set up for the rotation on next.
This is such a tough rotation to make from P5 to P1 because of how set up everybody on the defensive side from Independence Community College right now can get set up inside of the middle of this hill. This needs to be a flawless rotation from St. Clair.
So far, so good. They even have the rotation from P1 to P2 on lock. ICC, they just need one good break. Alessio sneaking in through the top of this catwalk. Shots on a Brandon. Shots are good, but the nade, I didn't see that land, is going to stick the toe of that player. And now completely flipped on its head. St. Clair needs to deal with this front line. Here comes Big Head around the corner with a break. Able to go down. Priestley, a second one. On to Robski. Jazerk into the hill for the connection. And 3 down again. St. Clair keep holding on.
Don't forget, St. Clair can win on this hill, so Independence Community College, they need to find a way to be able to get in and contest this.
Yes, they do. Leslie's gonna get caught. Jazerk through Voodoo. Brennan's got him. There's a second one right out of the corner. Robski drops. Only 4 seconds left. St. Clair College, they make the comeback in map number 1, locking down 100+ seconds to win a big comeback against ICC.
Wow, what was the score of that game at one point? It had to have been 240 to like 120 or right around there to maybe 160 for the area of St. Clair. They were down 80 points at one point going into the Turtle Hill, and we said they pretty much needed to be flawless at that point. And I thought that last hill was going to be the nail in the coffin. Once Independence Community College broke into the hill, I thought that was going to be it because of how well they held on through the first set of rotations. But this time through, it just didn't matter. St. Clair, they were relentless. They kept hitting from both sides. They were coming from trenches. They were coming from the top spawn. It did not matter. Independence Community College, they weren't able to stop the break. St. Clair get in. And I'm even more impressed because of the rotation from P5 to P1. We said it needed to be a flawless rotation. All Independence Community College needed was 4 seconds to break that hill and to be able to win that game out. And they just weren't able to get the break into P1, and St. Clair are able to win it there.
No, they go one by one again and again. And like, even looking through the replays, you can see just like how back and forth this really was until the second set of rotation. With the ICC now 226 to 178 in this. And St. Clair, they win this big rotation here with Brandon finding Big Head. They contest long enough to force out to that P1 again. 246 to 180. And then St. Clair, they get the job done by working together. If ICC hit that as 4, they would have broke in no time and got those 4 seconds. But those single individual gunfights were not winning that game. And you can see the ice in the veins of SCC right now, winning out on Apocalypse. A big map to take as well in this series, because those hard points, I knew they were going to be tricky against ICC, but if you go down to the map number 1, that's going to put a lot of pressure now to win those searches. But that's going to be off the heads right now of St. Clair. They're going to be wiping some sweat off their forehead and now looking to stand off Search and Destroy.
Wiping sweat off their forehead. These guys are going to be standing up at their monitors screaming. We've seen this team play in the past.
Oh, yeah.
We know that this is a very momentum-based team, too. If they lose a map 1 in a very rough kind of way, that can really start to deteriorate this team. And this team very much so plays with a chip on their shoulder. So the fact that they were able to come in, they start down so much to Independence Community College, and then they're able to get the big swing back. We see it happen on Apocalypse all the time as well, where if you lose the first 2 hills, you can really answer back with the good hills 4 and 5 for yourself and really bring yourself back into the game. I just wasn't fully expecting to see it there, but it absolutely happened. St. Clair, honestly, just an unreal comeback, one of the best ones that we've seen in the NACE Starleague all season long, and you know that that's going to give them a good amount of momentum now heading in towards our Search and Destroy.
And honestly, it's one of those things, talking about St. Clair playing with a chip on their shoulders, that constantly last season, we kept on seeing that St. Clair was one good thing away from breaking into the top of collegiate Call of Duty. And now they bring in Gorilla, and this year they've looked fantastic. I mean, they've taken a map off of Ottawa before in Vanguard already into the new collegiate year. And I have to say, this new improved St. Clair, they are impressing me again and again, because last year, I mean, this is a team that if you go down 246 to 180, they're down and out of the count. They were having trouble recovering from those, but you can see the composure is here, and you can see the growth on this team is definitely looking to play for the top of the leaderboard now. Moving into standoff, though, for the Search and Destroy, let's talk a little bit about this. You talked about how last time we saw St. Clair here, they won it 6-5, barely scraping away against Utica College, who's sitting in the lower bracket right now. They're going up against ICC, a stronger team than that. And St. Clair, known to struggle in search and destroys, what do they need to do to keep the ball rolling? What do they need to do to snowball this?
Well, let's kind of clarify that as well. Known to struggle in search and destroy against top teams and against kind of teams in the more upper echelons of college Call of Duty. And I think that St. Clair, if they really want to be able to take this map, they need to learn from their mistakes against Utica. What it was they went down very early in that match. It was a lot of first bloods that went in the way of Utica as well. So I think if St. Clair really want to be able to come away and take this match, I think it really comes down to St. Clair need to find a way to not only find those first bloods, but turn those first bloods into more, because we see it all the time on this map where you can get a first blood, but if you're not playing the map right and you're not zoning out every single opportunity in every single lane where the defense can really push in and find these angles on you, you can still get shut down quite easily with those first bloods. So I think offense is going to be the main thing for St. Clair here. They need to find a way for them to find this offense to work. I think it's going to be very hard to be able to push over in towards that hotel side of the map, because I would imagine that's the area where Jay Zirk is going to be roaming around. And we saw in that map number 1, he was by far the standout player for Independence Community College.
Oh, by far. And if it wasn't Jay Zirk, it was Alessio. Towards the later end of the game, though, Alessio kind of started to slow it down. I think that's because St. Clair started to work together a lot more. And when you're working together, you can definitely see that St. Clair can go toe-to-toe in the slaying potential. I mean, all of them were there. They were basically around, I'd say, a 3-kill difference from each other on St. Clair's side. So throughout the whole thing, you see that they're back-to-back with each other, working their way from spawn to the finish line. So I have to say that I definitely looking at J-Circ to hold this one. Definitely looking at First Bloods to open up this map solely because Standoff is a big map that really works in a diagonal angle. So I think that if we're looking at this, St. Clair, they are going to have a lot to prove here, Jesse. But we are having trouble getting these players into the lobby once more, so we are going to cut to a break. And when we come back, Standoff just for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Call of Duty. And welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Starleague playoffs. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz, and we're here bringing you this action. Jesse, we're into standoff. Talk to me a little bit about the search.
Well, I mean, we've already gotten a bomb plant down very quickly here as Independence Community College just rush plant over towards A. They get the first blood as well, so very rough retake here for St. Clair that's about to be on the ledger. And just look at this setup from Independence Community College. This caught St. Clair completely off guard.
Oh, it has. 30 seconds. Now with the bomb down, Alessio has the front line with Big Head. On the exit, you see Jzerk wrapping all the way back through this barn. Is going to have the back end shots into Priestley. The second one around the corner. Playing that so well for the second. And really carrying that one to the lead. ICC getting that bomb down so early. St. Clair didn't know what hit him.
And yeah, I mean, they completely caught them off guard with that rush plant. They probably won't be able to get away with that one too many times here throughout this game, but that's just, they caught St. Clair slipping in round number one. St. Clair not ready for a rush plant over towards the A site. We'll see how St. Clair decides to respond here on their offense, but once that first blood goes down and you get the wrap-off spawn and everybody's just in a great position to be able to watch that with no map control for St. Clair, that's just an easy bomb hold on the A site. That's why the A site can be so dominant. It's just very tough to get that down and get that set up. And look at this battle for mid-map control that's going down right now.
With St. Clair, Priestley finds two with the help of Brandon. Teamwork makes the dream work. He's going to put ICC now on the back foot here. Jzerk looking to claw this one back. It shots into Brandon, but not able to find that kill. Honestly, Robsy might be in a good position to find that next one, but Priestley now 3 into the round playing for that ace. Jzerk in a 1v4. We're going to hunt him down with the Diamante. Slides around. That is going to shut down that streak. The bomb gets planted at B, and they know exactly where this last player is. So St. Clair are going to set up on this post-plant position, wait for Jzerk to show his face, and send him to the Shadow Realm immediately.
He does have an AR, though, so, I mean, a couple of these long-range gunfights could go in his way, and I wouldn't be surprised here if we actually don't see him go for the bomb here. He is on 4 in a row. He could just try to play his life in this back alley, maybe take a couple of players on St. Clair with him and try to just get out. Oh, but that nade, it's going to hit him to right around 70 HP. And this might put him in a rough spot here.
Here's the follow-up. Sauce is going to drop 5 in a row. Almost making it 6, but luckily St. Clair hit that pinch. 1-1. You talk about playing for that streaks. Definitely smart for especially the way we see them play this attack. I mean, getting that bomb down so early. If you have an artillery strike, just think about what good that ping can do. And what good the streak can do just in general for the post-plant situation. But not going to find it just yet. He is shut down. And St. Clair putting themselves on the board early, not dropping 2 in a row. They convert.
I love that play from St. Clair, too, to just completely pinch on him and force him out because you know he's in that area. The nade confirmed it after spotting him multiple times. So instead of allowing him to continue on that streak, they just send all of their reinforcements there and they get the streak. They make sure that they can't, that he's not going to be able to find it. And look at the adjustment coming in from St. Clair. They send 2 players over towards A off the start of this round because of how fast that hit came in the last time. And now they realize, hey, you know what? The hit, it's not going to be a full A hit. Let's get our rotation done. And now we can start to make our way back over towards this B site.
Jzerk slips the line. He's going to have to deal with a lot, though. Priestley's going to put the pressure on and find that first blood once more, opening up the map to a susceptible flank, and that's Brandon taking control of that one to double down, and the rest just feeding on into the St. Clair Slaughterfest. 1v4 for Big Head this time. 1-1 in the game, and stuck at the B side. Finally shows his face, gets in and out with Priestley. 1v3, almost making it a 1v2, but Sauce going to shut him down. 2-1, St. Clair, 2 in a row now on standoff.
Already loving this different search and destroy look that we're seeing from St. Clair here. We see an adjustment all the way in round number 1. That's usually tends to be like what the struggle is with St. Clair search and destroy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Seymour, but it really does feel like it took them before in past games. It took them a while to really be able to adjust and search and destroy and figure out what the other team was doing. This time through, though, towards that A site, it was just a great stop. They stuff them there. They don't allow the same hit to come through. Now back on offense for themselves. It looks like they're going to go for a very similar hit towards this B site once again.
Priestley was the one to open it up with a double kill in the same position this time. ICC aren't putting that many faces in the fray. Very slow play now, St. Clair. They got what they needed. They got this control, and now gonna kind of dot their eyes, see if they can find this one. They do opt to rotate over to A. This is where the majority of players of ICC will be. The bomb site. Definitely going to be hard to get this bomb on B because as soon as it goes down, J-Circ's going to let them know, and Alessio can pop up over that half wall and shut it down.
I think a big play here is going to be Priestley needs to just find a way to push up and get inside of Delhi, but unfortunately with Brandon going down there, it's going to make it that much tougher for that lead blocker, that lead submachine gun to really get into a powerful position there, especially with J-Zerk watching that cross. And now with the map control that Independence Community College has, St. Clair is going to need to make a decision here with 25 seconds left and really figure out where they want to go with this. Oh, and look at the flank from Alessio.
Yeah, Alessio right now, he can drop this bomb. Perfect timing to the back line, but Gorilla, oh, I thought Gorilla was going to shut it down, coming up for the trade, and it's Alessio, 4-2. A third off screen to shut down Priestley, but it's all Alessio right now to shut this one down. Realizes Sauce is there, takes the fight to Gorilla, and anticipates the trade. What a play from that solo submachine gun player.
And so far, we've seen 2 different first floods. We've seen 2 for Independence Community College that have led to 2 round wins, and 2 from St. Clair that have led to 2 round wins. And we've seen both teams now take an offense and a defense as well. So this game about as even as you can ask for, and it really feels like if you're going to get first blood here, you're really going to start to cost your team.
ICC going for the late flank around here, trying to flush down Sauce from this deli. And they're going to immediately pack their bags and wrap around the opposite side. They've pulled all of St. Clair away from the A side, Jesse.
This is throwing the Uno reverse card at St. Clair. They bait them over to the B site. Now they're going to head over towards A. Priestley might just be able to pick up on this, though, but if he can take one with him to the grave, and no, he's just going to back out. I like that play from Priestley.
And is he going to make the OE?
He has to at this point.
ICC, they have the exit now. They're in boxes. Robski and J-Zerk have the cross to relinquish some pressure off that back line. And I think St. Clair really playing off player number 5. You look at the mini-map. He's making a late flank here. Priestley's going to push this one. J-Zerk's going to catch him. The crossfire. Taking him down before he can really get some shots off. So Sauce looking to make a play now. In the back line, player number 5. Robski watching it. Shots are there. Not able to find the kill. Independence Community College really playing this so patiently. J-Zerk swaps in to take down Sauce. Now 2 players left for St. Clair to deal with. And no really ends to this round. Brandon's able to find one, but that's going to be all she wrote for St. Clair here in round 5.
Almost exactly the same post-plan setup on that site that we saw in round number 1, and that was just such a great play from ICC. They send so many players towards that back alley. They get the bomb. They make St. Clair completely think that it's going to be a B hit, or an A hit, I should say, and then they completely switch it up, run over towards the A site, get the post-plan set up beautifully down. And I hate to call out Priestley here because I liked that he backed up in that play and he got mid-map control and it was looking very good. I think he might have just hit a little bit too fast there. He should have waited for Sauce in the flank to maybe make it a little bit of a 2-on-1 towards the back, or a 2-on-2 in the back, as opposed to just taking an individual gunfight and running straight through the middle of the map there.
St. Clair now fighting fire with fire, and again Robski draws first blood onto Priestley. Big Head's got his back, doubles down onto Sauce, going in for thirds. A little bit of dessert maybe on the plate, but it's Robski again for a second in the round, and Alessio's going to put the cherry on top off that flank once more. ICC 3 rounds in a row, 4-2. They have their biggest lead of the game and starting to walk away with a lot of these rounds really fast.
And now starting to lead the first bloods in 4-2 as well. So still continuing on that trend of if you get first blood, very likely you're going to win the round right now. So that might be something that St. Clair needs to pick up throughout these rounds. That was a very quick round there for ICC. Maybe St. Clair needs to slow it down a little bit here. Maybe not on defense. I think they need to get a little bit better map control on the A side on defense so they don't allow that plant to come down, because the last time they shut down the A push, that's when they won the defensive round. So slow it down on offense a little bit, maybe find a pick before you move up. But here on defense, I think map control is going to be the key to them finding success.
Another first blood, Gorilla this time. And Sauce gets flushed out of Delhi, so no eyes on the B site. And AR down is going to make this all more difficult. Talk about having a bad game. Gorilla 0-5, Jesse. This is very not like Gorilla to have in a search and destroy.
And that's the player they brought in to really make the difference in the search and destroys as well. So to see him at 0-5 right now, not the start they want with him.
Not at all. You're going to make the wrap around here. Brandon on an island. Going to have to fight this head on. FFAR in hand, so you know these shots are going to be fast. And they are going to be lethal. Alessio, look at the backup here. Shots in the back. Jacer has the pinch now. 2 down. That's going to be bomb planted. And Sauce, last alive, who's sitting back. Deli has to rotate all the way back in here. 4 rounds in a row for ICC. They pump the brakes after St. Clair 5-2. And they just hit the road running with standoff.
And they haven't been able to take a 4v4 retake on that side, so a 1v4 definitely was kind of out of the cards at that situation at that point. But St. Clair, I don't think they're out of this one yet. I think a couple adjustments, they might just be able to pull this one back for themselves now, but it's going to take a very big effort. They need to now rattle off 4 rounds in a row against Independence Community College. But realistically, Colin, we say it all the time, but they just need to take this one round at a time. But a very fast hit from ICC on defense going through this back alleyway.
Into this round, ICC were on a 16 combined kill streak, which is crazy to think of. Finally, one dies. It's Robski. But you still look at Big Head, Alessio, and Jacer. Chances on streaks if they can find this. Even if they lose the round, they can draw streaks into their hands. So first blood on St. Clair. That's it's a good way to start this round now. Big change up from the rest of it. Now it's trying to work this site. Going over to A, where Alessio and Big Head are lying in wake. Priestley spots him out, playing for the bait. Shots on a Big Head. Second one for the pinch. Alessio comes out with 1 sauce. Can you get the trade out here? 88 HP, but Jazer's got the backup. Flipped on a dime. It's a 2v2. And you know where both of these 2 players are. Brandon's gonna fall. Full streaks for Jacer. Gorilla last alive to clean this up for St. Clair. Gets eyes onto Jacer. Has no idea there's a player right to the right. Walks right down the middle of the map. Right into the danger zone. ICC clutch up here. 6-2. They hand St. Clair the first map loss in NACE Starleague.
Yeah, just a lot of little misplays over and over again here. I thought that Brandon maybe should have just played his life at this situation, just kind of hid down and behind, because he had Gorilla coming up right from the back. In the end of that round, you really thought that maybe they might be able to at least pull that round off with Gorilla coming up behind both players. He easily could have shot Jazerk off statue there, maybe gotten the second one as well onto the other player. Very, very unfortunate, and I just feel like it was a 2-2 game, and just like a flip of a switch, Independence Community College just rattled off 4 rounds in a row and just took the game away from St. Clair.
It was fantastic. I mean, ICC had them by the stranglehold. When they started to get in their comfort zone, they started to run away with this. And St. Clair were just feeding into it constantly, not really changing things up. Finally, towards the last round, they changed something up. They threw a wrench in the plan of ICC, but then ICC, they completely disengaged. They just wrapped back to the A site. They enforced their law, and Alessio finesses once more to allow Jacer to get back into the fray from that flank, and it was all she wrote. And we just look again and again. ICC had their number. This is a big turning point right here. Brandon was on the angle, but he backs up right into Jazer's line. Big Head's able to overwhelm with Alessio, and it's just again and again, ICC in the right place at the right time in standoff. It wasn't anything flashy. I mean, yeah, there were some pretty crazy plays from ICC, but they always felt like they were in control when they start getting in their comfort zone, and walking away with that search and destroy was just a well-earned game from ICC.
And you know what's kind of crazy right now too, Colin, is when you're looking overall right now, ICC was 4 seconds away from taking map number 1 as well, and kind of choked map number 1.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a great clutch up from St. Clair, but let's be honest. I mean, to get 4 seconds there, you weren't wrong at all. One big solid team push onto that P1 hill. They probably break the hill once, and they can get in for 4 seconds. And unfortunately, they don't end up doing it, but they were 4 seconds away from being up 2-0 in this series over a very talented St. Clair team. And now we head in towards control and towards hardpoint. And St. Clair, when you're looking overall, like I said, they're 10-0 in every single mode. This is a very, very talented team when it comes to respawns. You got to think that this control really could end up being the swing map here in this entire series, because after that map number 2, it was not nearly as close as map number 1 was. And I don't see St. Clair taking a search and destroy off Independence Community College. As bad as that is to say, it's just, I can't see that team doing it, especially if Moscow plays anything like how Standoff did.
I mean, going into this, it's for sure a swing map. When you have 2 respawns in a row, there's going to be a lot of momentum earned going into that map number 4 now off the back of this control. So when you're talking about raid and how even it can be on an attacking side and defending side, I mean, we've seen enough Cold War to know how even raid control can be. So we know exactly what we're going to get onto the map, but we need to see what we're going to get out of the team. So let's hop right into this map number 3 on raid. St. Clair on the attack, ICC on the defense.
Sinclair, it looks like an A hit right off the rip, but perfectly read by Independence Community College. This looks like a P1 breakoff from these two teams. It's like we're playing hardpoint, but nope, it's going to be control, and I mean a very good amount of control so far to the likes of Independence Community College. Completely snuff out that A hit.
Alessio has slipped the line. Is going to find Priestley in art now and basically sets up camp for the rest of this. Another one-on-one earned. Sauce looking for the exit. The wrong way. Still gonna find Alessio though. That is an exit out of their spawn. A second one into kitchen. That's 3 in a row for Saints, and they're gonna hop onto this B site immediately. Love this play. But if Sauce found Alessio, that would be even more. Haven't yet stopped this time. St. Clair losing the kills when they really need them the most. Finally, Gorilla is going to stop the clock at 46, looking for this first tick towards B. 2 players on here, Sauce underneath, so are going to get some quick progression out here. And if we look at the blue arrows, only player here is really Romsky to shut things out. They're going to be setting up for a smooth pinch out here. Big Head spearheading it from the back line. It's going to find 2 onto Sauce, and only giving up 2 ticks at A. Well, blocking spawns at A. Blocking spawns at A.
Kind of rough too, because now you got a 6 life lead for Independence Community College. So not only St. Clair are not able to find very many ticks of progress so far and only having 30 seconds left in the round, but the life count not in their favor at the moment. They're going to need a good 4-down wipe on a zone to be able to be captured here if they really want to be able to come back into this round.
Again, Jacer finds 2. Diamante for 3rd, but Sauce is going to win that one. Time stopped at 16. St. Clair fighting out of their garage. Big Head's going to clean him up. Holding the line is Alessio. Now 10 seconds left just to get something going. And St. Clair are just struggling again and again to get onto the site. Pretty see one last opportunity. It's do or die right now, but who else but Alessio from the backline. Priestley's got his number. And 2 go down. That's going to be a tick now. 1.7 seconds. Could this be where they turn the tides?
It very well might be the A zone done, but again, it's still a 6 life deficit, so they're going to need a practically flawless transition from one site to the other, and they might not even finish off this site now. As the last player falls, that should be the time done. Independence Community College, they hit it one more time, and they steal round number 1.
Cool, calm, and collected. That's what I'm seeing at ICC right now. They're not rushing into anything at all. Even that retake got to B. You saw that they had an idea. Big Head was going to hit the flank. They were going to pinch them out, and they did that, only giving up 2 takes. The same thing happened at A. Cool, calm, collected. The patience pays off. ICC take round number 1 in a very fashionable manner. Now, heading into round 2, St. Clair on a defense of their own. Can they do what just happened to them?
Big Head and Jazerk off to a very good start in this game as well. Big Head at 10 and 4, Jazerk at 6 and 2 off the start. And Jazerk shooting people through walls right now. The AR player off the rip, just off to a fantastic start here. And it looks like the B zone is where they want to try to hit this so far. And A is completely in the favor of St. Clair at the moment. So it's really just up to Priestley for St. Clair over towards this B site if they really want to shut it down.
Ooh, the movement. It's not going to matter. Robsky's going to find him, but look nice. At that. The kill from Brandon through mid. Looking to set up this pinch. Outside of this, Gorilla's going to find a second into this one. Stopping the clock at 1 minute. Working this first tick still is going to be Alessio. As the rest of the team going to be here to reinforce this hit. Sauce in the back line. Big Head's going to be watching this big one-on-one to get into this site. But a lot of shots there that Sauce just not landing. And should be the B site gone now. Unless they can find a few kills out of the hands of Brandon. Is going to only find 1, but has to get on here to stop the clock. From the top ropes, he's going to find that last one onto Alessio. And Jazerk sitting inside Tiki. With the help of Big Head, they're going to get right back in here and shut down B.
I think the big difference between both teams' offenses so far is that you see St. Clair here on this offense, or on this defense, and they don't send a player through the middle of the map, or even though they do, Independence Community College, they were set up and they were watching for that player, that overextension to come through. St. Clair was not in their offense, and that's where St. Clair really ended up falling because Big Head was able to get in behind and shoot them all in the back. Independence, though, they were completely ready for the overextension. They shut down that push, and honestly, I thought they were about to get a very easy rotation from Hills 1 to Hills 2, but St. Clair's done a very good job in the back half of this hill, or in the back half of this rotation of really slowing down this push from Independence Community College over towards Hill A.
Sauce spawns all the way out in basketball courts, and Jzerk finds him off spawn, so going to have an avenue through the middle of the map through this mid pool. Stabs Priestley. Is his head ripped off, and Brandon's going to follow us 3 in a row. It's an avenue onto A. Time gets stopped. Alessio's going to be on top of this ring now. St. Clair looking to set up for this. It's a big battle through the mid. Player number 2. Can he win that out? No, Jzerk still holding it on, but Sauce inside that ring with the help of Gorilla. They find their way into it. They're shutting this down, but ICC not giving up just yet. Still Robski on site with the trophy system. Losing out on teammates, but holding on with sheer will. What a snap on a Gorilla. Doesn't matter because Brandon is in behind to clean things up with the help of Sauce. And now it's time to reap your reward. A little bit of benefit of spawn killing. As Sauce finds another, ICC have to go back to the drawing board.
ICC really brought that round back throughout the middle of it in terms of kills. They were down 5 at one point. They brought it back to right around 2. And now back down to a 4 life differential here. It's really going to need to be a good hit out of them if they want to be able to break in. Very similar to the last round. They basically need a solid 4 down and to be able to get onto the site if they want to win this round.
Sauce being so slippery right now. Inside the spawns. But ICC, they found their way in the back. The kills not mattering whatsoever because they're still losing out on that frontline battle. So Alessio just really kind of throwing up a open a prayer right now. Sauce another one with the Diamante. 2 in a row. A big head all alone towards A. 15 seconds left and only 1 life to work with. St. Clair College, they deal with the pressure. They deal with ICC on attack. And what looked like a slow start, they're starting to heat up here on control. And it's all off the back of Sauce making these ratty plays and slipping through the lines again and again.
Speaking of Sauce, I think he finished on 5 in a row, so possibly looking for some streaks as well. He'll be an important player to watch off the start of this round. If he can find streaks, it could absolutely be the difference in terms of finding an offensive win, because as we can see, both these teams on defense have looked incredible so far. Oh, and he falls right away throughout this round, so no streaks going to the likes of St. Clair, but they will get onto the A side, a much better break off than they had in the last round.
1 tick on the board. Look at these blue arrows. You know how patient ICC can be. So St. Clair, they need to set this one up, but Gorilla getting caught on the OE. And that is not one way to get into this one. Big Head eats his own nade. A little bit of damage is going to slow him down. Still gets in for a kill. Relinquishes the pressure onto A. Now, Robski looking to clean up the rest of this one. And that's exactly what they're going to get. Sauce, one last chance over to A before they group up for this one. Shots are good, but doesn't account for Robski around the back still. St. Clair, they need to slow down and they need to group up, Jesse.
Yeah, I think they need to take a play out of Independence Community College's book, and they just need to kind of get a little bit of patience here in this round. They were kind of forcing the issue where they didn't really need to at the start of that round there. It looked like a sure thing on that A side. Everybody pushed off the site and only left 1. I mean, if they stack it, they probably finish it off. But instead, no, they take a couple individual gunfights. They all end up falling to the Independence players. And now ICC really just has these guys in a back spawn trap right now because of where Jzerk is spawning. It's going to continue to spawn the St. Clair players in the back right. They have another one-on-one on the hill, but again, Robski's going to come out on top. He's now on 5 in a row, and this is really where ICC can take control of this game if they find streaks.
Priestley opens this one up. 24 seconds left now. All 4 players going to hit to A to finish this one off. Add a minute onto the clock, and look at ICC. Maybe giving this one up, and they're looking to get on this flank. So a minute onto the clock, but they have control of the St. Clair spawn now. So a little bit of give and take here from Community College. And through Art, they have all the avenues set up there, though. Opening this one up again, it's Priestley onto Jzerk. However, they're not accounting for a second. And
this could be a really big play, but this could also maybe not work out here for the likes of Independence Community College, pushing that many players forward. You're really just relying on your 2 players in the back here to shut it down. And if they don't, this is where kind of the St. Clair players can just take advantage and completely spawn you out and get onto the B site.
Well, they found their way in, but the pinch again. 3 in a row for ICC. Sauce going to try to force this gunfight, but that's 4 down now. Time to once again put the pressure on, put the wheels on in. They're not slowing down whatsoever. Jesse, Big Head now 2 in a row. Looking for a 3rd around the corner. Shuts down Gorilla. Sends St. Clair back to the spawn. Now 30 seconds to work with. What are we seeing out of them?
It looks like they're going to go for another hit through the jungle side of the map. They don't really want to worry about Alessio up in the top of bedroom. They just want to focus on trying to clear out this top kitchen area, because if they can clear this out and get into B, it should force the spawn out laundry, and it's exactly what it does.
That's 2 down. It's 3 down. St. Clair, they can't even touch it. All 4 back into the spawn. Alessio's going to play playing contact right away. Gorilla might win that 1v1, but there's just no time to get onto the site. ICC, 2 rounds now off their defenses. St. Clair, they're forced to win this defense, to find this. And honestly, if they do, if they take care of this in a fashionable manner, in a very convincing manner, they could earn themselves a 3rd one off of that A cap that they just got.
They really could. ICC, they have a really, really good chance right now of being able to take this. I mean, I'm just trying to do the math in my head of the zone progression, and I can't remember how much St. Clair got in the first round. I think they only got 2 ticks of progress in the first round. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you would have to think that Independence Community College, they really only need to capture one of the zones here, and they should secure themselves defense in the final round at least, and we've seen how big defense can be so far in this game.
2 for 2. Sauce into the ring, down and dirty. J-Zerk and Robski open this one up now for time. Looking for this reinforcements now from Alessio and Big Head through mid to cut off these rotations, but it's still Robski on site. The ARs are turning up here in game number 3. Finally, St. Clair, they get the break. They get onto the site. And they're going to slow ICC down again, only giving up 1 tick. Now they have to worry about this mid-map pressure because they can lead back into the side. Alessio's got the pinch. Big Head onto the side. Brandon still working his magic 4-2 with help of Gorilla. Lives. Factor of even. There's a big one from Priestley. Slides to the left. Alessio, though, laying down with the crossfire. SCC are just handling this so well, Jesse.
But there's a difference here in this offense than what we've seen in the last couple from Independence Community College, and that's that the life differential isn't insanely large going towards the defensive side so far. So if ICC can find a way to get in towards this hill and really get a good shutdown and a break, and that's exactly what they need as they get a 2 down, this should be the A zone at this point. You would expect St. Clair not to probably hit this again.
Sauce in the back. Bring up A. He's going to find a second one, but the A side gets captured. A minute 30 on the board. Lives are even. Things are going to slow down while they try to clear up Sauce in their spawn, but he's just not dropping. He's playing this so well. Roadman is being paid phenomenally right now, as still blocking out these ICC players on the hunt. Finally, he's going to get cleaned up, and look at the setup we have, but it's Brandon to take up the mantle. He's going to find Romsky, and this is such a good place, and has the Craig.
I was going to say, they caught a bad timing there with Sauce in the back, but like you said, Brandon able to just get into that same exact position pretty much, where he's just set up in the top of the bedroom. He can just shoot these players in the back as they try to come off spawn and through the middle of the map, and it's going to be a very important step for Independence Community College to clear him out of there before they can really move out of their spawn now.
Brandon watching for this play. Sitting on this area. He's going to go in, but doesn't know who to shoot. Sauce the next one up. Good for 1, but that's about it. Has to deal with the rest of the team. Gorilla's going to find a second 2 for 2 out of this one. And back and forth, these teams splitting the kill feed. Dead even. Brandon's finally going to put a pin in this one with 2. 23 seconds left. St. Clair 2 life. Make it 3 life lead. This is do or die right now for ICC on the attack, and one by one, they're just funneling on in, just like that Apocalypse hardpoint we saw earlier. And St. Clair, they're okay with that. They're okay with dealing with these one-on-one fights because they are gonna win them all day long. We're going to round 5.
I'm not sure what our zone progress is, so I mean, if the zones are tied, that 7-kill lead that they just took at the end of that round could end up being the deciding factor, because if you don't know, it starts with zone progress being the kind of the tick progression, and how many ticks you get do decide who gets the final defense. But if it's tied, it goes down to kills, and that 7-kill swing, it could end up being a really big factor here in deciding who gets this final defense. We'll get to see who it comes through as soon as this best play is over and the next round starts up. But with how this game has been going and how strong defense has looked so far between these two teams on this map, you have to think that defense will get a big advantage here, and it had to have gone down to ticks. Independence Community College, they do get the final defense of the game, so St. Clair, they're going to need to find a way to win an offense here if they want to be able to take game number 3.
Come on, chat. Let's get hype right now. Round 5 in control. A big swing map into the series. This is for upper finals, basically. For all the momentum going into it. I know it's not going to end the series, but it is going to lead to a lot of confidence. As St. Clair, they need to dig deep to find this attack, Jesse. And ICC, they are okay with putting numbers onto the B side right now. Right around the corner, dipping into the fray is 3 down again. Make it 4. Gorilla barely sneaking away with a kill, but it's going to be Robski to shut it down again. 4 down, and now look at Alessio. He's going to slip in. This is what we saw Sauce do time and time again earlier. Let's see him do it again, this time on the other end.
I do like the fact that we saw St. Clair really change up their offense here in round number 5. They decided that they wanted to hit out the B site first, but unfortunately for them, it just seemed like ICC was completely ready for it, and now St. Clair move over towards the A site as they are going to come off spawn, but ICC, once again, they're going to be in position to be able to shut this down.
Alessio from the back reaps the reward of the flank. 32 seconds. St. Clair now a dash to B, but Big Head working the angles, gets around and sneaks a kill out right from under Brandon. This is 24 seconds to make some magic happen right now, but Priestley gets caught rotating into basketball courts. The pinch is going to be in. Big Head into the mix. 3 down again. Brandon last alive for his team inside of that bedroom before the next hit's going to be coming over to A, but still ICC on both ends of the playing field. They have this on lock, a whole 10 kill lead.
This is desperation mode right now for St. Clair. Down 12 lives, and Alessio finds streaks. He's going to streak the A site, so everybody on St. Clair, they need to hop off of it. That's going to stop the ticks from coming through. He finds one with it, and it's only Gorilla now who will be able to hop on. It's going to be a 1v1 to finish off the zone.
Oh my word, Gorilla! Don't tell me you're just going to clutch this one up. No, Alessio's got the cruise missile. 7 seconds left. You got to stop the clock. Do or die right now for the St. Clair Saints. They're going to expend the time to a minute more. But only 4 players left against the 20 of ICC. You are really running into a brick wall.
4v20. It would have to be a 4v20. ICC gets, what, 5 sets of respawns here. So the no respawns remaining of St. Clair. This would have to be a monumental collapse for ICC to lose this round.
Hey, you know, a wise man once said, it ain't ever shocked. So let's see, St. Clair, what do you got? 3v18. 1 good 4 down, site control, you keep it going. There's the first. Off the crossfire though, Big Head makes it a 2v18, and yeah, St. Clair, they walk right into the danger zone. And ICC, they clean them up now. 2 maps in a row to Independence Community College. They take the lead in the series. They take the swing map, and they win the control on raid all the way into a round number 5. And I have to say, you know, it was a close control, but something kind of held strong. It was the pattern that was just constantly defensive. The defensive holds were just on top of it for both sides of the field. And if St. Clair got a defense, who knows? Maybe it was St. Clair taking that map number 3. But ICC, they get that defense, they keep the pattern going, and they take that map 3.
Even more so than in that final round where ICC do end up winning it. I think they win it in their first 2 offenses because simply put, their offenses were just that little bit much better than St. Clair's, where they were able to just come through. They were able to get a couple more ticks out of them than the St. Clair team was, and that really gave them that final defense. And what we don't normally see, especially in NACE, what we haven't seen too often on raid control, is that defenses can hold strong. Well, the thing is, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We're getting down to the best and the top teams only left in NACE. And these are the teams that can really defend and control. These are the teams that are very well practiced in these modes. And not surprised at all to see ICC come out and be able to rattle off 3 defensive wins to be able to close that game out against St. Clair. We've seen it in competitive play. We've seen it in pro play. You know that it's very tough once you hit these top teams to be able to win offenses on raid and on these other control maps. And it's starting to look that much more like it again here once we're heading towards the end of this NACE playoffs.
Well, ICC, they gave the Saints their first loss. They gave them their second. Now 1 away from moving into the upper finals and completely throwing the St. Clair Saints through a loop into the lower finals. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, our next hard point. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. Just before we head into the hard point, we're coming back to the desk here to talk about this last little bit of the matchup. You're watching the NACE Starleague playoffs. St. Clair College now down 2-1 against Independence Community College here in the round 3 winners bracket. This is for upper finals, everybody. This is do or die right now for the St. Clair Saints in the winners bracket. You do have a chance, though, to make a run to losers if they do lose this one out. But, you know, with upper finals right in your crosshairs, I know teams are dying to get there right now, but that's not all we have, Jesse. Let's take a look at the bracket because there's so many different matchups to go through, and you know there's so many implications that could be setting up the rest of this broadcast too.
Yeah, well, I mean, you spoke of winners bracket, and you spoke of the fact that this match is the winner of this goes into our winners finals. Well, the other winner semifinals that's going on right now, it actually is Illinois State up 2-1 over University of Tennessee Knoxville. So that map also going into game number 4, so that should be an exciting series to see who closes that out. But nonetheless, we're heading in towards Garrison Hardpoint. And I mean, thinking about this map and just looking at the overall and the fact that Raid is a little bit different than Apocalypse and Garrison in the way of you have the opportunity if you want to run 3 subs on Garrison. And in map number 1 on Apocalypse, we saw St. Clair running 3 subs. We saw them come out on top. It was a very close game. Nonetheless, they came out on top. We haven't seen a Garrison Hardpoint in a long time in NACE either between me and you. So I'm kind of excited to see this one. And I think that this could still favor St. Clair here in this map.
You know what? Only time will tell who is going to favor. We've seen the best of both teams right now. So why don't we just get right into it? We see what we got from what we get right now. The action is going to be underway here. We're headed to Garrison. ICC going to be starting on the less preferred side. Looking to flood themselves in, overwhelm St. Clair, and take over that rotation from Hill 1 to Hill 2. But soaking up a lot of time here in this Hill 1. St. Clair are giving up a lot right now.
Well, this is exactly what Independence Community College need to do off the break right now if they don't want to give up a good amount of time here on P2 to St. Clair. But actually, with the forward progression of the Independence Community College players, they force a spawn out as well. So this could be a perfect start to the hard point here for ICC as they get a good amount of time on P1 and hold the rotations down for P2 as well.
Now they have complete control of the top of the mini-map. St. Clair spawning on the south side. Big Head looking to kill him off spawn, but going to be caught in no man's land. J-Circ to hold off the lines. Can't find Brandon. So this is going to be St. Clair starting the retake. Sauce finds a third. One left standing. It's going to be Robski in the back. As the AR and reinforcements up top is going to find the one. Big Head for the swing for the second one. ICC holding off this relentless pressure. And J-Circ comes in to clean up Brandon. So all is well that ends well right now for ICC's rotation from Hill 1 to Hill 2.
This could get really, really scary for St. Clair as well. They need to not only get back into this hill to contest, but more importantly, I think they need to get across the map. Look at where these players on ICC are at right now. They know exactly what's at stake here. They can just rotate across the map because this next hill is very tough to break as well in the back right-hand side of the map. One player should spawn out here for ICC. They absolutely do. So the rotational battle does favor St. Clair at the moment, but ICC, they're in a great place if they really want to be able to kind of pin these 2 hills together.
It's going to be a 4v3. Brandon spearheading the whole fight, but J-Circ and Alessio, they disengage. They take the battle to the Saints, but they're losing the battle. Enough for the rotations to come in. Luckily, Robski's here to help them out, and he's going to clean up the last on Brandon. St. Clair, they get the close spawns. They're able to fight this again very fast. Royce from one side, Sauce from the other. They get 3 in a row. They get the break from the front line. Now J-Circ last alive in the back line. You can see the rest of ICC spawning all the way out, and Brandon's going to find that one. And the rest of the fights are going to be coming from the front of the hill where Gorilla is going to take down Big Head. So Saints, they get the break, but it's wrap time at that now. They need to claw their way out of this, and this is where things can get tough again.
That break was so needed, though, for St. Clair, so good on them. Able to get the break, able to start to bring a little bit of time back into their favor. Otherwise, ICC, they really could have started to take control of this game there. They could have found themselves up right around 100 points to start this game off to pretty much nothing to the side of St. Clair. But St. Clair, they will get in. They'll get the back 30 seconds into the old hill. But like you said, this is also another very tough rotation to make. When you need to rotate from P3 into P4, it's pretty much like you're in the spawn trap that you see in Control sometimes, where you're just stuck in the back bottom right side of the mini-map, and you can't push out of it.
Gorilla's taking heads. He doesn't matter who it is. His teammate, his enemy, it's everybody. Just dropping. Gorilla, another one. That's 4 in a row for the assault rifle player. Make it 5 onto Alessio. Looking for the break onto Robin. There it is, but not able to find streaks at the end of it. Only 6. Needed 7. And still St. Clair being stuck in this spawn trap. They get the kills, but they're getting no time. So finally, the exit. Sauce finds one. Gorilla's going to overwhelm J-Zerk, and they get themselves in for the scrap time. However, giving up triple digits now to ICC after only 4 hills.
This first set of rotations has been perfect from ICC so far. I mean, every single hill, they just have St. Clair spawning exactly where they want them to over and over again. Sauce will be the only player for St. Clair on the right-hand side. But you got to imagine, as soon as he gets sniffed out here, he should fall. He will stay alive for one more kill in the back, but you got to imagine eventually he falls. But he's doing his job right now, and he's absolutely just making this so much harder on ICC. Huge individual effort out of Sauce.
Big individual plays to bring the Saints into the hill, but now they need to win the second set of fights. And they are struggling at that. Alessio gonna slide on in. Right around the corner. Gorilla on the crossfire. Putting shots in the backline, but he's not there. It's only Brandon finding that, and Robski catches the rotation of Gorilla, so nobody able to take over that green just yet to allow Saints to get into this hill number 1 rotation. The stake is good, but can the Saints get through Robski?
The fact that it's only a 70-second lead right now is not the worst case scenario for St. Clair. I mean, they haven't been in control of one spawn throughout this entire game so far, and they're only down 70 seconds. So absolutely still able to bring it back. It just really needs to come down to they need to start to hold on to some of these spawns and not only win the rotational battles, but also start to get some time in the hill, because it has been a struggle so far off the start of the hard points.
Again, ICC there putting a lot of focus on green so that they control the rotations, and into the hill. Finally, J-Zerk's gonna find Brandon. Gets Robski to soak up this time. Sauce in for the Kadeshin. A lot of time onto the clock, so the Kadeshin really meaning nothing just yet, but every little bit counts through this one. Sauce down into the vents here. St. Clair taking another swing at this hill number 1. They don't want to give up this time, but J-Zerk keeping them in this one. Finds a second. Sauce wins a big rotation battle, but can't find the next. It's going to be up to his teammates to take it down. 2 in a row for the Saints now. Looking to take control of this rotation into Hill 2. It's Roski on the platform, but he's going to give this one up because Gorilla and Brandon just have them by the ropes on either side.
One of the toughest hills in all of Cold War to break is this P2 hill here in Garrison Hardpoint, and so far so good for St. Clair. And this could be a hill that brings them right back into this game if they hold a full 60 here.
Alessio around the back. Last player standing over the flank. Still spawning the Saints deep in that bottom left territory, so ICC, if they get the pinch, they can work out, but they're going to leave Alessio here playing on that lurk. Allow Bighead to fly up from the top ropes. They know Priestley's going to be in here. The nade is going to land. It doesn't matter because Brandon here to clean up the work. It's going to be Alessio once again last alive out here. He's going to be putting shots in, but Priestley shuts him down. 3 for Priestley in a row now. Let's see if they can convert this. They actually got the break for spawns now. Sauce and Gorilla are going to be trying to win on this rotation, but Sauce gets a little bit over aggressive, and now Gorilla to take it up. Finds 2. Is it enough?
And everybody should spawn up for St. Clair in the back, and it absolutely is the case. And Brandon's in the middle of the map. He can be a front blocker here for these players, and even falling, he should spawn up in this back right as well, especially with those kills coming through. He absolutely does. And St. Clair, no stranger to a comeback. We saw it in map number 1, and if they get the remainder of this time, they are right back in this game.
But Bighead finds 3. And he's going to have some help here with his trophy system, trying to finesse his way around these corners, allowing J-Zerk to get back into the mix, able to find 2 of his own. They break in the hill from the front, keeping their lead steady. And they're going to flip out the Saints now for this last hill. Something that Saints struggled with was getting out of this P3 spawn. They don't have to worry about this time. Now, Independence community going to be here. Brandon taking the run around. Is going to be spotted. Snaps around, but not able to find the kill.
That's honestly a good loss for Brandon, though, because he doesn't want to be spawning up on that right-hand side, but for some reason he still does. That's a very weird spawn that comes through, but it sets up a very good pinch potential now for St. Clair.
Gorilla up top. The Bighead and Alessio still being a pain in the side of the Saints. And they're going to find their way into the hill, still splitting this kill feed back and forth. Alessio's going to be soaking up as much as he can before this retake comes through from the Saints here. Even hops up on there and knows the shots are going to be good onto Brandon. Is going to clean this up. 3 in a row now down. Make it 4 down for the Saints. Now that's 30 seconds of time That Independence Community College should just sit there and soak up while the rest of the team plays lead blockers to the rest of it. Team kill comes through, and Brandon's able to slip the line because of it. So you're going to force some players out of ICC to snap back, but it's not enough to take care of Saints, to take advantage of that mistake.
Saints, they need to have a very good rotation here. From Hills 4 to Hills 5. We saw ICC do it in the last set of rotations. St. Clair needs to answer back with a big one of their own here. They will be the first team to be in control of the new hill, but I think ICC are still on the more favored side here on the right.
That's 4 down. With Big Head dropping. And look at the spawns now. All of ICC are going to be spawning all the way deep in that bottom left. Alessio's the only one alive, and Sauce, they knows exactly where the sub is going to be coming from. So, Saints, they should be aware of the force out, the flip that's going to be coming through. Alessio gets picked up, and now that J-Circ's going to find one, they are going to take their arrows, point them to the opposite end, and look to take care of this onslaught that's about to come through. And here it comes. Priestley able to double down with the teammate. Alessio coming in for the break. Sauce is able to find one, but that's about it. Brandon trying to get in to clean things up, but it's Alessio again for the break into it. Overlaps that 200-point marker. But St. Clair, they are still in this one, Jesse.
Gorilla off screen, staying alive on this right-hand side of the map. It's crucial right now to be able to set up some sort of a little bit of a pinch here in Hill 1 so that Independence Community College doesn't just get control for the entire time here. Like we saw through the first set of rotations, ICC really dominated on this Hill 1 because of the way that they were able to just zone out the St. Clair players and then even eventually flip the spawns here, because very likely this could be a very contested first hill and then go towards P2. So both teams really want to fight for those spawns, but also both teams need to keep this contested because ICC, they can still win on this hill.
218 to 182. J-Zerk, a big one-on-one now. We're gonna play his live calls for the backup. The bait and switch into Big Head, and he's gonna win that fight onto Sauce. So, site control, 22-25. Can win it off of this one. St. Clair needs to get back into this hill for the contestation. It's a few seconds. Would force out this this round number 2, or this hill number 2. But it's still coming up the way of that one. And it's still winnable. Brandon's going to be here now. We're going to be looking at a hill too, Jesse. And Saints are going to be there on the rotation. 182 to 240. Brandon, when it's a big one-on-ones here, goes back in with the Diamante, but the beatdown from Alessio to shut him out.
That is a huge individual effort there from Brandon to not allow Independence Community College to win on that hill. He stops the clock. He stops them from winning. And now ICC, they need to make a break now because St. Clair, they can win on P2.
It's do or die basically for St. Clair. Looking to put all their eggs in one basket here. J-Zerk making the flank around, and they should know that by now. J-Zerk's still alive back here. The fight from the front is lost. Alessio and Robski are going to get the break now. 7 seconds left. Brandon needs to get into this. He needs to go now, but Alessio shuts him down, and ICC are moving on to the upper finals here in the NACE playoffs.
Took one break. That is all St. Clair needed. Or sorry, ICC. That is all that they needed to be able to close that game number 1 out. And that game was completely won in the first set of rotations for Independence Community College. Controlled the entire pace of the game. From the start, I wouldn't say to the finish, St. Clair looked a lot better in the second set of rotations. But that first set of rotations, man, what was it? They started with 30 seconds on Hill 1. They turned that into a full 60 on Hill 2. Get the full wrap over to Hill 3, get another 30 seconds there, full 60 on Hill 4. It was a ridiculous start to the game for Independence Community College. The fact St. Clair was able to bring it back and make it that close is an impressive feat on itself. Well, you got to think that if ICC doesn't get that big lead off the rip, that game is a very different game come the end.
There's so much ice in the St. Clair roster, but not enough to cool the heads of ICC. You look at how much they came out with in the first set, like you said, and it's just not enough to climb back in the end of it. For St. Clair, it was a valiant effort. But now, ICC, they don't only hand St. Clair their first loss of the NACE Starleague season, but the second, and then the third. And then they send St. Clair down to the lower bracket to try to battle their way back through the gauntlet. That is the loser's bracket. So, St. Clair, they've made quite the run to get where they are now, but this is where their winner's bracket ends, and their elimination matches start. So ICC are going to move up to the upper finals, but St. Clair are now in a dangerous territory.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we end up seeing St. Clair be able to make their charge all the way back through that lower bracket. But speaking of that lower bracket, we should take a little look at it right now and just see where some of these teams are. UCF, we said that our second match would be who wins the match between ODU and Utica, and it was Old Dominion University able to take that in a game number 5. So they'll be going up against UCF Knights next on our stream. And then the other two losers bracket matchups that we're going on: Texas A&M International University 3-0 Minnesota State University of Mankato. Tough blow there for Mankato. They looked so good, but unfortunately they come up against a juggernaut and they do end up falling in the losers bracket. And look at that, SEU, once again, they find a way to pull off another victory over Arizona State University, and they'll be taking on Texas A&M International next, and that should be a really good matchup as well.
Folks, things are spicy here in the NACE playoffs. It's absolutely amazing. I love this time of the year when teams are just going head to head with the best of the best. And I mean, we got a treat already in our game number 1, and man, things are shaping up in our game number 2. I mean, hats off to Utica. They looked so good in this. You know, I talked about how Utica definitely needs to prove themselves going into this playoff season. Well, we saw them the other day on stream, and they looked good. They looked good up against Mankato. They win that out, and now I'm looking at ODU, who just took them down in a game 5 to go up against UCF. I mean, Old Dominion University, they're another team that just looks amazing going into the playoffs, and they looked shaky going up against other teams that were coming out on top of their division. So this is where things are kind of shaping up and really putting these teams into perspective coming out of their own divisions.
It's kind of crazy too, that last matchup between Utica and Old Dominion University. They were the only two teams that weren't inside the top 10 power rankings that qualified in for playoffs. So good to see that both of them have made a little bit of a run here through the losers bracket. Utica obviously finally will end up falling there, but it's just nice to see that two teams that kind of weren't expected to make a deep run here now into losers round 4 for Old Dominion University. And I mean, this match coming up for them against the University of Central Florida, I mean, I wouldn't put it out of the way for them to be able to come out and take this match.
Well, Jesse, we have our match number 2 shaped up, folks. Once again, you're watching the NACE Starleague playoffs. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, Old Dominion University up against University of Central Florida. You don't want to miss it. And we are back with some more NACE Starleague playoffs, folks. Welcome to the stream. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Jesse, aka Cruz. We're here to bring you this action again, coming off of our match number 1 between St. Clair Saints against Independence Community College. It was a 3-1 victory. After we went through that last hard point, we saw the Saints fall down into the losers bracket and ICC move up to the upper finals. But we're now moving down into the lower bracket. We're moving into the second losers round number 3. Jesse, talk to me a little bit about this matchup. Let's look at the head-to-head right now, because it's looking like a good one.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, I mean, they have been fantastic all season long. You've got University of Central Florida, who are 9-1. Old Dominion University came in at 8-3 into the playoffs. And I think the big thing when you're looking at these two teams, and just something really that shines on them, is that University of Central Florida was 9-0 throughout the regular season. They looked really, really good, and then lost that conference championship. They don't come out on top. Something that was kind of very surprising to a lot of teams. You really thought that they were going to be a team to beat coming into the playoffs. And not only that, they lose winners round 1 in playoffs to SEU. I mean, a very good team to lose to nonetheless, but them losing that conference championship made them have to go up against SEU in winners round 1. And it's just such a tough pull for them, and they end up losing that round 1. And then Old Dominion University, not only did they end up coming into playoffs and not the greatest record, coming in at 8-3, but they lose winners round 1 as well. They get a tough pull against Texas A&M International University, and they take out that, and they only win the search and destroy in that series. So both teams are coming off of very, very tough losses, and then they both win in their first round of losers bracket. So I mean, who knows what we're going to see out of these two teams?
Well, the plot thickens and things get even better into the playoffs, folks. But before we get into the maps and before we talk to the modes, I am going to talk to you a little bit about something called Gummy Shot, which sounds absolutely amazing right now. And honestly, to me, I'm a fan of it, because I'm not a fan of traditional energy shots, drinks, or coffees, or caffeine pills. So now I can have a great energy boost of caffeine with great flavor, folks. And if you want it, you can have it too. It's all going to be from Gummy Shot, which the gummies are made with natural caffeine from green coffee bean extract, real fruit, and high-end antioxidants from vitamin D. So these gluten-free gummies are free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes, which makes it even good for you as well. So on top of everything, it just keeps getting better. When you're looking at powerful and long-lasting energy, each Gummy Shot has 75 milligrams of plant-based, fast-acting energy in each gummy. So you can customize and decide how many you want to eat. 1, 2, maybe even 3 if you're feeling wild on the day. And if you're looking for flavors off of that, not wanting that traditional coffee, tea, energy drink taste to it, you can look at Gummy Shot's bold and original flavors, which are made with real fruits, including sweet and juicy elderberry, tropical, which is brimming with delicious pineapple and mango flavors, and the all-new Valencia orange to satisfy that citrus craving. So if you're looking at this plant-based energy shot, Gummy Shot gummies are made with plant-based energy with labels that you can read and understand. These are made with green coffee beans, real fruits, and high antioxidants from vitamin D. Go check out Gummy Shot. It looks really good. I want to try it. And honestly, that the Valencia orange satisfies my citrus craving. I always love the orange stuff. So go check out Gummy Shot, everybody. Jesse, let's talk more about this series. We can look at the maps and modes that we have for it. Why don't you run us through what we got?
Yeah, so I mean, when you take a look at our maps and modes, I mean, we start off with Raid Hardpoint coming through as our first map. Then we head over towards Moscow for the Search and Destroy. You see a Raid Control come through 2 series in a row. Then we actually go to another Garrison Hardpoint for map 4, and then Standoff, Search and Destroy. So what's funny is our back 4 maps, and this is the same 4 maps that we saw in our first series, just kind of flip-flop the Search and Destroys around. But we start off with the Raid Hardpoint, and I think we say it all the time when we talk here, Colin, and there's no better map to start off a series than a Raid Hardpoint.
No, there's no better map to start this series, and honestly, I have to look at this whole thing to be shaping around individual play styles. You look at Garrison being that map 4, Raid coming up twice, Standoff being the finisher. I think Moscow's the biggest one that we're really going to be seeing team play, team coordination to break certain sites. And honestly, when you look at the rest of it, you can really flex that individual skill across that best of 5. So I think that this is a really good place to just see what we get from the star players of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're looking overall at this map count and you're at the map set, something that really shines out to me right now is that Old Dominion University in the playoffs. I mean, they didn't have the best regular season search and destroy record at 8-5, but when you look at their playoff record, they're 3-0 right now in search and destroy. Very, very tippable, if you will, for themselves. I mean,
Very
they
typical.
they take the search and destroy. The only match that, or the only map I should say, that they took off of Texas A&M International was the search and destroy, and that's a big feat in themselves, just with how good Texas A&M International has been. But then they go up against Utica, who we've seen has looked fantastic in S&D in weeks past, and they take both search and destroys off Utica and the final hard point. So this team definitely finding a new form in search and destroy heading in towards this matchup against the University of Central Florida.
Jesse, we had times before this where we get these players set up into the lobby and ready for this raid. We had a little bit of time to talk to the coaches and figure out a poll around all these going into the playoffs, see where everybody stands, and really get a good eye on what's shaping into the playoffs. So let's take a look at the video that you happily got put together for us and see exactly what the rankings are in the coaches poll.
Welcome to the NACE Starleague Varsity Call of Duty Power Rankings presented by Mavix Chairs. I'm your host, Cruisin'. Let's get right into it. I really don't think there's a big surprise here when you're looking at our top three teams. St. Edward's University, they've been a favorite all season long. St. Clair College, they were made to be the only team to stay undefeated in both series and map count. And rounding out the top three, a big moment from last week saw Independence Community College take the Central Conference Championship off of SEU and really shine a light on just how good this team is. Continuing the trend of upsets from last week, Arizona State University and the University of Central Florida, they both came into their conference championships at 9-0. They looked like the favorites to take their conference. Ultimately, both teams ended up falling in rematches versus Texas A&M International and the University of Tennessee Knoxville. And the biggest upset of the week, it has to go to our number 10 team. Minnesota State University Mankato, they came into the Midwest Conference Championship as a huge underdog. They took the victory off of Illinois State University and are a true dark horse heading into the postseason. The only other 9-0 team outside of St. Clair to take the conference championship was Lebanon Valley College, showing just how close all these teams inside of our top 10 really are. And that's going to do it for our NACE Starleague Varsity Call of Duty Power Rankings presented by Mavix Chairs. We'll see you next time.
I love that. So much shaping up here, Jesse, for the playoffs. But most importantly, we are seeing these players in the rankings, or these teams in the rankings, either fall or live up to the potential that we are seeing them on that coach's poll. I mean, is there anything out of that kind of threw you through a loop from what you saw in the rankings to what we're actually getting in the playoffs?
I mean, the top three, I think, are still just very much so showing how strong they are throughout these playoffs. I mean, SEU, they've only dropped to losers because of a forfeit, right? But, I mean, who knows how that match against St. Clair would have went. And then we saw it in that last series where we saw St. Clair go up against the likes of ICC, and those two teams are just very, very strong teams. And, I mean, we really thought that St. Clair had a good chance of coming out on top, but it was ICC that was able to pull it. And let's be honest, I was not wrong when I said that every team right now is just so evenly matched in NACE.
Well, let's take a look at these two teams right now. Heading into map number 1, we got University of Central Florida against Old Dominion University. And already inside the raid, you see 3 going the way of UCF. They take control of hill number 1, now working through the backline. It's Chris on God to try to flip things out, but nope. The rotation battle is lost, and the rest of the players in UCF forced to lock down hill 1.
University of Central Florida, they want to come out, they want to get rid of this match and finish it off as quickly as possible. It's going to be easier said than done, though, because this Old Dominion University team, it is no team to be slouching on here. But, I mean, it is going to be a tough matchup here against the University of Central Florida. But so far, not off to a terrible start. They lose the opening breakup, but right back in the hill, they're still in control of the P2 spawns as well.
Yes, they are, and enough time to tie things up. 2 kills go the way of UCF. Megan finds a third, gets back into the time to soak things up for the remaining scrap. And Chris on God trying to work his way around again, but it's Love this time to shut them down, and excellent pressure out of UCF to get into this kitchen hill while still maintaining control of that backline. Megan throwing some shots down range, working the crossfire with Red Guy. The kills back and forth now, but still remaining with UCF in control of the backline. You're looking at Old Dominion to break with this pinch. From the front, it's Revan. Never mind for a second. And around the back, pinch comes through, and layer number 6, Revan is going to find another one. So just like that, Old Dominion, they get right back into this, and They have to deal with the pressure from the front line. Megan finds the nade, gets in for a second. Red guy breaks. It's immediate pressure right from UCF.
Well, Colin, your favorite saying, and route man gets paid. Well, Revan had a very good route there to be able to break in from the back, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to allude to that much time here for Old Dominion. But at least they get in, they contest. They don't allow the full 60 to go to the likes of the University of Central Florida. And now both teams actually coming off spawn. It's going to be a foot race towards this final hill, but a foot race right now that it looks like University of Central Florida very much so are going to win. It's only Noodles here for Old Dominion.
And run the back. Can Noodles stand tall? Finds one. A second one. That's excellent. Tyler's going to slip in behind. Loses 3 of the teammates, so when Tyler falls, that is going to be it. Now, Old Dominion can lock things down, push out these lanes, and start really taking the fight to UCF here, who are all flooding in right through the front. Chris finds the first. It's a 3-on-3. But now they have to go through these ARs, and that's going to be the tough one. Never mind, gets worked. From the back, Red guy finds a second. Here coming in for the break, swinging from the top ropes is UCF. Noodles still keeping his own in the back. It is really just this flank from Red guy to open things up, and there it is, the break from UCF. It's going to come through and continue to push this lead of UCF to about 20.
Yeah, I mean, UCF, it didn't look that good for them off the rip here, as Old Dominion University was the first team. They did, I mean, I didn't think that Noodles was going to be able to find the 3-piece there either, that he did to be able to really solidify that, but kind of showing up for his team off the start of that last hill. But nonetheless, Central Florida, they still find a way to break back into the hill. So, I mean, if they can keep breaking money hills, it's going to be very tough for Old Dominion University, but they've done a great job of sticking in this game early on here. They just need to kind of find a way to start holding on to some of these money hills for themselves.
Do through kitchen. Gotta take care of Nevermind in the back line. You can see Old Dominion still in control of this hill, but they are spawning up in laundry. So Love on site gets overwhelmed. Here's the flip now. Central Florida in control. Look at Nevermind for the pinch. Noodles from the front. 2 go in their favor. Looking for the break is Revan. Finds a third, and Megan, last one standing on this hill. Looking to hold this down for as much time as they need to get the reinforcements in, and they come. 4 down for ODU. Central Florida once again get a fantastic break.
And I mean, if that's going to be the story of this series, Old Dominion University, it is going to start to hurt them at some point in this series, where they are going to just go for a break, or they're going to go for another hold, and it's just going to keep getting broken by Central Florida. If they keep allowing this, Central Florida is just going to build so much confidence in terms of being able to break on these guys. But nonetheless, once again, new hill pops. It will be Old Dominion University inside of the hill first, but Central Florida, kind of like a pack of dogs coming from all different angles.
Pack of dogs evolving to wolves. And those wolves, man, they are hunting. Another 4 down. They didn't take quite the hit, but now they're going to be spawning up Old Dominion on the outside of kitchen. Coming in for the pinch for the break once again. Flip things on his head. For that pinch, Noodles is going to drop. Love the second to follow. Revan's going to be keeping his toe in the water, but not able to walk away with the kill. So UCF still fighting a ton of time here. They are also taking a lot of damage. So 3 in a row once again going the way of ODU. Revan pays it patiently. And he's going to walk away with a bit of time out of their hands. So 8 seconds left here. We're going back to the rotations, Jesse, and it is a battle right there. But the rotation battle is won again by UCF.
I cannot believe Chris on God just got that 2-piece there. That man just finessed his life for a solid 30 seconds there while constantly being hit to 1 shot. Somehow saves his life, and now he can start a flank play and actually flips the spawns here for P1. It's a little early to get a spawn flip here, so the flip back definitely could be in order here for Old Dominion, but nonetheless, he gets the job done exactly what he wants to do. Now he finds himself on 5 in a row as well, trying to build himself towards some streaks.
Yeah, 2 players for the pinch through pillars. Player number 3 and player number 2. Red guy's gonna find the first, the second one, and here's the break for 3. Chris on gun to top things off. Now it's Noodles all alone in enemy territory. Deep inside that laundry. You can look at the rest of ODU. They're not even going to mind this. Noodles is playing this so well. Just playing his life and coming away with the kills. ODU, what a way to break through these spawns. Now working through kitchen. They're having time on this hill 1 for the scraps, but they just can't get through Megan here inside the kitchen, and that is really the tough part. Finally, Revan's going to find it. Gets in through that time played inside money. They lose the spawns inside basketball court, so Central Florida are going to be able to get a reinforcement immediately back into the site, but players are here. The kills are still coming. All orange the kill feeds so far. Here's
that little kill that you saw as well from the likes of Noodles, it actually shut down those streaks from Chris on God. Old Dominion University, I mean, they're bringing themselves right back into this game. This is that hold that I was talking about earlier. They're finally getting a good one here.
When the kills come through, ODU still standing. We're going to see a lead change momentarily. Looks like UCF still playing for the kills, trying to just keep them off this, mitigate this damage. Chris going to keep flooding on in through that money window. And he's going to split that time now, just for the moment, as the rest of UCF are looking to reinforce Garage.
Yeah, the foot race back on from one side of the map to the other. We saw it in the last set of rotations. We'll see it again here. But it was Old Dominion University the last time through. They got the early setup. Central Florida was able to break it very early on. This time through, though, it should be Central Florida able to get a little bit of a setup early, but 2 players will spawn out here on the rotation.
And it is good. The second one from Revan. The break on in, seamless as could be. They take care of Tyler. It's going to be the lockdown of the site, but Tyler's able to walk away with 2. So Central Florida right on the doorstep. They're going to be right back in for a break and continue to soak up this time.
Exactly what they needed there, because now Central Florida, this is where they can start to make their way back into the game, and they might need to actually start paying a little bit more attention in these rotations, because they were getting a lot of breaks in the first set, but Old Dominion University, their holds throughout the second set of rotations have been a lot better. So towards the end of this game, Central Florida rotations are going to be key if they want to be able to take the win.
It is haymaker after haymaker, break after break. Nobody can hold a hill right now. We're heading into basketball court, Jesse, and once again, UCF are going to be the first here, but again, a foot race. There's a split spawn between 2 and 1. This pinch has to be good. And Revan's going to catch. And Megan on the rotation. Still alive in the back line. Reaping some kills. Going to get a spawn up on him, too. It's never mind. 2 players here. Red guy doesn't expect it. There's the break. Old Dominion now going to be in hand. And that's 3 in a row now. They can take their sights onto that spiral staircase where Chris on God and Tyler just rip right back through him.
They get the break, but the spawns were still in control of Central Florida. Now the spawns actually flipping into the favor of Old Dominion University, but a little bit too late here as the reinforcements just weren't able to get in there fast enough here. And now Central Florida, they can kind of reinforce this from the front. This could be a good hold here for UCF.
Never mind, back into it. It's a big one-on-one here between Megan, D-Money with a 74U. Well, it's not either of that. It's love to get back into it with the Krig. Tyler gonna be keeping their team into it. 20 seconds to be picked up here from this win, but it's still never mind. And Revan walking away with the kills for ODU, keeping their lead going by about 10. Gonna be 20 at the end of this. We're looking at Courtyard, where both of these teams are in striking distance of a victory.
You called it. This has been one of the craziest hard points we've seen all year. This is so back and forth throughout this entire game. Old Dominion now finding themselves up 20 seconds as the new hill pops. Yes, both teams can technically still win on this hill, but it's going to need a very good hold from Central Florida if they want to be able to do it.
They've done it. Can they do it again? Never mind. Pinch from the staircase. Revan from the front. Chris on God to split the difference, and it's Megan to close the door. Look at that play from UCF. Once again, a lead change into this last set of hills, and you need to hit this right away because UCF, they can end it here. Megan on the front line. Gonna find Nevermind. You got the crossfire from Chris. 3 go their way. Revan's still alive in the staircase. He's gonna be hopping on over Megan and Tyler. They shut it down.
They read the spawns perfectly. Look, Megan pushes right through. She can be the lead blocker there. And now everybody has to funnel through these tight little corridors. And University of Central Florida, from where it didn't look like it was really going to be possible, they can pull away the game win on this hill.
2 more seconds, and there it is. UCF find raid in a very, very close stance. 250 to 226. What a game. It was break after break into that last hill when Megan and Tyler stood their ground and locked it down.
That was wild. What a finish to that game. I mean, I know I said at the end of that, I was like, yeah, you know what, UCF, they can win on this hill if they hold the remaining time. That is such a contest-heavy hill. I did not think they were going to hold the full 60 there. How is that the hill that we finally see a full 60 come out of on raid, Colin?
I don't know.
So unexpected.
I'm speechless at what we just got. I mean, UCF, they constantly were winning the rotations, and then they would lose the breaks immediately. A snap of a finger, just ODU was just right into it in a means of seconds. And now this loser bracket matchup has just gotten a little bit spicier with a game 1. We're heading into the search and destroy with such a close game like that. I mean, you look back at that St. Clair versus ICC game that we got on Apocalypse and how close that was at the end. The big comeback from Saints. We moved over there, and it was ICC who just took it back in a matter of minutes. So we're looking at ODU to pull things through. Talk to me a little bit about what we're getting in this map, too.
Well, I mean, old EU, they looked really, really good at that map one. So if they can find a way to carry some of that success from the map one over in towards our search and destroy here on Moscow, I mean, I don't see why this team can't bring themselves right back into this game. Like I said, they look like they have seemed to have found a new form when it comes to playing search and destroy here in the NACE playoffs, because regular season form, they were an 8-5 search and destroy team. Not great, not bad, but just kind of mediocre in all honesty. But so far in the playoffs, 3-0 in search and destroy. It's been how they won their series. The only map that they were able to take off of Texas A&M International. So if ODU can find a way to continue to pull these search and destroys, and if their respawn looks that good where they're contesting UCF and maybe even taking the second hardpoint or the control off of them, I can see a way where ODU takes the series now.
I knew that all those players, they just sat up right there and just went into like the gamer position. You know, when you have to like,
Oh,
you have to like
absolutely.
lean over at the end of that. Even I did when I was casting. I had to like lean into that when I had my hands up. I'm like, oh my god, what are we seeing out of this? This is absolutely insane. But I mean, it's a big win for UCF to come out on top over ODU. It's the only thing is that can they keep it going, because as you said, I mean, this is kind of setting up to be a factor on search and destroys, knowing that ODU is such a strong search team into the playoffs. It's a big question mark on what search team are we going to get out of UCF, because I know it's very hit and miss on their side.
Yeah, it is. I mean, UCF, they've looked very good at search and destroy all season long, but kind of losing to some of the top teams. That's really where UCF has kind of come away with their losses in search and destroy. And so, I mean, they got blown out in round one by SEU. They got beat 6-2 in the search and destroy there. I believe their only other search and destroy loss during the regular season was to the team that beat them in their conference. I can't exactly remember what that team was now off the top of my head. I believe it was I can't remember off the top of my head who it was, but they lost that match as well in the conference championship. So coming off of back-to-back S&D losses now for this team against teams that are kind of more top competition, and you got to think that ODU within the playoffs and being here still, you got to consider these guys top competition now within NACE. So see how University of Central Florida are able to respond to a top team in search and destroy.
Well, we have a long series ahead of us between both of these teams, and you know that they are not going to be giving up. This is elimination on the line between two of us. We're heading into this map number 2 of Moscow, and Moscow, like I said, is something where you can work away from that individual skill and start flexing that brain, that knowledge that you have of the map, and the team coordination that you can really show inside of this one. So talk to me a little bit about the routes that we see. I know we see Moscow now. We're towards the end of a Cold War, but for folks just tuning in, what are we really looking at here for Moscow?
Well, I mean, Moscow, let's be honest, Colin, as much as we don't want it to be, Moscow is all about the A hits. And
Oh yeah.
these teams still, we're over a year into Cold War, over a year into Cold War. Teams are still mainly hitting out this A site because it is just that powerful of a site to be able to hit out. You'll see many submachine gun players, especially on offense, being those kind of lead blockers, pushing forward through the escalators, through their side of the A site, and just really trying to bully their way on site, get the bomb down, get an easy post plant setup. You can usually end up pulling out the round. Then comes in the B site, though. You've seen a lot more of it as the years developed on, but still, I don't think nearly as much as we see teams go towards A. B can be a site where if teams know how to hit it and know how to kind of really throw their opponents off, that's where you'll start to see these teams start to kind of lean their way over there, start to kind of hit more towards the B site, find their way in. It's in the apartment buildings on the right hand side of the map. If you can get the bomb down and you can get a good post plant setup, that is an even harder setup to break, I think, than A is.
Well, you know, it started off as they hit Central and Moscow, and then towards the middle of the year, we started to see teams work their way through B, set up for those rotations through mid, late into the round, and really put some thought into it. But now that you got Vanguard already released, looking to be the next series of competition for Call of Duty, and Cold War is starting to be on its close. I'm seeing a lot of teams throughout the regular season, they just no brain, hit A, run fast, kill everything. But, you know, this is playoffs. This is money on the line. I want to see that brain flex because there is a lot on the line between these teams right now for the finals. It's not only just to close out this year as the best team in Cold War, but to show exactly what your team can bring moving into Vanguard for the next one. So let's move over to Moscow, Jesse. Let's look at this map number 2, and let's take a look at both of these teams with Central Florida starting on the defense.
Well, I think we might have a little bit of an issue here. Maybe sides are wrong, or something going on. No big deal, guys. Everybody in chat chill. You know, we'll get right back into the game, I'm sure, very shortly. But It's all good. We get to talk for a little bit longer here on
We do.
this. I'm sure it was just a side issue or something like that. It looked like all the players were in the game, at least when I saw everybody shooting at each other. So we'll get that all sorted out. We'll get everybody back into the game. We don't want to start it too early with a team to the disadvantage that they don't want. That's for sure. But University of Central Florida, nonetheless, I mean, they looked really good in that map number 1, heading in towards map number 2. I think for them, and with how good ODU has looked in Search and Destroy in the playoffs, I really think that UCF, if they want to take this match, I think that it comes off to the start. I think they need to have a really good start here in the S&D.
Well, I think we've talked enough about Moscow right now. We know what we're expecting. We know what we're going to get from this map number 2, Jesse. But I want to take a look at what's coming up next, because these teams, UCF and ODU, if they win this, they go on to play the loser of UTK versus Illinois State University Redbirds. So, things don't get easier from here. You want to show that you have what it takes to beat the best of the best, and you need to show it now in the losers bracket, because things only get harder after this one. So now that we get a second chance, we know what's on the line. Let's shake that. Another lobby issue, Jesse. Talk to me a little bit about the match that's coming up next, because winner of this playing the loser of UTK versus Illinois State University Redbirds, that is going to be a hard one. What do you expect to see out of these teams if you want to know you can take down a good team like those two?
So, I mean, I'm not 100% if they're playing Illinois or if they're playing St. Clair. Looking at the bracket right now, might be up against St. Clair, who they go up against next. But nonetheless, we'll get that all figured. Yeah, even still, a juggernaut nonetheless. But both these teams will be very, very tough to take Illinois State on. But if that's the case, Colin, I'm sorry, I don't mean to backtrack the question, but if that means that Illinois State lost a 2-1 lead in that series that we saw, that means that our other winner semifinal went to game 5, and UTK actually took the series. So our winner's final later is going to be ICC versus UTK, and that's going to be a crazy series.
And now it's confirmed that UCF versus ODU here, winner goes to play St. Clair, and it's the winner of Texas A&M University International and SEU that go to play Illinois State University. So nonetheless, you're playing a good team when you go after this. So, well, what do you need to see out of a team between these two if they want to take down the St. Clair Saints? Because honestly, if you walk away with a surge, that might be a good start.
That is absolutely a good start. We know that that's the weak point for St. Clair. It was kind of the weakest we've seen them look in any of the 3 game modes. Every hard point was close. The control was very close. If you can take those search and destroys against St. Clair, I mean, you answered your own question, Seymour. I don't know what you want me to tell you, man. If you take those search and destroys against St. Clair and then steal a respawn, I think that's the recipe to success for any team.
Well, I mean, we could go on and on about this. We could talk about how much these teams need this win just for confidence to go up against somebody as good as that. But these teams, they are going to be getting ready for this Moscow, and things are going to be very tough here. I know I answered my own question. I should have left that one to you, because we both were kind of reading the room here. We both knew what was happening. But I mean, you even saw St. Clair. I mean, they looked like they had the improvements over ICC into the second and third round, taking those 2 in a row, but they got stomped out. And you look at how much that could have affected the rest of their series if they did take that search and then they go into that control with the 2-0 lead. But it's just something bigger right now. Winner of this, definitely looking at a St. Clair Saints that came off their first map loss and their first match loss here into the playoffs. And really, you could keep things snowballing here.
I think another big talking point going into that as well is we were talking about in that first series. I think St. Clair's a very momentum-based team. So if St. Clair, they're coming off their first loss of the season. Let's not get that wrong. How are they going to respond from a loss as well? Are they going to come out angry and play at the top of their game? Or are they going to come out angry and kind of yelling at each other? Comms aren't going to be there. One thing goes wrong in that next series, that could be Tilt City, I think, for that team as well. So that is a very, very important talking point. And winning map number 1 against St. Clair in the next series could be a really, really big moment for your team to kind of propel you to be able to win the series.
Yes, it can, folks. But, well, we do get ready into this map number 1. We are going to toss it to a break and get this Moscow underway as soon as we can. So on the horizon is going to be Search and Destroy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. See, look at that. A quick break. We're right back into it with this map number 2. Moscow Search and Destroy. Central Florida, again, on the defense. Going to be working more so standard A setup. Setting 3 players here to expect the pressure right off the bat. And it's not really the case that we're getting. A default attack out of ODU. Looking to pick off Tyler in the middle.
Tyler has a big job here. He needs to just stay alive or realize this cross. He can't even take one with him. So that's really, really tough because now this opens up this entire apartment side. B open up. Now they can get the bomb down extremely quickly. And look at this kind of late push from the other 2 players here on Old Dominion. Players 1 and 4 are still on the very far left-hand side. So they'll be able to spot out if anybody's coming on the flank. And as soon as they don't realize anybody's there, that should just tell all the rest of the ODU players to be looking forward towards this boulevard.
The retake amounts to nothing. Megan's last alive in a 1v4, and ODU slammed the door on that B site. Round number 1 is going to be a victory for the ODU side, looking very decisive on their jobs. And you know what? Central Florida, they came out expecting the A hit, and they were completely wrong about it.
They were, and I mean, that's something that we talked about. We were saying A is the favorite site. We see it so often here, but it's not going to be the favorite site in that round number 1. And hitting that B site round number 1, you got to think that that's just going to throw question marks constantly through University of Central Florida. They're going to be thinking like, damn, it's always going to be in the back of your mind now that they just might go towards the B site.
Love now watching the cross, but it's going to be a 3-on-2 on A. Revan holding the pillar. Teammate watching their back. Here's the slide in. First blood on Chris. Never mind, gets shredded out. It's a lot on the line right now, but Revan's found the exit. He's right in behind. He's going to find Tyler through mid with the Diamante. That's going to put the lives back in the hands of ODU.
Old Dominion University Search and Destroy. I mean, where has this been all season? But they've looked so good here throughout the playoffs. Now on a 3v2 retake, and look at infamous Revan again. He's going to be that sneaky player trying to make his way up through SPs.
There's the first one to get back into the site again. Megan, not in a 1v4, but a 1v3. Time in her hands. Now needs to walk away with the kills, and Revan makes it personal up close and is going to secure a second one. Only 1 death throughout 2 rounds. ODU, 2 swift ones back to back.
And Revan got the plant and the defuse as well now, so probably very close towards that first streak, you would imagine here. I'm not exactly sure how it works with having both on both the plant and a defuse, how many points you get, but I gotta feel like he's probably 1 kill away now while he's on 5 in a row to finding that first streak. And I mean, if you can find a streak 3 rounds into the game, that could be absolutely ridiculous towards helping your team out.
Now round 3. You know what? The first 3 rounds into a search and destroy, it's kind of just testing the water, but if you're Central Florida now down by 2, this is something where you want to bring this one back. Finally getting the good gamble. Tyler's going to find Noodles through mid. Now for the cross. Old Dominion looking for, expecting the aggression, but not receiving anything. It's UCF right now in a really good position to just snuff out this A hit, and that's bombed down. Tyler finds Revan through mid. The trade onto Nevermind. Love's last one standing on the opposite end, a 1v3 their way, and that's going to be Red Guy putting a pin into it. First round for UCF.
And not only was that bomb down, but that was streaks shut down as well. Revan not able to find them there in that round. Huge round out of UCF to not only shut down the streaks, but also take their first round on the board for themselves here, and now look to try to build themselves a little bit of momentum. And I honestly thought that they were about to get duped in that round. I think until Revan peaked on the top of escalators, it looked like they were about to see a rotation come in from University of Central Florida towards that B site like we saw in round number 1, because they didn't want to get caught off again. So already the mind game's coming into effect just because ODU hit that site in round number 1. But this time through, it looks like a little bit of a switch up from Central Florida themselves. It looks like we'll see a hit through the middle of the map, probably over towards the B site, depending on where they can find a couple of openings.
First draws, first blood, immediate trade from Noodles. That's the crossfire through mid, but laying prone. Spotted. Trophy system to back him up, so a little less pressure to deal with and looking for the exit, but they are hunting Megan from the side, and there you go. Shuts him down now. On site already are the rotations. But you can see Nevermind is side by side with Tyler, and Megan just waiting for an opportunity to strike.
They finessed their life. Never mind, I thought they were just going to be able to get away, but not the case. Nonetheless, the call has come through, and it's Revan once again finds the final kill there for Old Dominion.
There's excellent communication here. I mean, as soon as Megan goes down in that position, you can see Revan doubles back to help and play the trade battle with Nevermind, and Tyler opts to take that 1v1 against Nevermind, wins it out, and then expecting Revan back on that boulevard where he killed Megan. But no, the team play was fantastic to take ODU again to a 2-round advantage going into their attacking round now. What are we going to see? We've seen A, we've seen B. This time we're seeing mid.
It looks like the kind of the sweet kind of married child in between of the A and the B hit right through the middle of the map. It looks like the bomb should be going in towards gold now, maybe over towards the B site. And just with how long this hit is, it just kind of throws Central Florida off. They don't really know where they need to go, and another first blood to go towards the way of Old Dominion University.
Now Tyler's kind of on an island. He's going to come out on top with a big win. That's bomb down. Tucked away, calls for reinforcements, but Noodles is going to drop as well. That's 2 out of the picture. Oh, shots are good for a third one, but Nevermind recovers. 2v2. Lives are even. Here's Chris all the way in enemy territory. Going to be slipping in behind, and man, if I had a nickel for every time COD Timing came into the fray, well, I would be a very rich person. Nonetheless, he's going to double back, find that lurking player, and his teammate's going to clean up a big one-on-one off-screen. UCF climb back. They're losing first blood. They take their second into the game.
You would have a lot of money if you got a nickel every time COD Timing affected a player. That is for sure, Colin. You are not wrong there. But well, I mean, a very good bounce back round from Central Florida there, especially on defense. They're just not allowing Old Dominion University to play these games with them, and that's back-to-back rounds actually, where we've seen the offense pick up first blood and not be able to close it out into a round win, where the defense has been able to find the answer back and really just be able to stabilize on a site. But this time through on offense, Central Florida, it looks like we're going to see an A hit, and a very quick one at that.
Revan on the pillar, swings wide. However, loses his backup and losing players fast. What a play from UCF. Overwhelming the opposition, and they shut them down on A. Bomb's going to get planted. Noodles in a 1v4. Not much you can do here, buddy.
I think you just jump off the map at this point.
You know what, though? I'm a fan of Noodles, the food, and I want to see if Noodles can make me a fan of the player.
Well, are you?
I am. But it's hard to win a 1v4.
You know,
so
it absolutely
I'm not
is. It absolutely is. I'm just calling you out right now because I can, because we're friends like that. But now, Noodles, I mean, they're fantastic food. He's a fantastic player. Comes out on top, man. Now you're making me all hungry, Colin. You're making me want to go get some food. But we still got this series to go through. Got one more to go through after this one, so no food yet for us. Maybe later on today.
Sir, maybe. Want to go get Noodles?
I mean, we absolutely could. We live close enough to each other, so
Let's. You know what? We're gonna have to think about it.
might just have to be a date.
Round number 7, everybody. UCF back on the defense. These hackers in ODU. Slow roll to A, looking to pull a mistake out of the hands and take their advantage back. It's gonna be a big swing round. This is about halftime. Into the search and destroy. Well, red guy forced out of there. The nade's gonna flush him out back into that alley where Love is gonna be waiting in hand to pull that first blood. Great positioning out of Love.
But UCF, they look like they have a 2v1 middle map. They should be able to get a trade here. And actually, no. Noodles will take one down before he goes down, so it keeps the man advantage in the favor of Old Dominion University, and Nevermind needs to stay alive here.
He does. Revan's got his back. Tyler, 1v3. Great timing to pull his back, but here comes the hunt, and that tag down to 18 HP on a 5 spree, Jesse. So if you clean these two players up, you get the defuse, you might be on full streaks.
I mean, he's not in a place where he would be in a terrible spot to lose this round either, but he will take the challenge. He doesn't want to lose the round, but he doesn't check his right enough. It looked like he cleared it, but he doesn't check the deep corner, and he ends up losing the round there and losing the streaks. That's just such a tough spot to be in, whether you play the streaks or win the round.
That's a deep corner. And you know what? It can be very misleading if you don't fully check it. Tyler loses out on the streak potential. Round advantage now to ODU. That's 4-3. The swing round in the search. Let's see if UCF can answer back with an attack.
been a very tight game back and forth so far, though. Tyler really kind of carrying the load here, though, for University of Central Florida. As long as he's not falling in the round, it really feels like they have a good chance to take it. And they felt how good that offensive hit towards A worked last time through. They will hit it this time, but a much more reinforced offensive hit at A site from the Old Dominion side.
Yes, it is. Never mind. Just chipping away at the health. Love's going to find Megan. First blood. Looking for a second. Chris trying to fish something back. Just a lot of damage being chipped off these players. And never mind. Going to overextend to find Chris on the exit. A second one onto Tyler. That's the round in the hands of ODU. 5-3 now. They take map point. Looking to tie us up in the series.
Old Dominion University, man. They are definitely a team to be reckoned with in Search and Destroy. And like I said, I mean, where did this come from? Because regular season Search, it was not that good for them. But playoff Search, these guys are coming out on a whole different level, completely reading their opponents in that last round. Central Florida, they knew they wanted to go back towards A. And Old Dominion University, they sent all 4 players there. They put a full like they knew fully what they wanted to do. They wanted to shut down that push, and they came out on top. A beautiful round from ODU.
Maybe they went to @Medify and used CSL 15 at checkout to get 15% off to up their Search and Destroy game. Well, who knows?
It's very possible.
ODU on map point here. 5-3. Life's disadvantage, but Noodles evens us back up at 3. So
that's an interesting stun.
So what are we gonna get here? I mean, it's completely slowed down. Everybody just stuck.
It's at a standstill.
Yeah.
It's really where we're at right now. Both teams have lost a player. Infamous Revan, though, he seems to be that player for ODU that makes the openings, makes those plays that they need. But Megan Bean here still could just end up being a nuisance through middle of the map if they catch the right time in.
Here we go. Megan's here now to shut this down. The nade is going to be good. Nope, not going to land. Going to wrap back around the left side, right into Noodles. The trade is out. Bomb still in the hand of Revan. 24 seconds to work with, and you are trapped right now. Able to sneak in to the B courtyard, but I like this play.
Oh,
look at this. If you get Tyler here, that's going to be bombed down, and you don't even have to. Tyler's going to back up right to Nevermind. Bomb's going to go down. Time's going to be flipped. Chris in a 1v2. Can he clutch up for his team? This is to keep going in Moscow. Nevermind is going to be close on those pillars. The nade's going to land. He knows exactly where they are, but they're playing for the trade. They're playing hand in hand, basically holding hands at this point. So Chris is going to have to battle his way in. 30 seconds to make it happen, Jesse. And that's not going to be it. ODU playing for the trade. They're going to find the kill. 6-3. They find Moscow and tie us up in the series 1-1.
I mean, I said it. Infamous Revan, they seem to be the player that was finding a lot of openings for their team. And in that final round, they broke the ankles of Chris on God in that round there. They slid to the left, and that made Chris on God move off that powerful position, go towards the apartment buildings, and make them think, hey, this bomb is probably very likely going over towards the site. Tyler then backs up as well to go try to reinforce that site, loses his one-on-one, and while that's happening, the Infamous Revan, he makes the flank play all the way back towards their old site, gets the bomb down, and just beautiful, beautiful round. I mean, the S&D lover in me watches that round, and I'm just like, man, that chef's kiss to that round.
Beautiful. And you know, after halftime, you win the swing round. ODU win everything after that one. 3 in a row to cap off that Search and Destroy. Now 1-1 in this series. Let's take a look back at this, because the way that ODU started off this series was just dominant team play. And I said you can't really flex individual skill on Moscow, more so opting to use your brain to work yourself around. Well, Noodles and Revan took it upon themselves to prove me wrong by flexing their skill, wrapping around, finding the routes, and constantly putting UCF on the back foot. Not to mention, in the later ends, when UCF started to kind of run away with this and pull themselves back into it, it was Nevermind to pick up the mantle and start to pop off by making those overextension plays with that submachine gun, walking away with 1, maybe even 2 at times in a single round to really put ODU in a comfortable position. You talk about how patient or how good ODU have been in the playoffs when it comes to Search and Destroy. Well, it's showing me that they're really trusting each other a lot more to make these plays.
They really are. They have full trust right now in each other. And I don't know if it was Medify. I don't know if it was just a coach giving them a good amount of time to sit back and really just hunker in on their search and destroy. But now moving to 4-0 in the mode in the playoffs, and they look a lot better in that mode. And now you got to think, if you're a University of Central Florida, with how good Old Dominion University look in that mode in search and destroy, these next two maps are pivotal that you take them off of Old Dominion University. You need to take away the control and the hard point, and very likely you have a good chance to do it because of how good your respawn is. But you slip up on one of these next two modes, and this could very well be Old Dominion University's series.
It definitely could. I mean, we're guaranteed a map number 4, so we got Raid coming up next, Garrison after that one. Jesse, when we saw Raid earlier into the day, we saw defenses again and again, just back-to-back defenses from both teams, and it really solidified the round when you were on the defensive side. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the attacking side, and whoever starts on the attacking side has a lot to show and a lot to prove right now, because we know the defense can be strong. We talk about it all the time, how good this can be for an even defensive attacking map. But why is it a good attacking map, and what do you need to see from the teams to make it a good attacking map?
Yeah, so I mean, it can be a good attacking map because especially if you get in towards the B site early on and kind of spawn the opposing team out, what it does is if you get in towards the B site, the defense will no longer spawn inside a basketball. They'll start spawning laundry and vice versa. So it really comes down to, when you're on offense, not only kind of getting a 4-man wipe or a 3-man wipe just to kind of open up a site for yourself, but also manipulating spawns is really the key factor in being able to win out those rounds for your team and really being able to close out the rounds. And then even if you get stuffed, the big thing here is you're not going to see as many mistakes come through from these teams on defense that you will from other teams on defense, where you'll kind of see where earlier in the season we've seen teams, when they rush towards B, everybody dies and they all just spawn up at A. You're not going to see that as much here. You're going to see players on the defense constantly setting up with their players there. So as an offense, you need to recognize that is very likely going to happen, and finding a way to push those players out is going to be a very important job.
And if you're on the defense, you need to make sure you can figure out a way to do exactly like we saw earlier on the defensive side, is leave somebody to block those spawns towards the opposite bomb site, so you can't get that snowball effect from one to the other. So it goes in both hands. And I think that if you're looking at that hard point, it's going to show you. You look at the search and destroy, it didn't stray away from it. These are close games between both of these teams. They both won it. They both have the will to win it. Let's head over to Raid. Let's check this one out. Map number 3, Central Florida on the attack, ODU on the defense. And off the break, you see heavy aggression through mid to slip through that zigzag and try to get it behind.
Yeah, and it's a good break off here for Central Florida. They haven't given up a good amount of lives, and that's actually a 4 down now for them, so they can hop right into this A site, and the 2 stack will start to come in as well. And honestly, if you're Old Dominion at this point, you need to just chalk this hill, completely just set up for a B hit, maybe play for a couple of exit kills here as Megan will fall. But the one thing is and they do have somebody set up in Love over towards that side. As I was going to say, you need to make sure you have somebody set up over towards water, because nobody is there to block spawns right now for Old Dominion, and everybody's going to spawn up on that water side of the map.
So yeah, they cleaned them up back at A, but now they have to deal with the pressure on B. Noodle's going to find one. A second one from Revan. That's 2 in a row now. You look at these last 2 players. 3 down. Noodle's going to find it. Chris on God. They know exactly where Red Guy is, so Sharks in the water. And Revan bites. So that's 4 down for a moment. Off spawn, though, you can see Megan and Tyler go big with 3 in a row. Try to get themselves on this side. Wrapped around the pillar, but Noodles can't win it out. It's the Diamante from Chris on God, and they have the crossfire set up. Revan in the back line, but big nade out of Revan. And that's another big hold from ODU.
Not over yet, though, but the overextension does come through, and this should actually be able to shoot a couple of the players in the back, and that's going to get a 4-man wipe now for Old Dominion University. That overextension, we see it all the time. Central Florida, not the wiser to it. They weren't watching for it.
Oh, Love gets spotted, but what a shot on the Red Guy. The headshot multiplier goes burr sometimes, and you can see Nevermind finds the second one. Going to wrap around through mid, 3rd in his crosshairs, but Tyler only going to be dropping to the help of Noodles. As you see, off spawn, Central Florida kind of trapped inside this garage. It's got to be priority taking out this player inside the bedroom. You can take out the players inside kitchen, but then you're going to be getting shot in the back, and this Love just going to be reaping the reward of pure positioning.
I think the big thing right now in this round, we got to be watching Chris on God. He's going around the far left-hand side, but with his positioning, he's actually going to block the spawn deep that his players are trying to block as well. So the players will still spawn up kind of in the middle of basketball, and kind of your main majority spawn that you will start on defense. And with Central Florida only having 4 lives left now, that was really their last big chance of a hit, was that hit from Chris on God. He needed to find more than just one. He just doesn't end up finding it. And now in a 4v12, this could be a very tough hill to be able to get.
This is Love sitting inside Tiki. Gonna find Chris. Now really stuck between the rest of them. Gonna be relying on his teammates to come up big. Megan does slip the line. Gonna find that, but the trades are coming through, and ODU will finish the round on defense with a lot of lives in their bank, only giving up one site. I'm pretty sure they held on to B without giving up a tick, so that is a pretty solid round on defense to start this off.
And that was only three ticks of progress that came in. You're absolutely correct. They didn't get a single tick over towards that B site, and that could be a very big implication towards the later ends of these rounds, especially if Central Florida's defense looks as good as Old Dominion's in that round. And we're seeing it again here, Colin, in this matchup. And it is because we're getting towards the end of the season. We've seen it in Challengers. We've seen it in CDL. And once you hit towards the end of the season, teams are just way more practiced in towards these control rounds, and just winning defenses becomes a little bit easier.
A big 3 down, a stack the site. ODU, they can get a lot done at B right now before this reinforcements come in. Revan finds the wrap. Red guy not going to be able to provide that flank. Here comes the reinforcements. The fly on out. Chris is able to get one the trade for a second, but still ODU working on the 3rd tick now. It's just Red guy standing in their way of a full capture into the site. Nevermind's going to put him down. That's the site going to be gone. 2 minutes on the board.
Now Old Dominion University, they make their way over towards the A side. They only have 1 player on site right now, but if they can get 1 tick of progress, this is already a better offense than what we saw to Central Florida, and they do get it in. And of course, it's Revan, the objective player on this team, also slaying out. I mean, he's doing it all for this team right now.
From the top, he goes down in deep. He is going to find that player onto the side. Tyler walks up big with 2. He's going to shut down this pressure for now, but on the doorstep is 1. Chris needs to go big here. At least 1 kill, maybe 2. To slow things down, but you can see that Old Dominion, they aren't going to be throwing lives here. They slow things down. They disengage right back to the teammates. Now looking to fly into this as 4. Chris inside Art. They beat down and a second. Can you make it a 3rd? You can't. Revan shuts you down finally, but the damage has been done.
Oh, but Love finds a huge 3-piece, though, off of spawn, just to completely open up the A side of the map. And now everybody on ODU, they can start to make their way over towards A. I love this overextension as well from Infamous Revan as he hits through middle of the map. Now he's going to hit through the defensive spawn side of the map, and if he waits just long enough, he can find a very good timing on player number 2 again.
Time is everything right now. Can you time your hit with Revan? Well, it's got to be perfect right now, but Revan's a little bit late to the call. He's just waiting. Noodles finds 2. That's going to be the time down, and yeah, here comes Revan now into the back line. Megan goes down. Red guy walks away with 1. He's able to lessen the fight on the site. First off spawn is going to find that player through mid. Revan still alive, wreaking havoc. Second take is going to be gone. That's going to be 3 down. Last alive is Noodles. You got to get him off now. Last tick going to be coming through. Can anybody touch? Can anybody touch? No, they can't. ODU, they stick it to the end.
Old Dominion University. What a play there. And who was it, Colin? It was Revan again. Absolutely popping off here in this series for Old Dominion University. I mean, he's playing so lights out right now for this team. It is unreal. The callouts and the teamwork has been so on point throughout Search and Destroy and throughout Control so far here. He sat inside a kitchen, and you said you thought it was for too long. But as soon as the pressure came from the front, they made the player, I believe it was Tyler, push off of the A site where he had Overwatch. He had to take himself away. And I'm sorry, it was actually Red Guy who had to take himself away and push back in towards the site. And as soon as he did that, the call comes through. Revan shoots him in the back. Crazy, crazy round from Old Dominion University.
We finally get an attacking round in Control. ODU now putting Central Florida on the ropes for to win an attacking round of their own. Over to B, you can see player number 2, Megan. She's going to have a foot into the site. Waiting for Tyler to get in here to provide a little bit of Overwatch on top of that, but it's going to neglect that. Chris comes swinging. Throw money. Finds a big two-piece. However, Noodles is going to shut down this push towards B. One last player is going to be Tyler. And Noodles actually has both streaks in there. Shuts down Tyler. All three players on Central Florida now going to be grouped up onto A. The conglomerate kind of trapped here between a pinch. That ODU are going to be laying through there. Love finds one. Never mind, coming into the back line. Off screen, Tyler looked to win this rotation battle, but he's going to be secured. And ODU just looking to lock down B.
On the last offense for Central Florida, it was very tough for them to make this rotation from A to B because they lost so many lives in succession and in the rotation from one to the other. This time through, they will win a few fights off of the rotation from A to B. But look at all these arrows from Old Dominion. They're completely ready for Red Guy. And as soon as he falls, you just know now your back is clear. Everybody on Old Dominion University, they can just start to look forward and try to find these players. Nobody else in your back.
Lives 15-19 now. As the trades keep swinging back and forth on the pendulum that is this raid control. Finally, 4 go down. Now's a chance, but off spawn, never mind. Getting right back into this one. Gonna find one. Doubles down with Love. Slows them down once more, Jesse. And UCF starting to lose lives. Only down by 2, but off this spawn, we saw how hard it was the first time on attack to get into the site. Losing so many lives early, and they need to just start getting a group of 4 to take over this B site, or else they're just going to be losing these one-on-ones.
Yeah, and now down 4 lives with only 60 seconds left in the round. This is where things can start to get a little bit hectic, and they need to, like you said, kind of just wait for each other off spawn, and make a good team push here, because you realistically only have one solid shot at trying to break this now.
Yeah, one shot, one opportunity to seize it. But
that was not what you wanted.
Oh, 3 go down in succession. Noodles is looking to reinforce Tiki. Swaps out to find Red Guy. Slides to the right. To get back into it, but he's got backup here. Never mind, and Revin find 2 of their own. It's 2v12, making it 0v12. ODU. What a dominant control there. 2 defensive rounds and an offensive round. They put UCF basically through the loop, and they find a big map number 3 here on Raid.
Old Dominion University has looked fantastic in this series. I mean, they were in a position to be able to win map number 1. They barely lose it out due to a full 60 being able to come through on the final hill of Raid for the likes of University of Central Florida. But that search and destroy and the control, like 2 of the most dominant game modes that we have seen in NACE Starleague playoffs so far from a team. And this Old Dominion University team, they just look so practiced, and the teamwork is so on point right now that it is going to be tough. Like, even if UCF takes this hard point, I think it's going to be very tough to take that final S&D off of them.
Well, now 2-1. Old Dominion University, they win this swing map. Garrison hardpoint is going to be coming up right over the horizon. So we're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, map number 4, just for you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here we're in 2-1 for our second match of the day. The losers round 3 between Old Dominion University and University of Central Florida. Old Dominion take the control to take them to where they are right now, leading after the swing match. Jesse, talk to me a little bit about the series we got so far.
I mean, if you guys missed it, I mean, you guys have missed a banger of a series so far. Even the control, even though it was one-sided, it still felt pretty close throughout all 3 of the rounds. But nonetheless, I mean, first map we went to the likes of the University of Central Florida. It was a close match all the way through a comeback, 250 to 226. Search and Destroy went the way of ODU as a 6-3, and then ODU, they took the control 3-0. And like I said, it was a very close control, even though it was a 3-0. Now heading in towards our second hard point. UCF, they're on their back foot. And I mean, for a lot of that first hard point, they were leading, but then they fell behind for a good period of time as well, where Old Dominion University kind of found their stride. And Garrison plays very similarly to Raid. I mean, I wouldn't put it out of the question that ODU can put it away here.
I mean, it's a big factor. We just saw it happen in the series prior to this one. It was Raid and then Garrison, and it was back-to-back wins for Independence Community College, where Garrison looked very comfortable at the start. They started to slip up towards the end, but they had enough of a lead that it was comfortable enough to close this one out. So, I mean, this is where you talked about it a little bit, just like Apocalypse, Garrison can kind of mimic that triple SMG setup. Are we going to see that out of these two teams? Do you think we're going to see that out of these two teams?
I mean, it's very possible. I think the big person that we really need to keep our eye on, though, from Old Dominion University, I can't remember his name off the top of my head now. What was his name? He was popping off in that last match. I'm so bad with names. Revan, thank you. Revan has been so good in this series. I feel so bad now because I was talking about him and I was gassing him up in the last series. But he's been so good. I think he's going to be really, really good coming in towards this game. And speaking of the game, let's hop into it right now. Heading off towards the Garrison hardpoint and Old Dominion University. And of course, it's Revan once again. The Hill player. I can't believe I forgot his name. How disrespectful.
Already into it, almost a flawless break-off, only losing 2 members late into that. Still 25 seconds onto this one. You see those members of UCF starting to make their way over to Hill 2, conceding this time. And take a look at Tyler. He spawned all the way out in behind. He could really pinch this out and take the fight to them. However, Old Dominion, they push the aggression first. They're going to pump that gas and push right into the enemy territory. Going 2 for 2 into this one. Nevermind, looking to split the difference around the back. Megan on 9 HP. Looking to stay alive, however, hunted down. And Central Florida, they may be the first ones to the hard point, but they are going to fall right away.
They do have a really good opportunity, though, to be able to reinforce this hill from the front, and they absolutely do. Now, the thing is, if they don't push far enough forward, they can absolutely keep Old Dominion University spawning on that left-hand side. One player will spawn out, though. That's a little bit of a weird spawn considering the rest of his teammate spawn on the left, but now player 3 can really make a big flank.
Here comes Revan. Good for 1, good for 2. Around the corner, he's going to fight. Oh, no! Oh, Chris just worked him around the back. It doesn't matter because Love was able to clean him up, but... Oh, Chris just went from X to Y in a matter of seconds. He's still ultimate, and they get right back into it. Keep collecting this time, Jesse. And I mean, Megan here looking to just stand tall. Look how far away UCF are to this rotation of third.
And Love is just finessing his life right now over on this site as well. So they'll get the remaining time. They'll get the rotational battle over towards the new hill as well. It is actually going to be a bit of a foot race and a beautiful nade to knock Nevermind down. But the spawns in the back, they go Old Dominion's way.
Yes, they do. Chris finds 2. Still staying alive. He's getting a piece out of the BGs. Love now looking to keep things going in the back line around the corner. Red guy in the crosshairs. Drops immediately. Big one-on-one in the back. Chris is going to come out on top. Now Love's the only one standing in the back line, waiting for this pinch to come on through from the front. Love goes back in. Tyler's going to drop him, but here comes the reinforcements now. Revan's in for 2. Snaps around on the D-Money for the 3rd, but Chris is going to get the better of him. So Central Florida, they're going to get a lead change here, and we have Nevermind on their doorstep. If you're looking at Old Dominion, I'd like to see them set up for next.
I mean, it's going to be a lead change, but it's going to be a very marginal lead change. Not very big at all. And now Central Florida... Here comes the hard rotation. They need to rotate from P3 over to P4. That trash hill, the garbage hill, whatever you want to call it, it will be Old Dominion, the first team set up inside of it. And this rotation out can be so tough unless you get a player to sneak through. And Megan might have just been able to do it.
You got to finish those. Got a little bit shaky there. And Love is going to pick this one up. Nobody in the hill just yet. You're looking at the sleigh battle to come on forward. Chris pushes the lines, finds 2. Now I'm going to double back onto Noodles. That's 3 in a row. Really turning up 13 and 7 into this hard point, making sure that UCF has the firepower to push to a map number 5 right now. Central Florida continuing to soak up the time inside that garbage hill. And Old Dominion just holding the line around them, holding this line of scrimmage, making sure that they have presence for that rotation hill number 5. And Revan's going to be coming in, looking to rip this hill right out from underneath them. And the trades are going to make it, so that's UCF. Get the scrap.
University of Central Florida. They will be on top of the hill first. As we pop, I'm sorry, Old Dominion University, they will be on top of the new hill first as the hill pops. And Central Florida on this right-hand side, I mean, they're not on the worst side here, but they need to make sure they find these kills. If they don't get these kills, they'll spawn out on the left-hand side, but so far it's been so good, and Old Dominion is still going to be the team spawning on the left.
103 to 82. Red guy floods on it. He flies to the skies, but Revan's going to shut him down. And now look at the setup. Nobody wants to touch this hill. They just want to slay out before they get into the objective. But trading blows right now. Finally, Nevermind finds a second. And a third onto Tyler. Should be able to get into this hill. Just has to deal with Megan inside this elbow. And that is going to be a job well done. But Central Florida, they're going to concede. They're going to let the scrap time go. They're going to look to set up for the rotation.
Speaking of that rotation, it will be Central Florida. Like you said, they'll be the first team to try to rotate over towards middle of the map. But actually, a little bit of a pinch developing here as UCF is spawning on the left-hand side. That should open up the right-hand spawn pocket for these Old Dominion players to spawn. And spawns are going to be all over the place right now.
Oh, it is chaos. It is chaotic inside. Revan's going to empty the site. But again, UCF fighting back for 2. Chris going to hop up into the bridge, and Love doubles down to secure the site. 10 seconds away from another lead change, and UCF nowhere close to find this one. Red guy's going to slip on in. Love just maintaining this contest battle. Well, Revan looking over the shoulder. Takes care of these players. Red guy in front of him pops up. Hello, goodbye. And now a lead change. Again, very marginal, like you said, for the first one. But Old Dominion, they do have the rotations to hill too.
Love is having a great game right now, too. Can we just talk about that for a second? 17 and 8 will finally fall inside the hill, but his job is done there. He can test for such a long time. And now the rotational battle once again over towards this P2 hill. Old Dominion University, they're in a great spot to grab another good chunk of time here on P2.
50 seconds in the bank. And all of these can be Old Dominion. You look at Central Florida, they're making the big wrap around, the big flank through Bricks. Noodles has eyes for the cross. You got Nevermind sitting inside of Bricks. He is finally going to be overwhelmed. That's 2 in a row for UCF, starting this pinch. And they're actually going to spawn out these 2 players. So it's a race into the hill. 3v2 on site. Chris finds one. He can find a second one. Love deep in the spawns. Red guy's going to shut him down. And that is going to be this time going to UCF. They get the break. They get the last 25 seconds. Old Dominion looking for the hill 3.
Central Florida get a little bit of a blessing of a spawn in that round, too, because Megan kind of spawns up beside the Old Dominion players and doesn't allow the reinforcements to come in from the right-hand side. ODU then just decides, hey, you know what? Screw it. Let's just kind of reinforce back towards this next hill. We need to try to answer back with a full 60 of our own here because of how quickly we got broken by Central Florida here. And that's a great response from them. All the kills in succession on rotation go towards the way of Old Dominion University. And now they have a really good chance to set up here for a good amount of time.
Well, one thing Central Florida are good at are winning the rotations, but losing the break. So now losing the rotation, can they get the break? When forced on elimination right now, ODU, if they take Garrison, UCF, they are out of the running for playoffs right now. So it is do or die inside this map. Now looking for the breakthrough tools. They flood on into Nevermind, who's good for 2. A third one on site. It's Revan to take him down. And they are going to be locking down the rest of this time. Well, Central Florida, they need to focus on setting up and setting up good.
I love this play from Old Dominion, too. They're not just going to stay sitting back. They have a decent-sized lead now, and they don't want to get kind of spawn trapped back here. Like we see happen in Control, like we see happen from the rotations from Hills 3 to Hills 4. They get the spawn flip as well, so this couldn't be working out better for Old Dominion right now.
Very dynamic is this team. Revan on 5 in a row. Working that streak now. You can see chaotic spawns into the site still from either side as the trades are being blown through. Garrison and Revan in for the top rope. Streak is gone. Red guy in a really good position to put this one down. He's going to hop on this hill. Enough time to tie us back up. Still losing the fights. Never mind. Comes in, finds another two-piece. 19 and 19. Can't forget about the subs. Because Old Dominion, every single player are here to play right now. Look at them across the board. They are winning in the slaying category.
And with all these kills coming through, they're only 1 kill away from finding this 200-point mark, and it's going to come through here, and they might even be able to build this lead up even bigger over that 200-point mark, and they get the spawn flip back over to the right-hand side. So now the rotation for Old Dominion, it's just that much shorter. Everybody can just rotate over towards the left because the old hill is still active. Everybody on Central Florida will still spawn on the right.
And Central Florida, they need to fight tooth and nail just to stay alive here inside the playoffs. It's a last chance effort onto this hill to keep it going. They're going to be spawning in that back tank. You have flipped it once more, so ODU are going to be having to fight across the map to get to here, but 217 to 159. A tall mountain to climb if you are University of Central Florida. Megan playing that cutoff roll. Is going to find Revan as well. Leaves it a little bit easier for the guys on site. Speaking of, red guy's going to find never mind. So Love, the last one standing, is going to be focused on holding on these rotations. However, look at the mini-map. Look at where Old Dominion are. And how Love can just pop up and just rain fire down from above. However, the trades are still favoring Florida.
I thought that was going to work out really well for Florida, but that big play from Love, like you said, just to stay alive on those stairs, it gives the spawns on the right-hand side back into the favor of Old Dominion University, because you want those right-hand side spawns. You want to be able to win this rotation back to P1, especially at this point in the game. Any time on P1 can help you come out and close this game out.
Florida right back into it, and it looks like Megan has come online, 25 and 26, staying toe-to-toe with the slaying of ODU. You just need some of the supporting cast to step up to the plate. You got Chris on God, but where's Tyler? And where's Red Guy? Well, Red Guy is starting to put it together, a streak on 3 in a row. Going to force these players on out. Has missed out on some good timing for Revan, but playing for these rotations. Revan, never mind, and go. All group up into this to break into the site, and they can put this away here still. They're going to need Central Florida to get back in for contention.
They absolutely can put this away still. And yeah, Central Florida, like you said, they need to contest. And this looks like Old Dominion University are just going to put all eyes forward right now and just try to hold them off. If they can find these last 2 kills, I don't think anybody on Central Florida will be close enough to touch.
Oh, Chris got to go big, and he does. We're going to be seeing a hill too, but who's there? It's Noodles. You're going to get into here. I mean, he is going to be ready with this Craig on the radar. Has the crossfire with Nevermind. Here comes Florida, and here they go right out into the fray. It's 2, make it 3 for ODU. They eliminate University of Central Florida, and they keep their lives alive here in the lower bracket.
What a game out of Old Dominion University. I mean, this team right now, they look so practiced. They look so... What is the word I'm looking for? They look so, like they just have such a good amount of patience on their team right now. They look so trained. They just like every little bit of teamwork that they could put in towards that second search, towards that search and destroy, towards the control, and towards that second hard point. I mean, it was just lights out. Every player was doing their job correctly. I mean, I as a color commentator watching this, I was honestly just the back half of that series is a piece of art from Old Dominion University.
Well, they lose map number 1, but 3 in a row to move on into the bracket. Looking to face St. Clair Saints now up next inside their playoff run. Looking back at Garrison, you can see just how much Old Dominion were able to flow through this. I want to look at the slaying category again, because you look at every single player on ODU right now in this replay above 20 kills, and 2 of them almost on 30. That is an absolute insane marker to be at, and really a big reason on why Garrison went the way of Old Dominion. You take a look at how small of a map it is and how controlled it can be at pacing. Well, Old Dominion they were never giving up that pacing.
No, not ever. And they looked, I mean, I hate to keep repeating myself, but fantastic. I mean, throughout the entire series. And with Old Dominion University winning this, I'm actually scared for St. Clair right now going up against Old Dominion. I mean, when you look at the two teams and how they've fared today, Search and Destroy probably going to go in the favor of Old Dominion University. I know we're not going to have this match on stream, but you got to think Search and Destroy probably goes in the favor of them. They could
You have to
probably
imagine.
take one of the hard points off of St. Clair just looking at how they're played against UCF, knowing how good UCF's kind of respawn has been all season long. And then the control, I mean, they 3-0'd UCF, who's a 9-1 control team throughout the season. They absolutely have everything it takes in their bag to take on this St. Clair team. It just depends on whether or not they're going to pull it out, kind of like they did in this series against UCF.
I mean, when you're looking at the playoffs, notes are out the window. Stats are out the window. This is do or die for a lot of these teams, especially in the losers bracket when you're facing elimination. This is when you really pull out the best you got after all of that. And I'm glad that Old Dominion, they aren't showing any weaknesses right now. I love that about a team in the playoffs. Just show your strengths and make sure you're reinforcing those strengths. I'm just so impressed by a lot of these teams that I'm seeing in the playoffs and how much they can take what we've seen through the regular season and just push it to the max right now in the playoffs. And they are pushing to the max and going beyond that.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, like I said, just the way that they were playing, they looked so like practiced on each and every mode right now. They look like they have not touched Vanguard once yet. They look like they have just been playing Cold War. They've been putting the hours in. What does the Rock say? Putting the time, putting the hours. Take what's ours.
Putting the hours.
I mean, Old Dominion University, man, they are coming out. I'm so impressed with this team. I honestly think that they have a shot right now to keep making a run throughout this losers bracket, and it will be a very long losers bracket run as well. They dropped in winners round 1 all the way down to the losers bracket. And I mean, if they win out against St. Clair, barring SCU and barring the match between SCU and Texas A&M International, if A&M International make it all the way through as well, we could end up seeing a rematch between those two teams from a winners round 1 matchup.
Yeah.
And I bet you Old Dominion University wants that rematch.
Oh, 100%. I'm sure that they are out for blood in the revenge tour that we're going to be seeing. But not to mention, I mean, University of Central Florida, they came out to play and they really looked good at a lot of times. You know, they took that map number 1 in Hardpoint on Raid and they took it barely coming away with it at the end, but still looking good when it comes down to the patience and the team coordination that we did get. So University of Central Florida, I mean, their run might be over in Cold War, especially in the NACE playoffs, but now you get to put a lot of your focus into Vanguard and expand as a team into the new season that is coming, Jesse. And I'm sure that this team is going to double down and look to just grow even more.
Yeah, I think University of Central Florida, I mean, you can't take away what they did this season. 9-0 regular season. Yes, you lose the conference championships. Yes, you don't have the greatest playoff run, but still a very good regular season nonetheless. It will be a lot of good practice and a lot of confidence for them to build off of going in towards the next college season, in towards the Vanguard season. And I honestly think this team could end up being a force to be reckoned with within the Vanguard season.
Well, folks, before we head to a break right now, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Metafy, the online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. And Metafy, it also grants you private one-on-one coaching sessions with elite coaches across a variety of games, including Call of Duty. So if you're looking as a Call of Duty team, maybe even as a coach, to figure out how to go and push to the max in a playoff run, Metafy is going to be where you're looking at. It also features a powerful replay viewing tool, allowing you and your players to submit the past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. So go check out Metafy, use CSL 15 at checkout, and get a coaching session of your own if you want to push your team to the next level, folks. We're going to be heading to a break, and when we come back, we got the upper bracket finals on the menu. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're back with the playoffs for NACE Starleague into our match number 3 of the day. You got the University of Tennessee Knoxville going up against Independence Community College. Seymour and Jesse bringing you this entertainment. We're going to bring it to you in just a second. But before that, I gotta tell you a little bit something, because for you, in celebration of you, we're bringing for our dedicated viewers over the fall season a giveaway for in-game currency during the NACE Starleague playoffs for Overwatch, Rocket League, and Call of Duty. This means that you, from this match's chat, will be randomly chosen to win a $25 or $50 gift card for in-game currency at the end of the match. So to increase your odds and win an even bigger prize, follow at NACE Esports, that's at NACE Sports on Twitter, and post a clip from random of the match. So if you tag it with NACE or NACE RL, NACE OW, or NACE COD with a hashtag, winning matches are chosen at random. So make sure you watch as many as you can before the weekend is over and post away, and then visit naceesports.org/NACE 2021 fall giveaway. That's naceesports.org/2021 fall giveaway, and that could be you walking away with some in-game currency. Jesse, back into this matchup, our last matchup of the day, an upper finals one as well. So this is a lot on the line right now between both teams. Talk to me about it.
Well, I mean, if we can pull up our graphic, our head-to-head graphic, it's going to be a fantastic matchup. We have Independence Community College, we saw earlier on today in our first matchup. They took down the undefeated St. Clair Saints, taken up against the University of Tennessee Knoxville team. And I mean, both these teams throughout the regular season were fantastic, both only finding one loss apiece. But in all honesty, University of Tennessee Knoxville, they are coming off of a Game 5 round 11 victory, and this team has got to be feeling on another level right now. So I mean, I really don't know who to call in this one. Both these teams have come in, both of these teams have really kind of taken off in the playoffs. Not two teams that I've really fully expected to see here in the winners finals. Maybe ICC, University of Tennessee Knoxville, wasn't really in my radar, but they've made it here, and this team is showing that they deserve to be here.
I mean, if you're looking on the opposite end of the table, UTK, they have the clutch through the roof right now. 2 round 11 search and destroys to beat ISU to get here into the upper bracket. This is going to be a hard one for ICC, and you know that when Tennessee, when they are against odds, they are going to come out on top. So let's see exactly what we have between both of these two teams. Let's look at the maps and modes that we're going to be going through, because we talked a little bit about it, and heading back to Apocalypse as that map number 1 where they choked hard against the Saints at the end of it. They should have won that, but now they get a chance to redeem themselves in that map number 1. You look at Express as map 2 for the search and destroy, Garrison Control for map 3. If this goes the distance, back-to-back Garrisons into the hard point for the next one, and then Raid Search and Destroy close this up. Talk to me about the series, because I mean, we know Apocalypse, and we saw them on Apocalypse, but what about the rest of it?
I mean, I really don't know what to think between these two teams. Just both of their runs have looked so similar. 3-0ing both of their first 2 teams that they have played, and really making good runs of themselves throughout the first bit of this game. But it looks like ICC's run maybe has been a little bit harder here. But UTK, they still won a Game 5 round 11 to get here in their last series. So how can you even really say that? And then when you're looking at the overall map and the modes and what really comes through, Apocalypse Hardpoint, I think, is going to be a really big one. Independence Community College, they looked very dominant on that map. Like you said, they had an 80-point lead over St. Clair before they threw it away in map number 1 of our first series of the day. So if they can find a way just to close that map out, I don't see a reason why they can't take that first map. Heading towards Express Search and Destroy, I think this is going to be kind of one that we haven't seen ICC on. Don't really know what to take from it on. But what we do know is that even in the standoff Search and Destroy, they looked fantastic. I find this is a map that can play very similarly to standoff.
I feel bad for the Redbirds, Jesse. I mean, that's the second Game 5 round 11 that they've lost. At least this time it wasn't on stream, but this time it puts them in the losers bracket. The first time it was to lose that first seed to go into the playoffs against Mankato, and I just, you know, sometimes you got to find that clutch, and you got to make sure that you clutch things up at the end of it. And in Illinois State University Redbirds, they haven't showed that. So in their side of the bracket, they're going to have to find that. hold themselves back and make a run happen. Whereas University of Tennessee Knoxville now, see if they can keep that momentum going into this one. You've highlighted the maps, you've highlighted the modes, and what we're going to be seeing out of these two and how it favors both sides. But Apocalypse Hardpoint, that's going to be where we're starting off for our map number 1, and it's going to be a big one because, like we said, ICC, they choked it last time.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Jzerk again here. He played phenomenal in that first series. He's going to be a player that I'm really highlighting for ICC to kind of pop off once again for themselves here. He's in that flex role. We've seen him run AR. We've seen him run some machine guns. We'll see what he can do here on the kind of a rematch for this team of themselves in Apocalypse Hardpoint. Let's get right into it.
Let's get right into it, indeed. Point number 1, middle of the map. You can see Tennessee on the less preferred side. And Jzerk already going to be overextending into the trenches. However, King shuts him down. 2 kills go the way of Tennessee, and the break is right into there. Are they going to be aware of Big Head up top? Well, here he comes the strike to his name. Gets them off the hill. Going to get some time for his own and even find a third for his trouble. So 3 in a row right off the bat. 3-0 start to this. Not too shabby from Big Head, but now you got to take your eyes onto the rotational battle between player number 6 of Tennessee and the rest of the team.
It's been about an hour and a half since we saw Independence Community College play last, but not slowing down one bit yet. You can see Big Head already on 4 in a row to start this game off. I mean, if he can find streaks off the rip, that would be something absolutely unreal to start this game off. But look at the time that they are already building off the rip of this game. It's looking very similar to last game. A 37-second lead. Can't find streaks. He finishes on 6 in a row, but they hold on to the spawns for the next hill as well. This could get really scary really quick for Tennessee.
I mean, considering the game just started, 6 in a row, not too bad. Now Alessio looking to hold on tight to the rest of this. Sexy Poo going to be shots on. The slide is in, but the kill comes through for Tennessee. Now looking to push themselves into the back. They're spawning out ICC, so these kills are going to be very important towards the end of it. Jzerk is overwhelmed on site. Now Big Head, the last one standing, is going to give himself away now. The hunt is on. Can he stay alive long enough? He cannot. And Sexy Poo was a big one-on-one at the front to take down Alessio. So Tennessee going to be holding on tight to this hill number 2. Right on the doorstep is going to be ICC, and there they go. AJ, a big one on a Jzerk to take down Big Head. That is it.
That was so needed for Tennessee. They get a big break here. They can bring themselves right back into the game. We'll be, practically at a tie game once they hold on to the remainder of this time. I don't think it will get contested again here from the rest of the ICC players, as it looks like they want to just make the full rotation over towards Stilts. And Stilts was a hill where we saw them really dominate St. Clair in their last series. It was a hill where we saw them constantly get a ton of time on. So if they can find a way to find that same success here, they might be able to just bring this league back into their favor.
See, Rob is going to be playing anchor to the spawns out here. A lot of kills going the way of blue. Finally, Robski is going to drop in. The spawns are going to flip out there. You can see player number 2, Robski, is going to spawn all the way deep temple and setting up for the break here. Alessio going to die. AJ, Revive, Sexy Poo, all in the feed for 3. Break into it like it's nothing. Now, can Jzerk get back into it? Because he has been such a lethal force for his squad. Playing it patiently, waiting for the swing to come in, waiting to heal up, and this is going to be the pinch to get the break. Jzerk's into it. Can he stay? No, King's gonna get it, but it's a swap.
Yeah, I mean, the trades, they're just going to keep coming down fast and often here, especially on Apocalypse Hardpoint. But I mean, Jzerk, I mean, you were kind of highlighting there, but a very slow start for him. Kind of uncharacteristic for this player to get off to such a slow start here. They will find the lead at the end of the Stilts Hill as we look to head over towards our 4th hill on the Turtle here. And both teams, they're going to make the full rotation over. And this looks like a very good break opportunity now for Independence Community College.
You got 2 already falling. That's 3 out of the mix. The break immediately from ICC. 4 go down. AJ's cleaned up, so no flank potential at all. And Big Head double down. Just because he can.
He's popping off.
15 and 6. He is having a very good game right now indeed. So you see the rest of Tennessee now. They know they need to break these spawns. They need to flip this out. Alessio gets spotted up top. And ooh, the wall bang from Schwaxipu. So now looking to pull this one up. A damaged Big Head has to play his life. Going to be swinging it around and making sure to clean up the rest of the scrap time if he can win out on a few more one-on-ones.
This is the second time that we've seen Big Head on a 7 streak as well. He's going to streak out the back as well, trying to force those players into Alessio. And it does it does not matter. Another one of the players was there for ICC. Alessio did fall, but they will find the trades. And now Big Head, he should be able to lock down that spawn on the top left. So now if these ICC players fall, they should spawn up top left.
Well, ICC, they've been gracious enough to receive a pinch potential. The kills just aren't going their way. You see 3 down, almost 4. Alessio just looking to stay alive. Is going to hop up top 5 and into the connection pit. Players on either side not able to walk away with the kill. It's AJ to take them out. Now looking for more as the pressure is coming through these trenches. AJ is going to find Big Head. Can he find a second one? Just playing his life so well. Not going to find Robski, but King is there to trade it out. So still walking away with the rest of this time. Tennessee, to find the rest of it, we are going to be seeing pretty close to a tie game.
The end of our first map of our first series today, we saw St. Clair really zone out Independence Community College on this hill. Independence Community College are going to be looking to do the exact same thing here to the University of Tennessee Knoxville. They want to just find as many kills as they can in succession here to keep Tennessee pinned in the back left, but it's not going to be the case off the rip. Tennessee already inside the hill. I think they've already gotten more points here on the hill number 1 than they did on the last set of rotations.
I honestly, you're right. You are completely right, but Independence Community College made the heads-up play to take these spawns back. So J-Star's going to be making the big wraparound, playing for the pinch with Big Head. Fexy Poo kind of in between a rock and a hard place right now. And that hard place, Big Head, is pretty hard right now. Alessio is going to split the difference,
right.
Find the break back in, and what just happened?
People were just pushed too far forward to the left if you're ICC, and then the spawns that came in for them were on the left-hand side, which opened up the spawns on the right for Tennessee. Wild stuff comes in there, and now Tennessee, they could just completely take over and have full control of spawns for the new hill. And we saw how hard it was for them to break the last time through, and there was a kind of limited amount of people here. Now you've got a full setup. It's going to be very tough to break, although Big Head finding 2 off the rip, it's going to make it a little easier.
Big win for that rotation now. Still with presence in the back line. Fexy finds 3. So the fight on the front is going to be important, but Big Head gets overwhelmed. Just too much to deal with. Is 24-11, but still can't do everything himself. The nade's going to land for there from the stick onto Jay Zerk. Rise looking to soak up this time alongside King. Rest now of ICC. They are going to be seeing themselves lose out on this lead change. No, they're not. Here comes swinging from the ropes. ICC with a break immediately. Keeping their lead going and making sure that they stuff back Tennessee into this back temple spawn.
ICC, they just don't want to give up on this time immediately here. They want to try to hold on to this for as long as possible, tick away as much as possible here. And actually, when you look at the rotation, it's Big Head here once again inside the trenches. He was so good the first time through on this hill, just playing his life, finessing his life inside of the trenches. And it looks like, once again, it should be ICC able to turn scrap into initial time at the new hill. And, I mean, this is looking like a chance for them to now break this game wide open.
Yes, it is. Alessio around the outside. Looking for the long overextension just to reinforce this site. Through the catwalk. Starting this pinch. King falls. Trace back and forth. Coming out on top is ICC. Could they beat out King here? Big one-on-one from Alessio and King, but it's going to matter that Robski gets back in for this for ICC to hold on to this lead now. Tennessee, they have spawns now, but they are going to be losing some very crucial time into this hill, so they need to get back into this one. They are going to find the player inside. It's Alessio to sneak on back in, lock things down, and shut out the rest of them. AJ falls. That's it for Tennessee onto that 3rd hill. They need to focus on 4th.
They should have masked the 220-point mark here, almost 225, I think, at the end of this. But one thing I just want to highlight right now is Big Head on 33 and 15. I'm so sorry for that. He has absolutely had an incredible series here, an incredible first map for his team. And now Alessio might even be able to find streaks. They might just be able to put Tennessee away on this hill.
Jazer, Robski, Alessio, all set up to shut this one down. 3 out of the picture for Tennessee. You see King, the last one standing just inside the small room on the end. Big Head gets the trade. Now it's a race to get back into this hill. 10 seconds left. The front line push is going to be there. Can it be enough, though, to take this down? Alessio's going to drop the streaks. The big guns come on out, raining fire onto the front line. 4 seconds left. The break is here, but can King hold on? That's a big piece. Can he find Big Head? No. Big Head finds it. Revives now. Back into the mix is going to break back into the hill now. 151 and 246. Nice snap onto Alessio and Independence Community College. They are setting up. They need 4 seconds, and this next hill can shut this down.
Oh no, 4 seconds was all they needed last time too. And they threw it away, but they've got a full setup here. If this hill pops and they don't find a way to win off this, there is a problem here. Nobody should get close for University of Tennessee Knoxville. And this time, Colin, the Independence Community College will close it out 250 to 162.
What a series between both of these squads, Jesse. I mean, I know Apocalypse gets a little bit shaky for ICC, but they were in the lead. It started tipping the scales back to UTK, and then the second set of rotations, they do exactly what they need to do. They play for the spawns, they hold on to the rotations, and they completely slam the door on University of Tennessee inside of Apocalypse. It's a lot different, a lot more practice than we saw against the Saints.
That's basically what they did against the Saints, except they didn't throw it away in the last 2 hills, right? So all good on Independence Community College there. No shade thrown. It was just kind of a map choke the first time through we saw it. Nonetheless, they get it done here. I will say Jzerk had a very rough map, though. I think he was like 9 and 20 at one point throughout that map. So very uncharacteristic rough map from Jzerk. He was the player I was highlighting to take a look at. But you know who stepped up for their team was Big Head. Big Head dropped almost 40 kills in that game for Independence Community College, really putting the team on his back. He was double positive throughout the game. Really kind of the shining star here for ICC through that map number 1.
Map number 1 now is over, and Search and Destroy coming up next spells trouble for University of Tennessee. And yeah, I talk about how much they have clutch potential inside this game mode, winning 2 round 11s in their series prior to this one. But now you're going up against ICC. You'll lose that map 1 again, and you're headed to Express Search and Destroy. Now, we saw ICC and how strong they can be in this when they start getting the ball rolling in their favor. And if University of Tennessee, if they don't tame the beast that is ICC's players right now, if it's that their submachine gun players can just run rampant throughout this, they are going to start falling behind, and this is not a map that you can afford to lose right now.
No, not at all. You don't want to go into a garrison control against Independence Community College down 2-0. You want to be able to win this map out. I think the big thing when you're looking at ICC here, though, on Express Search and Destroy, one thing that we saw so well from them from the first series, from their standoff Search and Destroy, that we saw them play was the First Bloods. They were constantly finding them. I think it was a 6-2 final from the map for the map count, and then also a 6-2 final for First Blood counts. Every time they found First Blood, they found the round on standoff. Now I know that this map, maybe First Blood's not to the same extent can be as powerful on this map as you might see on a standoff Search and Destroy, but it's still a First Blood nonetheless. And if they can find a way to turn that success from standoff into Express, that's how this team is really going to be able to come out on top against this University of Tennessee Knoxville team.
I couldn't agree more, but talk to me a little bit about Express. And I mean, we saw Search and Destroy for ICC earlier. What's the differences now looking at Express Search and Destroy?
Well, I mean, when you look at Express Search and Destroy, it's really about kind of hitting as a team. And that was something that we actually saw ICC do very well earlier as well, was they were hitting towards that B site so strongly and kind of just getting the bomb down as a 4-man unit and then getting a nice post plan setup. And that is all what Express is about. You want to be able to get in towards one of those sites, get that bomb down as a 4-man unit and really set up, because there are so many different angles that you get shot from, so many different levels that people can kind of hit at you from. You can jump on top train, you can jump in the top of the lockers, you can jump from around one of the sky bridges and just really kind of shut down either team. So if you're ICC here, I think your biggest recipe for success is keep up doing what you're doing in the first one, find those First Bloods, keep pushing out, find those big 4-man hits. And then if you're University of Tennessee Knoxville, I think it's much of the same recipe. You guys looked like you were very strong through your last series. You won 2 2 game 5 round, 2 round 11s, not 2 game 5 round 11s, but you did win a game 5 round 11 as your second one. They've looked fantastic, so I think we're about to see a slugfest of a Search and Destroy.
I think one thing we can really narrow down on, again, that Independence Community College really took into their own last time we saw them in Search and Destroy back on standoff, is the First Blood potential that they have. And I think the potential that Alessio could constantly be in the back line. Now, you talk about 4 hitting a site. If, by chance, Tennessee and ICC, they go for the gamble on sites, they might be caught off and they read it wrong, and then that's going to open up the potential for a flank that you know now that Independence Community College, they're going to be taking advantage of that every single time that they get it. So Express, it's definitely susceptible to flanks, especially when you do start falling into the 4-on-4 fashions.
Yeah, flanks can absolutely be detrimental for your teams on this map. And if ICC want to come out on top, they're going to have to be watching their backs.
Well, before that, we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we will have this map number 2 set up for you. Just got to get the players all wrangled up, so stay tuned for some more playoff action here on NACE Starleague Call of Duty. Welcome back, everybody. After the short break, we have map number 2 starting to get ready for these players, starting to flood on into the lobby. But Jesse, Express going to be here. ICC, they're on that lead right now after taking Apocalypse. Talk to me a little bit about Express and what we're going to need to see out of Tennessee to pull this one back again, just as a reminder for the folks that might just be tuning in.
Well, University of Tennessee Knoxville, kind of like I was alluding to earlier, if you are just tuning in, this team, they've had the ice all day so far today. They've won 2 round 11 search and destroys in their last series. One of them was a game 5 round 11 to make it here to this game. So, I mean, really, if it's up to University of Tennessee, I think they want this series to go as long as possible, this map to go as long as possible, because they just have the practice in it right now. They've got the ice in their veins at the moment. They want to be able to take this one. I mean, maybe they might want to finish it before round 11, but if it gets there, they've got the confidence to be able to do it.
Oh yeah, I mean, they've done it before. Why not do it again? Let's keep the ball rolling. Let's get a long game. I want to see a round 11. We haven't seen a round 11 in a very long time, folks. So let's hop over to Raid. Let's take a ride on the train here. Let's get to our destination. That is map number 2. Tennessee going to be on the defense, but Alessio's going to open up this offense, and look at that, right away. Tennessee in a 1v3. It's Fexipoo against the rest of ICC.
Well, there we have it. Your classic B hit where both teams just send all of their bodies towards that site. And ICC, they just got the stronger gunfire right now. They come out on top. We saw it in that map number 1. They were the team that was kind of leading the way in terms of this lane, and they're going to continue it on here into this round number 1 of the search.
Robski finding the last one. First round air, ICC. A very convincing one. Only losing 1 player. It's Big Head. He's going to be in a very dangerous position every single time. So walking away with 1 and falling, not the worst case scenario. Team Ace is the way to go out of that one, but the bomb going again to be only 1 player here. The rest of ICC are going to make them the wrap around A side, potentially setting up for this flank. This post plant now, are they going to be ready? It's going to be a big fight off screen here. Alessio finds Fexipoo, but not before he takes out one of their players.
Oh, and King finding that kill on Jzerk through the middle of the map. It should have given them a good man advantage here, but Robski evens it right out for himself. And now Alessio, his job right now is to just push through middle of the map and try to find a timing onto one of these players, and he absolutely does. And King is not in a great spot to be able to watch this bomb. He's in this little kind of alleyway, and if he gets shut down and gets spotted out here, this could be absolutely disastrous.
Finds Alessio, gets out. Now Robski on this head glitch. King just needs to play the time. 8 seconds left. He knows Robski has to play the time, and there you go. What a clutch play out of Tennessee. He even walks away with the kill.
He played that perfectly. I mean, you would have thought that they would have been watching over his teammate defusing the bomb originally, but just not able to get there in time. The timing was not in the favor of Independence Community College. And just a perfect play from King. He finds the first, dips away, and just plays the time perfectly to find the second. I honestly thought for sure there that that they were going to just try to chase that kill down onto King after hitting him down to one shot. But I guess you try to hop the bomb. Either way, you're pretty much in a lose-lose situation at that moment.
Now, round number 3, tied. Again, Big Head looking to make the play. Finds the one. Can he transfer to second? He can. That's 2 down right away. AJ alone is going to convert for a takeaway, and the takeaway only being 1 player deficit now. AJ and Shvaxipu to retake the B site.
It's going to be a really tough retake in a 2 versus 3. We saw how tough it looked in that very last round in a 2 versus 2, so add another variable to that with an extra player to have to take out, and it's going to be very, very tough. Fortunately, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a connection interrupted there, and I think they found a kill.
They did, and we're going to try to bring this to you as best as we can. A 1v1 AJ, 17 seconds left. Going to have to play the bomb, and J-Sark's very far away. He's going to stick this one. AJ's going to stick it. Oh, he's got this one. Oh,
he shot him in the legs.
Oh, my. J-Sark sees the legs. What?
Oh, I wish we got to see that out of it. He must have peeked from this left-hand side and just saw the legs. And see, the thing is, where the defensive player was holding on the bomb there, what they were trying to do was they were trying to lay down. So he was predicting J-Zerk was going to come out through that little cutout that we saw King play in the last round. So he was laying down, trying to stretch the bomb around that. But what happened when he was laying down in that situation was J-Zerk then got the opening around the side. That's just that's a 1,000 IQ play from J-Zerk there. Who cares if he went double negative map 1? Huge clutch up there in round number 2.
Huge play in round 2, but as you saw, we were having a little bit of a connection interruption, so will we get everything sorted out, Jesse? I mean, talk to me a little bit about these early rounds, pros, cons between both of these teams. What are you seeing?
Well, it looked like we saw both teams really favoring that A site right off the rip. ICC was doing a really good job of just kind of taking control of the site right away, getting that bomb down and just playing with the man advantage. Not really sure what happened too much in that last round there. Obviously, we were having a little bit of connection issues to the party. But as that round was going on, I think the big thing that you really need to look at there was in a 3v2, in a 2v3, University of Tennessee really almost brought that one back for themselves. So if maybe they get an extra man in that fight, that's probably a round win for themselves there. So it's a good little bit of confidence that University of Tennessee Knoxville can build off of. And even on their first offensive round, they got that bomb down. They played time perfectly if you were King. So if you're UTK, you're feeling not too bad about this so far.
Well, as we get set up to get back into Express, we're going to cut to another short break. And when we return, the continuation of University of Tennessee Knoxville against Independence Community College. And we are back. Just as a reminder, this is continuing the series. So 2-1 for ICC. After that one, it might see 0-0, but now we're going to be seeing ICC back on the defense, getting first blooded. Alessio drops. AJ looking for a second one. Big Head able to trade this one out. That's bomb down, Jesse, right into the middle of the action. So to Tennessee, they not only have to get this bomb, but they have to take Big Head out of this power position.
And you got to imagine he's gotten a good view of that bomb now, too, so he knows it's down up there. Revised. Oh, catches some terrible timing.
No.
There's another nickel, Colin. And now there's two players up here hunting down, watching this bomb, and Revised is going to have a big job to get back up in there and try to find it.
I'd be rich. I'd be rich right now for COD timing. ICC, they took that and they ran with it. Jazer got blessed with that whole thing and able to get in there undetected. Look at this play right now in the kill feed. Shvaxipu looking for the flank. Well, the flank's not there. Reinforcement of that bomb is going to carry ICC now to a 2-round lead, 3-1.
That's kind of crazy, right? Because that's just COD timing at its finest. If Big Head doesn't get up into that top window, or sorry, if Jazerk doesn't be able to get up into that top window, they probably lose that round. He probably gets shot on attack on trying to make his way up there. And now Tennessee, they end up losing out the round, and now they're down 3-1 because, like you said, we still have those scores carrying over from our map replay. And a very quick trades back and forth here, and it will be a 3v2, but bomb moving very quickly over towards this A site. It should be a pretty easy plant.
Yeah, they put pressure on B, try to get the information on the players, and information received. Now, Jazer is going to set up camp deep in their spawn, watching for the late flank. Well, the bomb goes down at A, and these two players are going to be playing very disconnected over at the A site. Alessio gets spotted by King. And now look at the way they're working this one. Tennessee playing separate one-on-ones, but I like this call from King. They're going to be playing together with Revised. However, ICC can play this game too. It's just a game of cat and mouse, give and take. And right now, Tennessee, they're taking. Alessio is going to be down. ICC in a 2v2. It's going to pull this last player, Jazer, to watch on that overpass. Watch the flank from King. And there it is. 2v1. Jazer puts them in a good position. Robski still up top. Only 9 seconds to go with, and not enough time to do both. He's going to have to play his life. ICC going up 4-1 here in Search and Destroy. And Jazer, now he knows that. It's just the hunting party of 1. 4 in a row.
Oh, yeah, 4 in a row for him off of a restart, and now a 4-1 lead as well for Independence Community College. And I mean, that was just such a great round. They put so much attack over towards that B site, make everybody think that they're going over towards that site, or sorry, towards the B site, and then completely flip the switch. Everybody heads back through the sky bridge over towards A, get the bomb down, and Jazer got into such an annoying position where he could completely just watch the flank, and nobody could really stop it if you're University of Tennessee Knoxville. Now back on offense, University of Tennessee, they should have a fairly open B site, but maybe Alessio might just be able to shut this plant down. He's in a sneaky spot.
What a slippery snake here. That's bombed down. A second one on AJ. As Robski may fall, but the damage, it has been done, and it has completely flipped this round out. King looking to take down Jazer. That streak ended on his end, but King now last alive in a 1v2. You know exactly where he is. Goes into a 1v1, but Alessio's got the trades, and ICC now 3 rounds in a row after the reset. 5-1.
This has been pretty unreal. It's like they got the reset that they needed. I mean, the first couple rounds weren't exactly bad for them, but I wouldn't say they were great either. But these last 3 rounds have just been dominance from them. I mean, you only have, what, 7 kills in total in 3 rounds on the other side for Tennessee here. King, he needs a little bit of help from the rest of his team. They need to find a couple kills. And now, also, they need to find 5 rounds in a row if they want to be able to bring this back.
This is what I was talking about, Express.
That's a free plan, too.
Yeah, the gamble of going to the wrong site, but AJ hops out of the train, finds Jazer. That's a big name player off the board.
And how they're going to set up for a break here. All the players will just kind of pinch in from all different angles as they try to find all of these, but it's going to be a lot of little individual one-on-ones ICC needs to win.
Rise might catch some good time here. Checks the corner. There goes Alessio, 2v4. The retake being good, but Big Head finds the exit, and they claw their way back at 2v2.
They're defusing.
Just like that, are they going to check the bomb? AJ just secured them that round by sticking it. What a play out of him. Tennessee, they slowly slowly take that round back. But that got scary at the end there. If it came to the kills, might have lost that.
Yeah, I mean, it was really that one kill onto Alessio that really opened up the whole map there, because then everybody on ICC, everybody else had to kind of look off of their angle and look a separate way. If everybody won their individual fights, it probably would have been an ICC round win. What they didn't, and now ICC, now they look to kind of carry this favor once again in towards this offense, or sorry, in towards this defense, and look at this, they're completely set up ready for an A hit.
Big head. Gets the tag. He's chasing. That's bomb down. And look at that. Alessio finds a second one off screen. And he's in the backline already. How did Alessio get here so fast? They are trapped in Big Head in a position to make this out of reach for King. 1v4. This is where it starts. Can King show the ice that Tennessee has had again and again throughout this playoffs? First one's going to take it. Alessio's going to put it down. ICC win the search, and that is going to be a 2-map advantage for Independence Community College.
And, I mean, what did we say when we looked into that whole map there? We said that you did not want to go down 2-0 to ICC going into Control, because what did they do in Control earlier on today? They made St. Clair, like, not look so great in Control. Yes, they didn't win an offense, and it was on Garrison, and it was on Raid. So, I mean, going to Garrison, Colin, I'm not expecting too many offensive wins here. Maybe unless they can get inside of that B site and really just push everybody off the site, kind of get them in that spawn trap that we see the offense able to do sometimes. I think that's the only way that we see an offensive win on Garrison. But nonetheless, I think this is going to be a very, very tough rest of the series for University of Tennessee Knoxville. I mean, you have to go through Garrison Control, Garrison Hardpoint, who we also saw the likes of ICC win that off of St. Clair. And then if you go the full distance, you need to take on a Raid, Search, and Destroy. And they just kind of picked you apart on this, indeed.
No, they did. And it's not a situation that you want to be in. I mean, I know Tennessee, they have the clutch factor to win those round 11s, but do they have the clutch to win a Control against this team that they've already struggled against so much inside the series? And now being down 2-0, you face the wrath of this team, really. You face moving down to the losers bracket, and it's just in all, University of Tennessee Knoxville, they've had a good run, but it seems like they've met their match right now.
Yeah, they really do. And I think this just shows once again that Independence Community College is just on another level right now. We saw it in that St. Clair matchup. They honestly should have been a 3-0. They just barely lost to the likes of UCF, or sorry, to the likes of St. Clair in that first map. And then as everything went along, it got worse and worse for Independence Community College, or sorry, for the likes of St. Clair. Now Independence Community College, they look to do it again here. They look to take out another team and punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Well, talk to me a little bit, because Garrison's going to be a tough one. You can get spawn trapped often on that attacking side. What are we looking at for Tennessee? What do they need?
Well, I mean, breakoffs are the most important thing on Garrison. We say it a lot on Control, but even more so on Garrison, more than other maps. On Garrison, if you can get a good break off on offense, that can basically lead to an A zone completely finished, or sorry, the B zone completely finished, and then you can just kind of turn that into an A zone if you can wrap over just in time. If not, though, if you don't win your break off, that's when things get really, really rough on offense. So I think if you're University of Tennessee, I think your biggest thing right now is focus on those breakoffs. Win those breakoffs, take it one step at a time.
It's definitely going to be a tough time, but I think that if we're going to see Tennessee start on the defense, that's going to be a good place for them to be. On attack, not really the most favorable side here. On Garrison, I think when you talk about big players into the map, when we mention the side of University of Tennessee versus Independent Community College, well, J-Zerk and Bakehead have just been lighting it up in that kill feed. And if you're kind of putting priorities on top of that, not only the breakoffs, but you got to find somebody to go toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah, I mean, J-Zerk had a rough map number one when he had to play that flex roll and pull out the submachine gun. But in that second map there, he got to use the AR. I would imagine he's going to stick with an AR here into Control for those long-range lines of sights on Garrison. And it's going to be hard when you have Big Head up in your face with an SMG on defense, and then you've also got him just sitting in the back watching over you. It's going to be very tough to be able to deal with that duo.
Yes, it is. Well, do or die on the ropes. University of Tennessee, Knoxville, they need to reverse sweep if they want to keep this winner's bracket alive. Let's hop over to Garrison. Let's take a look at map number 3. Already starting off with Tennessee on the offense here. This is an interesting one. They're going to be looking at the B side right away. Big Head. Who else to lurk like that?
Of course it's Big Head. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't Big Head who was lurking through the map like that. AJ is trying to find anything that he can right now, and he'll get one, but instantly traded out. And there's Jzerk. He's got the Diamatti up top, but you got to imagine his secondary on that class is going to be the AR. And now you get Alessio up in a powerful position. Big Head will come off spawn and get up into a powerful position, and Jzerk is in a powerful position with an AR. This is going to be a very tough to break now.
Jzerk's
in their spawn.
In their spawn now, yeah. He's got the whole crossfire locked on down now, they know. So they're going to have to put priority on to take him out here. It's just burning the clock now. 31 seconds, he's going to get back in. Diamatti's out. Doesn't check the corner. Alessio's got the trade, but...
How did King get it behind? Where did that come from?
It's just both sides. The clock is stopped at 24. Big Head's going to be hunting this down. Not going to bite off too much. He's got Sexy Poo watching over him. AJ still collecting time at B, but these kills are going to be so crucial. 19-19 in the life potential. Finally, progress at B for UTK. They stop the onslaught that's been going on.
Yeah, I mean, the end lives are still even, so this isn't even that bad of a scenario here for UTK. They need to finish this off. If they don't finish it off, that's when things are going to get really, really rough. But with those final kills coming through, the B site will be finished. And you got to put that all on King. King found an opening through the middle of the map, just found a way to sneak through, shot a couple players in the back, and really opened things up for Tennessee.
Just enough. Minute 10, 17-16 in lives. And now an advantage by 2. Moving at this pressure. Take control of it breaks. Take control of the site. Jzerk's alone on an island, waiting for these teammates to come back in. So the reinforcements are going to be here from ICC. Alessio, player to his right, playing off of his teammate. Here comes the trades. Big Head, though, going to find this. Alessio going to get into the mix, but that's 3 down now. Jzerk all alone in the back of radar. Can he turn up? That's 1 down, but that's about it. So 2 going to be on the site, gaining this pressure fast. You see off spawn, ICC, they're hitting the road. They are running to it because these players of Tennessee Knoxville, they are already here. 3 players going to be here to stack it. That's time going to be going fast now. Getting this break come in soon enough. Jzerk's going to find the first one. That's an opening for the site. Alessio's got the contest shit. I didn't even see this. This is such a cheeky spot for Alessio to be in, but has to back up eventually. Still 2 ticks on the board right now. Alessio's going to be in it for the contest again. Finds one up top. AJ in the back line. It's going to be the last one. King's going to find that one-on-one. And Rise has to back up. Big Head now to get into the break. Going to find the first one. Second one in the back. Again, it's King. And a 1v1. Can Big Head find this? He's had the kill onto King. But now he's got to deal with AJ. And he's got to deal with Sexy Poo. They just can't step up right now to the constant pressure that we're seeing. But 8 lives to 3. ICC. They have to play this good. Only 2 lives remaining. The last 2 players here, and they're flooding right through the front line. Last take going to be putting on through. AJ's going to be soaking up the time. Robski and Big Head, they find the difference. They're still alive. But Robski can't find King. It's a 1v6. Big Head's inside the site. He's decapping this one. They know exactly where he's going to be. And here they come to swarm on in. Big Head all alone in the back line. What can he do? Not a whole lot.
Yeah, it's really tough. They did a really good job of battling back into that site, but unfortunately just lost too many lives earlier on in that round on defense. And again, you would normally imagine more defenses won than not on Garrison, but more and more as this year has gone along, teams have figured out how to push into this hill. And it was really ever since that top green platform right to the right there became part of the zone that we started to see teams really start to be able to kind of contest and start to win more offenses here on Garrison. It really did balance out the map quite well. And there you have it, Tennessee Knoxville. They will take the first round here in the control, taking all 6 ticks of progress and taking both zones. And now Independence Community College, they need to answer back on an offensive win of their own.
It's the first step on the reverse sweep train, Jesse. See this break off. AJ overextending right through the line. He slipped right past him. Alessio, he's got the back and a team kill from King. That's 3 down now. Big Head stops the clock at a minute 14. He's going to get this time at B.
It's a perfect break off there. 3 kills go in their way, and they're on both sites right now. Jzerk will just try to be annoying over here at the one site. And I mean, he's found 2. Might even be able to find a 3rd here. Just trying to finesse his life. He gets some help as well from Alessio. B is done. A has a tick of progress all the way through, and they can now stack the hill.
They haven't even dropped the life yet. It's absurd what we're seeing out of this team. 2 more to answer to AJ. Time is going. They're working on the 3rd tick now. Big Ed's gonna be dropped. Here comes Tennessee. Shrieks are going to be on the board for Independence Community College. Still working on this last tick. Alessio finally drops. Finally the break. But look at that. 25 to 20. 2 minutes on the board. They only need 1 tick, and they have Shrieks.
I doubt they use Streaks here. They need 1 break. They have life lead. They have 2 minutes of time. I can't see a way where they invest this streak here. They just need to come out and do what they've been doing throughout this round. Find a couple kills, find a pick, get back on, and stack the hill.
Well, that's 3 down. Revised. The closest one to contest this. He's going to fall. That's the round done. ICC.
Wow.
They come out on attack, and they show anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, they pretty much just told them, like, hey, you know what, guys, we understand you guys think that you're quite good at control, and you guys took an offense off us. Well, guess what? Anything you guys can do, we can do better. And they come out, and, I mean, they almost had a perfect round of control there, Colin. That would have been insane. I don't think I've ever seen that on offense.
They capped the A site without even dropping a life. I mean, the B site.
They almost did the A site as well. They had 2 ticks before they lost anybody. Like, that would have been absolutely ridiculous. One of the craziest plays I've ever seen in Control.
They lost 5 lives in that round. All in total. That's absurd. Out of this one. Now back onto the defense. Looking to keep this momentum up. Alessio finds the opening. Gonna be looking to push the aggression. Now AJ looking to put him in check. But the shot punch not gonna be there. Alessio a second into the round. 3 go down now for Tennessee. They are gonna be sent packing to the drawing board once more. And look to write up a new plan on taking this B site.
Today absolutely is the opposite day. We saw so many rounds on Raid not come through on the offensive side. It was very defensive heavy. Usually another map now that is defensive heavy. We're seeing it be offensive heavy so far throughout this game, where it's just been all offense so far. This round, though, it's looking very similar to round number 1, where ICC's defense, it looks strong off the rip. But we'll see if Tennessee can battle right back into it again.
Well, job 1 is done. Second one, King again. The difference maker for this team finds the opening to B. Now they're going to stack this site to take care of this business. 3rd player finally getting into it. You see ICC setting up for the break. Alessio finds Revise. Here comes the pinch on out. Alessio for a second one to get into this to stop the progression. But I like this play. Heads up to overextend on through. And he's in a position to cut them down. Finally, King is going to turn around, spots Alessio out. So no pinch potential now. No flank potential on out. A second one onto Big Head. They find J-Zerk. Might as well chalk this B site already. But J-Zerk's going to find a big kill now. Hop up from behind. Has the help of Robski. But job well done at a University of Tennessee Knoxville. The B site's going to get capped.
And now they'll have 1 minute and 19 seconds to be able to rotate this over towards A. Difference this time through from the last time. It won't be as easy as a cap for Tennessee if they are able to hop onto the side. They won't just be able to 3-stack it, because you still do have that streak on the likes of on J-Zerk if he needs to use it here.
Still King in the back line here to fight these players off spawn, but fights off a little bit more than he could chew. Still J-Zerk with the streak, like you said. Is it going to be invested here? Well, they're starting to find some kills, and they're starting to catch up into the lives. Still down 3. Jays are going to be pushing up the staircase right to green, and what a play from Revise. Still going to be traded out, so no damage done just yet. Vexipu gives away that the flank is there. King going to be gaining this progression. You have the stack on site, so now ICC, they got to get here, yeah. The Big Ends, are they going to come out from J-Zerk? Doesn't look like it just yet. Going to take one more swing at this hill. Big End gets the first one. Looking for the second one. King's got their back. Here's the break from ICC, and holding strong is Tennessee.
I would have liked to have seen the streaks come in there with how strong offense has looked on this map. And with the man advantage that we really saw in that first offensive round from ICC as well, like if they win this next offense, they'll guarantee themselves the last defense off of probably just kills alone. Which is a scary thought because defense has not won a round yet. So you don't really want that final defense here, but you need to win the round, so you're going to need to find kills here. And it's a very much so a give and take. You would have loved to have seen them pick up that round if you are an ICC fan. They're just kind of putting themselves into a bad spot there. I think the streak definitely should have been invested there.
The hard part seems to be the defensive rounds. Can Tennessee string together 2? This is going to be tough now. Who's going to get the offense if this does go back to round number 5. AJ is making their dash through mid, just like Alessio. And just like Alessio, he's going to shut them down. 3 kills the other way. That's an opening now to the B site. Shvaxipoo, big heads-up play to take down. Oh, Shvaxipoo! You can't just do that to them. They have families.
They had families, but unfortunately, they end up falling. That was disgusting. But nonetheless, they will be able to move up the map a little bit more now. Jzerk opens things up over towards A as well. So they're in a situation that they might just get caught like they did in round number 1, where they can hop onto both sides. They can start stacking onto both sides. And Jzerk, we saw the individual effort at A the last time through. If he can pull something like that out again, it is going to be craziness.
Alessio, dip, dodge, duck, dive. The 5 rules of dodgeball. Gonna be thrown out. Here's Jzerk on the A side. Finally gonna get overwhelmed by those nade spams. The B site about to be capped, so Jzerk got his job done. Even if he wasn't able to walk away with A, they're gonna find another minute on the clock. A minute 50 is gonna be tagged on up now. Here is the hunting party of Tennessee to shut them down now.
The hit for Independence Community College. It looks like they're going to set up for 2 players to go in towards top, 2 players to come in towards this square. And if they can find a few kills, they might not even need to try to invest a streak here to get into our final round. All the kills are going in their favor right now. They can overwhelm the last player on the site, and now it becomes one of those very tough situations where you just 4-stack the hill, and I don't think anybody on Tennessee will get near enough.
That's the Garrison effect right
Was
there.
that ICC calling in the streak at the end of the round?
I don't know if I heard the streak, but that was...
definitely heard a streak coming in at the end.
I thought I heard something come on out, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't just do that. So
I don't know.
So Jzerk,
man, did you just fumble the bag by using that streak in the end of that round? Because I don't think that anybody on the likes of UTK had a streak, correct?
Oh, ICC get defense.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. They had the kill advantage, so they were going to get the defense in that final round. And he used the streak. Jzerk used the streak. That's a fumble of the bag. If they lose this round and that streak could have come into effect, oh, man.
One step at a time. This is to keep your upper bracket life alive. King finds first blood. Early trade from Big Head. Silent on the playing field just yet. The assassins are starting to get into the fray. King's gonna fall up into the Kadesh, and it's Big Head. AJ trying to finesse his way around and right into the hill. Look for a second. Can't chase him down just yet. It's gonna be valuing their lives, and rightfully so. AJ hops on down, gonna find Jzerk. That's 2 out of the picture just yet. Now B-site gonna be pressured out as soon as 2 kills come through, though. It's ICC back into the driver's seat, forces them off the site now to take these kills, and back and forth. It's just pound after pound. 3 kills the other way. Tennessee, they're gonna hop over to A.
It's a heavyweight boxing match right now. They are just slugging, throwing back and forth, like you said, pound for pound right now, both of these teams. But with the positioning of Tennessee at the moment, they should be able to just stack onto this B site. They should be able to finish it off at the moment. I doubt we see another hit coming in from ICC. I would imagine they just try to set up for a full A close here.
And put all your eggs into this one basket. That is the site. B gets captured. 3 go down, but
1 player snuck through.
don't look at King now.
They didn't find King, and he is snuck through. This could put a wrench into the plan of ICC. They were going to try to push forward and put them all into a spawn trap here, but King has still snuck through.
Look at Alessio and Big Head, though. They are both set up to spawn trap. They can find some kills. They would have been huge. However, Straxipoo takes care of business now. They got to get through Big Head. Those 2 kills are everything now. If they double back, they take down King. That is job well done.
But they've just never been able to clear out their spawn. Player 4 is still alive there as well, AJ. And now, if you're Tennessee, that is perfect for you. You can absolutely move out of your spawn now. You don't get put into that back trap. Huge play from King in both offensive rounds here so far for Tennessee.
Tennessee setting up for the 1-1-2 setup. 2 in bricks, 1 on A, 1 watching the cross. Tennessee, they gotta thread the needle if they want to take this one out, and in doing so, they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that every ounce of this map is covered. Alessio, you better run! You better run, because here comes Knoxville knocking on the door. As the hunt comes through, Alessio still finesses his way around a kill. Revive's still alive in the backline, but 3 players down for Tennessee. 23 seconds left. King, you need to go big, bud.
It's another big wipe. Like you said, King, he's going to need to go big here. Still being that only player on the back left-hand side. But all these players are coming off spawn now for Tennessee, and they've already done a job. They've gotten a lot of the players on Independence Community College out, so ICC needs to battle back into the hill now.
Lives are going to start playing a factor, 10-7. As ICC have it, the shot punch coming up from AJ, cleaned up from Big Head, still the contestant on board. Robski going to clean things up. Shvaxi put the last one up. Can you find a second one? Expecting the pre-fire. No lives respawns remaining for Tennessee. 3v8 as they got to get going. They got to put the pedal to the metal. 10 seconds left, or else ICC are going to walk away with this. Grab your brooms, folks, because this is looking like a sweep. ICC, they close this out. They double down on defense. They find the 5th, and they send UTK hacking to the losers bracket.
Oh man, it got a little scary there at the end. I was definitely worried for them when Jzerk used that streak in round number 4, when it definitely didn't need to be used. But you know what? He says, hey, screw it. Let's throw the streak out here. We can do this with our gun skill. They've been doing it all the other games with their gun skill alone. So why not do it in round number 5? And they absolutely pull it off. Come through. Huge clutch victory there for ICC. And not only do they advance to the finals, but they 3-0 advance to the finals. And I honestly think it very easily, it could have probably been a double 3-0. They could have 3-0'd St. Clair earlier in the day as well to get here. So if that's the case, their toughest opponent so far has been Texas A&M International University on their way here. So could Texas A&M International University be the team to beat coming out of the lower bracket? And they are currently up 2-0 right now over SEU.
Yeah, they're going to have to make the losers bracket run all the way from losers round 2 all the way back to grand finals if that's going to be the case. However, ICC, let's give them a little bit of light right now because they are lights out right now on the playoff bracket. Like you say, their toughest competition already in the losers bracket, already gone, and they just punched their ticket to the grand finals. So, I mean, that's a hell of a job at ICC, guaranteeing themselves at least 2nd place. And honestly, they've earned it at this point. Coming into the playoffs and looking this dominant, you can see that this team is a team to beat.
They absolutely are. This team, I mean, I said it during that kind of power ranking video. They beat SEU in their conference championship. It's something that I don't think a lot of teams thought were going to happen. And when that happened, it's really because they get this duo, though, that they really haven't had all season long, because we know this team has been playing with the roster, kind of letting some of the other players into play. But now they've got Big Head here. They've got Jzerk here for the playoffs. And once you get this roster and with its full form roster, that's when this team hits another level. These two players are two players who are very good challengers players. We know that they get very good standings throughout regular seasons of challengers. We've seen them even, I can't remember if we've seen them in Challengers Elite last year, but nonetheless, we've seen them in multiple cups where they just played very, very well. We saw them at a couple of lands as well. This team, very, very good. And just with the additions of Big Head and Jzerk, this team is probably going to go very, very far.
Yes, it is. And UTK now, they're going to have to drop on down to the losers bracket. It looks like they are putting themselves in losers round 6, losers finals. So they're going to have to wait for these matches to finish up along the way to get to to have this competition. But I mean, you look at who's left. And Illinois State University, St. Clair College, Old Dominion U. There's so many teams in this that can still kind of make that upset run, beat them out. And if UTK, I mean, you better start watching some VODs, watching these teams that are coming up, because they are here for blood and they are ready to take you down when the time comes. So I'm looking at this UTK roster to really set things up. But Jesse, prior to this, we are going to have an interview, and you guys know what that means. I got to tell you a little bit of something about a little friend here, LLS. Every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are, in fact, blood cancers. So every blood cancer diagnosis turns people's lives upside down. And when that happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, are here to help. Since 1949, LLS have invested more than $1.3 billion into research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures to ensure that patients can access life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provide hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, our LLS Year of the Game represents a player who made a big impact in the match that we just saw, whether it was a clutch play, sacrifice, or proving some strong leadership where it mattered most. And today, our hero of the match for LLS is none other than Jay-Zerk. So we're going to welcome him to the booth. Congratulations on your victory. Welcome, Jay-Zerk.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
You guys just punched your ticket to grand finals. How does that feel?
It feels pretty good, especially with the circumstances that we've kind of endured the past couple days. It wasn't the easiest situation. Yeah.
Well, why don't you kind of shed some light on that? Because I know it's been a difficult run for ICC. What got you to where you are to put yourself in this position for grand finals? What are some of the hardships that you guys faced?
Well, I mean, the first couple weeks of us playing together, nothing was clicking, and eventually we had to work through it, talk through it, and eventually we built some pretty good chemistry and learned how to play off of each other. Because I mean, we were 4 totally different players, and we got better. And then even just upon this couple, like yesterday and today, we Marcus had to be subbed out because he had a event going on in his life, and we had to pull in and Rob, our 5th man of the year, and he came out and played great, and that's all we asked, and here we are.
I mean, Rob has played fantastic today too. So I mean,
Yeah.
you didn't really see that this growth is coming through for ICC. I'm a fan. I mean, you guys are in grand finals for a reason. You guys are actually smoking the competition. But I'm gonna hand you over to Cruz now because he's gonna have some things to ask you real quick.
All right, I'm sure
Awesome.
Colin knows exactly what I'm about to ask you. Jay-Zerk, I just need to know that streak usage at the end of round 4. I was just like, of the control, I was just like, oh no, what happened there? Why did we use the streak there? Did you think you needed to invest it?
Honestly, I thought it was 2-2 already, and I thought we were about to win.
Oh.
So I called it in. Yeah,
I
that's
thought
what
you might have fumbled the bag there in that round. I was so worried for you guys because defense looked like it was just so hard to hold on to, but you guys got it done at the end. Honestly, a big congratulations to you guys. I think you guys played fantastic all day long. My only other question to you is, the only team that seemed to have really given you trouble today, I think you guys should have 3-0'd St. Clair. Let's be honest. You guys kind of fumbled the bag in that one too in map number 1.
Yeah.
But in that Texas A&M International match, what was it about Texas A&M International that really gave you guys a run for your money to force you guys to a game 5?
Honestly, we weren't clicking, and a lot of that had to do with their pressure. I think that their pressure was pretty well spread about the map, and there was just dumb things that we weren't doing as a team that we typically do that they shocked us and came out ready, and we weren't. So as the matches went on, we started to click more and sort out our issues.
Gotcha. I mean, love to hear it, and I'm assuming you guys would be expecting to have Marcus back for grand finals in a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes. It was, he just had a trip that he was going on, and it was pre-planned out. So, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but.
Hey, I mean, you guys did the job, though. You got here. Now he gets to come back and just play grand finals. His job gets to be that much easier. But again, another big congratulations to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really exciting, too, because the ICC land's going on at the same time. So we'll actually all 4 be on campus together when we do play. So we'll all be on that same ping, and it'll be pretty interesting. I've never played on fiber internet before, so I'm pretty hyped. Neither is Big Head, so
nice.
Yeah.
You telling me you're about to insert the fiber in your veins too when you're already looking this good?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
This team is about to be a team to be reckoned with come grand finals.
I appreciate that so much.
Now, I'm going to ask you right away for this grand final that's coming up in a few weeks. Who do you expect to go up against? Who do you want to see in that grand final against you?
I think I'd love to play SEU again. I'm not sure on the status of their match. I know that they were playing St. Clair when we were playing, but I'm expecting to play either SEU or St. Clair in the grand finals. So
I actually think SEU's down 2-0 right now to Texas A&M International. So we'll see if they can make it through that. So they might be able to. A little bit of a, that's what the bracket says. I don't know if it's completely correct right now, but it's just a little insight for you.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, then if they end up losing that, I'd expect to play St. Clair again, and it'll be really exciting considering we have Marcus back and everything. You know, we're on the same LAN connection too when we do play it. That'll be pretty interesting. So.
Well, before we let you go and enjoy that victory to make it into grand finals, anything you'd like to say to the stream?
Honestly, just thanks for watching and keeping up with the progress of us, and I'm really excited for this next year and this next semester specifically for Call of Duty. And yeah, shout out Big Head, Alicio, Marcus, and Rob. That's it.
Well, go enjoy that victory. I mean, you guys in the grand finals now. You can sit back and relax, go soak it all up in.
For sure. I appreciate you guys casting too.
Thank you very much, J-Zerk. Have a great night.
You too.
Grand finals have been set, at least for one team, Jesse. It's absolutely insane what we're getting. Anything kind of clicked to you after that interview for this ICC team?
I mean, first of all, interview of the year by far there for J-Zerk. That was a fun one. We love having the players come on and give their little spiels, but that was a really fun one in itself. And I mean, the man's pumped. He gets to go to the grand finals. It should be very interesting to see that team back at full force. They weren't even at full force today, and they made the grand finals. That is a scary thought once Marcus comes back. ICC, I said it, man. Once they beat SEU for that conference championship, I thought this team was a team to be reckoned with. I was glad to see them pull themselves all the way up to number 3 in the coaches pool, and I think that they are going to be very, very hard to beat in the grand finals. They'll have to be beat twice, not once but twice, because it's a double best of 5 if they lose once.
That's going to be insane. But folks, before I let you go, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Gunnar Optics, the pioneers of blue light glasses and #1 in gaming. Gunnar's been helping gamers perform better while protecting their eyes for over 15 years. And Gunnar Gaming Glasses offers improved performance and protection for all eyes on that. Adult gamers or even youth at that, starting to get into the gaming. So computer glasses are going to be important, especially for your eye protection. The Gunnar difference, in addition to blocking blue light, is that Gunnar's unique patented lens technology also combats symptoms of digital eye strain, which helps improve your visual performance, which most competitors, they just block out the blue light. So if you want that long lasting feel for when you're gaming, Gunnar Optics is going to help you go the distance. And if you're looking at Gunnar Optics and the lens options that you're getting for tints, you can get clear, amber, sun, and amber max. So a lot of these do different things. You can head over to Gunnar Optics to check that out and figure out exactly what you want. And honestly, that digital eye strain help is going to be a big thing if you check out Gunnar. So go get yourself the Gunnars, make yourself have the Gunnar difference, and honestly enjoy some gaming at that, folks. That's going to be all she wrote here on Call of Duty. It's going to be all she wrote for myself, Cruz, and I. So we're going to bring you Overwatch after this here on the NACE Starleague. 2 new casters, new game, new teams. You don't want to miss it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Esports Fall 2021 playoffs. My name is Dividing. I'm joined by LaFon, and we're going to be bringing you the upper bracket finals between the Northwood Timberwolves and the Bay State College Bulldogs. LaFon, this is a true heavyweight match we're about to go into.
Absolutely is, and I'm super excited to see how we kind of progress from here, because there's a lot of storylines that are kind of shaping up here in this match.
There are a lot of storylines indeed. Northwood has gone through quite the gauntlet to be able to get to this point, taking down North Texas, Harrisburg, and UT Dallas, while Bay State has taken down teams like the BSC Bodcast, Converse, and Winthrop. So a lot of really high-profile teams have been sent down to the lower bracket by both of them.
There have. And I think, one of the things is we have to talk about Northwood specifically. They arguably had the harder run through the bracket. We talked about University of Texas Dallas throughout the regular season. We got to see them a lot. They were pretty dominant. So the fact they were Northwood took them out is impressive. BSC, there's a little bit more here that's up in the air. I think they had the easier side in terms of their performance, but they were pretty confident when we interviewed them on stream at the end of the regular season. So certainly a lot to live up to here.
There is a lot to live up to, but before we go any further, I have to let you know about this incredible opportunity that NAC and CSL are giving to all of the viewers back at home. In celebration of our dedicated viewers over this fall season, NACE is giving away in-game currency during the NACE Starleague, Overwatch, Rocket League, and Call of Duty playoffs. So that means that one of you from this match's chat will be randomly chosen to win a $25 or $50 gift card for in-game currency at the end of the match. To increase your odds and win even bigger prizes, follow NAC Esports, that is NAC Esports, on Twitter and post a clip from this match with, in this case, it would be NACE Overwatch, NACE OW, but you could also do it with Rocket League and Call of Duty with NACERL or NAC COD, respectively. Winning matches are chosen at random, so make sure to watch as many as you can before the weekend is over. For more information, visit naceesports.com/NACE 2021 Fall Giveaway. Again, that's naceesports.org/NACE 2021 Fall Giveaway. Super cool opportunity for everyone watching at home.
Indeed. Make sure you get in on that. It's a cool little chance there. I did mention, of course, that these teams were highly contested, and our coaches here in the NACE Starleague also agree with me. So without further ado, let's take a quick look at the varsity power rankings here for the NACE Starleague.
It's time for the NACE Starleague Varsity Power Rankings presented by Mavix Chairs. I'm LaFawn, your host for Overwatch. Let's get into it. Our standout performer this season by nearly all metrics is the University of Texas Dallas, and they have well earned it. Not only are they undefeated in matches and maps, they've completed their run through the Southern Conference without so much as dropping a single objective. Absolutely unbelievable. Following up, Harrisburg, Bay State College, and Northeastern round out our top 5, and they too completed the undefeated regular season. The odd one out is our number 2 team here at Northwood, who did drop a match, but have otherwise looked stellar, and you just know they're going to be hungry to keep further losses at bay. While the bottom 5 teams are certainly vying for attention in our power rankings, both Lord and Winthrop have already proven they work well in their underdog positions, as they are the only 2 teams in our top 10 to have fought out of a non-first seed position in conference playoff games. And that does it for this week in our Overwatch Varsity Power Rankings. We do have playoffs this week, so make sure you tune in. I've been LaFawn, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next week.
Wow, the guy who was voicing over that video did a really good job.
I hear that he's handsome, smart, wonderful, all these lovely things, but ego stroking aside, you can see there already at the top of our power rankings what I was kind of alluding to at the top of the broadcast, dividing, and rightfully so. We said, coming into this that they're, kind of who Northwood kind of played up against, what the expectations were for them, and as kind of mentioned in that video, they sort of, emphasized that concept of making sure they continue through the bracket undefeated, because right now they're looking really strong.
They are looking incredibly strong, and considering the caliber of players on this Northwood Timberwolves roster, you would not be surprised at all to see them in this kind of situation. Looking at the players on the side of Northwood, if you are a fan of Tier 2 Overwatch, you recognize a lot of these guys hailing from teams like Altiora, Solaris, Sheercold, and Drifters. The members of Northwood University have played among the top levels of Overwatch outside of the Overwatch League. So there is a lot to be excited about on this Northwood team.
Absolutely so. And I think if we take a quick glance at Bay State College, this is a little less in terms of that, name power, if you will, for fans of the Tier 2 scene, but they should not be understated. This is interesting because Bay State College does play a rotation roster, specifically on their support line. Neb steps in on the flex support role. A couple of times, though, Mikan is the one who will open up the game because of the compositions that they will be running. We heard from them on stream at the end of the play-ins, the conference play-ins, that is what they like to do. So not a surprise there as we open up this series. Dividing, I have to welcome you to the stream by asking, what map do you think we're going to for the first time tonight? And you have one real option, and only one, unfortunately.
Oh, only one option? Lijiang Tower.
Man, you're caught up already. Love to see it. Yes, it's been a running joke here at the NACE Starleague this season that Lijiang Tower has been far and away the first picked map, in the season. In fact, it's so far and away that there's only been on stream 2 times out of every single broadcast, every single game that we've covered, that Lijiang Tower has not been the first map. So definitely a rather lopsided scoreline in that regard, but we've gotten a chance to experience it quite well, and I think these two teams will give us a pretty strong showing, I think, on first map.
Oh, absolutely. I think Lijiang Tower is kind of the king's row of control maps, if that makes sense, where every single scrim, it seems like Lijiang Tower gets played, everyone loves it, and then being able to play it more during scrims makes it so you're even more comfortable on the map, which then reinforces Lijiang Tower being played first every time, and it's just this cycle that continues pushing forward all the time. Plus, gotta love just how well the Overwatch team designed Lijiang Tower as well, so that Control Center is more towards the close range brawly comps because it's a lot more closed in. You have Gardens, which is a lot more for open, so it's a dive and pokey comps, and then Night Market, where really either of those kinds of strategies can work. So just because of that breadth of strategies, every team is good at something on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, and we can talk about compositions a little bit in the sense that we haven't seen Northwood on stream this season, so we're not entirely sure what they like to bring to the table across the breadth of maps. For Basic College, it's a little bit more cut and dried. We've seen them sort of perform on stream, and they do have my expectations at this level is that teams should be playing every composition and should be playing it well. There shouldn't be holes in your kind of game style, right? You should be able to play the poke, you should be able to play the rush, you should be able to play the dive, etc., etc. And you should be able to be flexible amongst all of those if you need a hybrid composition. So I don't have any doubts that both these squads are going to do it. That being said, Bay State College does trend towards the dive more so than, sort of maybe a bunker style that we sometimes see play into these compositions. Ultimately, though, I have to say, Bay State, when they've been on stream and they've been kind of against some of these weaker opponents, have admitted to, playing what's fun rather than what's correct. So we're going to see a dialed-in Bay State College for the first time on stream today as they get up against Northwood. We are going to start off on that stage of Garden, as you alluded to.
That.
And as we open up, yes, what a surprise. It is going to be a dive composition from Bay State College. Northwood, a bit more of a hybrid, although we'll see if Calman sticks on that. Certainly an unorthodox pick if it were to be remaining.
This is definitely not a team that you can mess around with if you're Bay State. This is an opportunity to really punch sort of above your weight class and cement yourselves as one of the top esports programs in the country. As the first fight of the upper finals gets underway here at NACE Esports, we follow Seasons to start as he rolls through the team that opens things up for Dynasty to take down Abs on that Doomfist. The high risk, high reward, the 1-for-1 combo. You take the Moira all the time, and as Calman actually has stuck on this Roadhog here, and Infernal goes across to the other side and gets booped off by Lep. So Northwood now, the sort of uncharacteristic strategy seems to have taken Bay State off guard. Yeah,
Calman's playing off the super aggressive, and because they can't punish the Roadhog in close, Calman can just play Gatekeeper on the bridge here, as we saw for Faded. Infernal is not having an enjoyable experience as it gets stunned up there, but it's going to slow down as Seasons get hacked to open this fight.
Yeah, that's really tough when you're so ability dependent, but when you have a pop-off Doomfist player like Dynasty, does not matter at all. That was an extremely quick fight as Dynasty got a double kill there to open things up, and it's a team kill gong early for Northwood.
And I think the thing that's most impressive about Northwood is not just that they're being extremely aggressive here, it's how much they're controlling the map. They're not allowing Bay State College to even enter that main lobby area where the dive composition really wants to operate. And now, I mean, yes, it's still a fairly short, moment into the map, only 40%, but you still have to get a real play in, and they're losing members early.
And again, Dynasty opened things up with the kill onto Abs. Without that Moira healing, there isn't a ton that Bay State can do. That's like 90% of your healing right now coming from the Moira. You can't be losing Abs so early, so often. And now Bay State are forced to back up once again. But this time around, they do have a lot of ultimates by their side. That is the silver lining to losing all these fights so fast. They haven't had to use their ultimates very much so far. So you're coming in with the EMP, the beat the Coalescence, but Kabe gets found out here by NACE. So isn't going to be able to get into position as well as he wants to.
There's the EMP, coupled with the Coalescence. It's going to open things up and give Bay State the first entry onto the objective.
Yeah, big EMP there from Kabe. Does a great job and opens things up for the Coalescence from Abs. A very clean fight for Bay State to get started on the point, but I think that's 94% already for Northwood. And that might be 84. The number's a little blurry for me, but still a lot of percentage.
Yeah, it's taking up very heavily. We're actually going to see Northwood make a switch now as they're trending away from the Wrecking Ball, now going to the Reinhardt to play in close. Bay State need to be strong on this re-attack here. They cannot allow Dynasty to get a pick off.
Bit of a strategic rollout from Dynasty, but when Infernal's bomb gets thrown into the middle of everybody, there isn't a ton that can be done. The fight is over just like that, and Bay State are able to win that fight out with just one ultimate.
That's incredible. Actually, one thing has been impressive from Bay State College, despite them losing so many early fights, is that their patience while losing is difficult. It's really, really tough. And the fact that Bay State is not overcommitting their resources and still back in, this means that they're in a good position. Sound barrier available. They're looking for another EMP here in just a moment, though Forgotten taken out with the Pulse Bomb being denied.
Seasons gets a charge kill onto Forgotten. The Reinhardt charging the Tracer should rarely happen, but as NACE gets into the back, Infernal is more than ready for the Pulse Bomb. So now it's Kabe's turn with the EMP. Gets a nice couple of members, but no kills have come out of it just yet. Now Seasons finally can't take the pressure, goes down. Infernal bringing things to a head here, but Landon is able to take down the Diva. So now we're in a very scrappy sort of situation as now Bay State crosses 80% on the point. This could very easily be the final fight or close to the final fight as now Bay State cleans up. And 90%, Northwood's got to hurry now.
Northwood is now in an awkward position where they don't have anything to really contest. Cowman going to make the switch over. Here comes the rally. They do get the contest. Cade, though, almost has the EMP online again, and this could close things out.
The shatter from Seasons, though, Faded has no chance, and this is huge from Northwood to shut down the Bay State push. They didn't have the resources anymore, and now Northwood has flipped the point over to their side, 98-99. Oh, never mind, that's 88. Again, I got that mixed up. That's my bad.
Yeah, so
but, yeah.
Bay State has some time to work with here. They're going to get the contest here. Now we're up to that 90%. There's a stick. Actually takes down Lep. That's working an advantage now. The EMP's online.
EMP's online here, and Cabe lets it go, but gets taken down before it can get any kills off of it. Dynasty in the back, takes down Infernal, is able to follow up on Faded. The tank line for Bay State is gone. It's just a couple of stragglers left, but Forgotten and Meekin are holding things down right now for Bay State. Cowman forced into spin to win mode right now, just trying to stall as much time as possible to get the teammates back. Now, Dynasty swaps onto the Doomfist, Seasons onto the Diva to try and get back faster, but Cabe takes down Landon. Bay State are starting to get themselves back into this one. Now the kill feed is getting to be pretty blue right now as Bay State is looking incredibly strong. It looks like the point is going to flip into their favor. The overtime wick burns, and it's going to be Bay State taking Gardens.
Bay State truly proving under pressure that they have the mental fortitude to keep the fight rolling in their favor. And Northwood University are uncharacteristically the one panicking in those late fights, right? That is remarkable stuff from Bay State College. The presence of mind to get the contest in. We saw Forgotten with a clean pulse bomb stick onto Lep, and that sort of started the domino effect of rolling through. And I think credit to Cape here, who's been on the Sombra, has made some valuable, high-value impact plays with the EMP, charging them very quickly, having them in critical fight moments, and has been a massive difference maker for Bay State College.
This time around, though, Bay State is going to be swapping over to a Wrecking Ball-based composition with Abs moving over onto the Zenyatta, so very strong engagements here, but NACE actually with a pretty good read here onto the Echo. Bay State doesn't have any long-range DPS, so they'll be able to deal with a flying projectile like Echo right now. So, smart play from NACE, but it is Cabe who gets the first pick here onto Dynasty. NACE is able to trade it out, though, so it's a 5v5 right now, and now Northwood are going to try to aggress Seasons with a nice follow-up onto Forgotten to take the Tracer out of the fight. And now the forces for Bay State are looking kind of slim right now, but Meekin with a nice stun on the Seasons is able to take them out. But it's looking like Northwood should be able to come out ahead here as long as they can deal with these pesky Bay State stragglers. And it's looking like it's just a couple of people trying to take some time off of the point. Northwood does have first control.
Yeah, that shutdown onto Cape specifically was massive because it gave more space onto the point. Yeah, we saw Dynasty get taken out, turns of the Tracer, so it's back much quicker, and they're able to keep the fight going. Northwood University cycling the aggression from Bay State excellently. That being said, the EMP is nearly available again. We saw how valuable it could be as Landon likely trying to set up for the amplification matrix here.
Ooh, Dynasty's got to be careful. He's surrounded and gets taken down by Forgotten, and Infernal throws a Diva Bomb in there. All of a sudden, the two-man advantage coming through for Bay State, and Infernal knocks Seasons off of the map while he's hacked. That is brutal, and Bay State are going to flood onto the point, and as long as they deal with the last couple of members, yes, that is going to be Bay State flipping it over.
Yeah, that's just a clean fight win. We saw the self-destruct be the only ultimate that was committed in that engagement. Northwood not reusing a whole lot either. It was just the amplification matrix as Landon goes over to the Zenyatta here. So we're having nearly mirror compositions. The only difference, of course, being the flex DPS and off-tank. EMP aggressive.
Yeah. Here comes Cabe, though. Yes, extremely aggressive. I don't think that they were expecting it, Northwood, and as NACE has copied the Wrecking Ball and is going to just try and flip it over by himself with the duplicate mines, but looks like it's probably just going to be taken out. Oh, wait, actually?
That just whiffed completely.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate there from Cowman. Northwood showing some uncharacteristic mistakes coming out of this team right now as Bay State are going to try and push their advantage. But Northwood in the middle of this has actually flipped the point back to their favor, and here comes Seasons. The creative grappling hook of this Wrecking Ball has been so good for this team, and Northwood, they take the fight, they take the point early and take the fight after.
Yeah, that's the fact that Faded goes off the map with the elimination. But yeah, the fact that Northwood University is able to sneak the objective away from Bay State College is massive because they're going to build up to that, you know, a high marker here. And Bay State College would have liked on this point to be able to continue with a higher advantage. That being said, Landon goes down. Rally's not enough to keep the Tracer up either, and Northwood are trying to keep this one ended here.
Yeah, Lep trying to do everything that he can, but Meekin with a nice 2K there on the Brigida. And that's going to be Bay State coming right back in and getting that fight win. A nice, just another clean fight win from Bay State, but they need to hold on to it now as Northwood is sitting at around 90%.
Yeah, speaking of sitting around 90%, it is actually the EMP versus Transcendence marker here. Landon has it online, going to try and dodge this one out. But this EMP could close the fight out and force that last fight. There's a big stick. It forced the Transcendence. EMP is now uncontested.
Cave has such a huge opportunity here to try and take this out, but they're actually going to try and push in with the EMP from Abs now. Here's the EMP, and that is going to at least take out one, but you don't get Dynasty. Dynasty takes down Faded and Abs, so this hasn't been quite as big as it is. And again, Northwood has swapped the point over to their advantage. They're at 99% now, and Bay State has to contest this point or they're going to lose Night Market. The overtime wick is starting to burn, but it's looking like Bay State is coming out ahead in this fight overall. They just have to deal with Lep right now, who's being very annoying on this Lucio. Dynasty is back. It's taken out There's a lot of contesting coming out here, but this should be Bay State coming out ahead. But actually now with Mikan down, that's a lot of ults, and they get off! They get off! Bay State rolls off the point, and that's it. Go to round 3.
It's literally a second at that point. If you get off the objective, you get booped off the objective. It doesn't matter that you just stepped and tried to return. The overtime, Bay State College, what cost them in that round is not their performance. They looked at times like the stronger dive team. It's simply that Northwood University was able multiple times to take the objective away. That adds 10%, right?
Yeah.
And when you're fighting in overtime and the pressure is on you to stay on the objective, then Northwood University, as long as they don't allow it to take back in their favor, have to make fewer mistakes. They're afforded more opportunities to succeed. So Bay State College needs to fix that if they want to keep this series in their favor. We are headed to Control Center, and this is going to be a lot more spam involved here as we head into the close quarters environment.
Yeah, this is going to be up close and personal right now. Both Forgotten and NACE locking in the Junkrats. You see how Bay State is able to take that positioning in that high room, and Forgotten gets the first kill there on the Dynasty. Gonna just keep lobbing in those grenades in onto Northwood, and this is what's going to give Bay State the eventual advantage that they need to take first point control.
Really smart, really strong play there. Getting to the high ground, having your spam be more advantageous. And a big part of that is that Northwood University can't get Cowman in a position to be the damage, the third damage point, as the Ant Matrix with the Junkrat's going to put so much pressure here.
So much pressure, the double damage through the amplification matrix. At Northwood, you can see they just back up. They don't want any of it, so they're just going to take the extra point control and go for the extra fight here with their own Ant Matrix. So Faded has to quickly strafe out of the way, but Forgotten uses the Riptire through the teleporter. Lep had no idea it was coming, so no Lucio now for Northwood, and that is huge. You don't have the ability to speed in or out the way that you want to, and Bay State will capitalize. This is going to be a clean fight win for Bay State. What a creative teleport play.
Yeah, and not only do they not have the speed or heal, they don't have the sound barriers. Lep was in the middle of casting it when the Riptire came in and shut them down. So Lep is now a little bit frustrated there for sure. Northwood University are in a disastrous position. Bay State College, 50% remaining, or 50% on the clock, and they have so many tools to shut this down. Abs, another window available. Self-destruct in the back. Shatter?
Ooh, the Shatter doesn't actually, yeah. Faded is going to hang on to it for now. You don't need it when every other member of your team just about commits their ultimate. So that is a quick fight win, but now Bay State's ult economy looking a little worse for wear.
Definitely looking a little bit fit as Infernal, I think, was out of mech. And so
yeah, out of mech there.
Forgotten. Forgotten's here on the flank. I don't know that anyone's clocked him. And, oh, not quite. Ooh. That would have been a big pickoff.
That would have been huge, but now Forgotten is kind of stranded away from the rest of the team, and the Gravitic Flux from Cowman's going to come out, and that should be just about all she wrote there. Bay State's going to be able to get the point up to about 95%, maybe a little bit more. Very strong start. Last fight territory for sure for this team, but Northwood is going to get a chance at defense.
Yeah, the big difference there is that there was no defensive ability. Abs was actually taken, eliminated in the middle of the Gravitic Flux before the Immortality Field before they even could land, so no Immortality Field there. However, Bay State College, they do have a lot of time to work with. Their fights need to be clean and collected, though. Here's that Riptire. They're going for a teleport play, and this time Northwood University realizes it, steps away. No foul there.
Only gets a couple of Symmetra turrets, but a nice little shatter block there from Faded. Now is able to get one himself and gets it past the Shield of Seasons. Great stuff from Faded to put a lot of extra pressure on the Northwood, but Faded maybe bit off a little more than he could chew there. It's taken out early, and Northwood are going to be able to hang on to this defense.
And NACE now actually goes over to the Cassidy, so a little bit more consistent damage in the hit scan, right? No longer on the Junkrat, and we're going to see if that changes anything for Bay State College here. Does not appear to be so. That was everything Bay State College had. Now they're in a really awkward position because they're trying to fight an uphill battle into the resources that Northwood University has, and ultimately, if you can get a traded fight here, then you're in a good position to try and retake. However, that's gonna much easier said than done.
Ooh, here's a Gravitic Flux, and NACE is looking for a flank high noon and gets it! the teleport play from Northwood. Saw what Bay State did at the start and said, hey, we can do that too. Beautiful stuff from Dynasty and NACE to set up that play. Northwood now crossed the 80% mark.
Yeah, this is going to be last fight territory. It's still even. However, Photon Barrier is online here for Dynasty, and that can be such a deadly approach. Right, you have to kind of pass through it to deal any sort of damage. Northwood University are in a strong position here.
A very strong position, but Forgotten's going to get the first kill there on the NACE. That's so much of your damage if you're Northwood taken out early. This is now a very scary situation here. Faded gets taken down, but Seasons is traded for it. Bay State are coming out ahead in this one. Forgotten gonna use the Riptire, try to take down NACE, take away any opportunity of the Tracer recontest, and Bay State come out strong against Northwood.
Impressive stuff there from Bay State College, who looked stronger on that third stage, I think, despite the 100 to 99 mark. As it really felt like they were in control for more of the objective, controlling more of that map, I should say, than Northwood did. So, you know, I was impressed when I heard how Bay State was confident in themselves when we talked to them in weeks past, and I love that they're coming in and that confidence is being proven not in just, you know, their talk, but playing against some of these higher seeded teams, being in control so much and really being a difference maker as they take the first series lead here in our match as Northwood faces Bay State College.
Yeah, I think also it stands to reason that Bay State as a team, these are all guys on their roster who have hung around the tier 2, tier 3 scene for a while, but just haven't quite had that like big break that the members of Northwood have had in order to get to contenders trials. Only Abs can really be on that list of people who have made it up to that level. So these guys are really hungry to really make their mark on the Overwatch collegiate scene. And you can see that hunger in their play. They played with like they had everything to lose because these guys they play extremely passionately.
Yeah, and I think this match is showing you that Overwatch in collegiate now is the second best. Like it is the tier 2 of Overwatch at this point. You're seeing some fantastic plays, some fantastic players. There is just spectacular work across the board. And I'm interested to see what map number 2 is going to be in just a moment. But at this point, we have a real game on our hands. This has been close, and I expect it to continue to be that way as we progress through the remaining maps of this series.
It's been extremely close, and I think both teams have both had moments where they seem like absolute geniuses and moments where they seem to make these mental and communication mistakes. Both squads, I don't think, have really differentiated themselves off of anything that we saw today throughout the wide range of comps we saw both these teams play over the course of Lijiang Tower. Any one of those 3 maps really could have gone either way. It was at least 90% for both teams. Maybe not on Night Market, but it was close. It was a very close game, and if Bay State didn't step off the point there for a second, it definitely would have gotten to that point. So I think both these teams come into this one looking very, very even in strength.
Yeah, I will say the one thing that is, I think, more impressive is that Bay State, I think, has the better read on the execution timing when they're running that Winston Diva, the somber look. Their timing seems a little bit cleaner than Northwood. Northwood, though, tries to just beat you in pressure. They go as aggressively as they can in some of these fights that you don't necessarily expect them to. It's not that they're not coordinated or anything of the sort, because clearly they were, but especially on, I think, Night Market, it really stemmed the most, where in fights that you don't normally expect a team to take, Northwood were pressing their advantage and really forcing sort of the issue. So, that's something I'm going to be interested in keeping an eye on as we complete or go to our next map. It is going to be hybrid. Hollywood is what was selected. That is going to be, it's a lot easier on Control to play that style. And I think for Northwood, though they did play a more consistent style of Overwatch, I think in the third objective on Control Center, on these hybrid map types, it's a little bit harder to force those early fights. As again, they are on the back foot here as they're down by 1 as we
Yeah.
enter map 2.
Yeah, but Northwood absolutely have the talent and the ability to come back into this one. I still hold this team in very, very high regard here, even as they have been sort of knocked onto their back foot here by Bay State. As we head on to Hollywood, Northwood, I'm sure, are looking to tie up this series and really punch back at this squad. Taking a look at the early compositions coming out from both Bay State and Northwood, what are your thoughts, Lafon?
This is going to be, I mean, we talked about these teams being flexible and able to run basically anything they want to. Here's proof of it, right? We've now seen every single look that is popular, I suppose, in Overwatch these days, right? We've seen the rush, we've seen sort of that brawl comp. We saw what is essentially a dive composition. Now we're seeing a more poke-based style here as the double shield makes an appearance. It's easier for Cave to get more value on this Echo in terms of the sightlines, but critically does not have the pocket here. So NACE should be the more damage-oriented character in this fight.
And this fight in the skies is going to be one to keep an eye on here. NACE versus Cave, and NACE comes out on top in this first engagement here, and now has free reign over the skies, is going to be able to just punch in so much damage onto this Bay State core here. Has now shifted his attention to Forgotten's going to be able to take it out, while Dynasty finds Abs on the other side. Northwood University push through, and with not a ton of resistance, at least on this first fight, are going to be able to take point A.
A lot of that does come down to the fact that NACE has the pocket from Lep. Right, the Echo is just doing so much more damage in these fights. A lot of that was off the sticky bombs, right? We saw Cade get taken down as NACE lands every single sticky bomb on their opposition, which is then boosted by the Mercy, following the cleanup. And when you're down a member, that, NACE is able to just play off as aggressively as they want to. The focusing beam puts so much damage in, and Northwood University get the unlock. Look at the support line here. They did so much work in that fight as both ultimates are available.
Yeah, but I don't know if Northwood was expecting the early Ant Matrix usage coming out, as now the fight has sort of fallen to the floor here. Abs gets a nice little double kill here for Bay State, trying to push back into this one. It's just Dynasty sitting on the point, because a nice headshot on the Forgotten here. But it is pretty much just Dynasty right now, and while Bay State has to regroup a little bit, Northwood will continue to push forward.
This is really awkward for Bay State, actually. The fact that they won the fight and still lost card progression is not ideal. This is the reset coming in as NACE gets resurrected. Northwood are going to keep this fight going.
Yeah, Northwood decide they want to keep it going, and immediately gets run into by a pulse bomb from Cabe. The Tracer player on Bay State is running rampant in the back line, gets a 4K in this one. And Bay State is going to halt part progress right here, right now.
Yeah, that's the fight they needed to take, and that was the win that they had. I think the impressive stuff is that, yet again, Bay State College take away a lot of resources from Northwood without using much of their own into the spawn room with the Supercharger. Look how much damage Forgotten is kind of pumping in here.
Yeah, now look at this, this high ground, this vantage point that Bay State has over Northwood right now. They have to push out and go like all the way around this sort of middle house here in order to try and escape it. They are basically playing from inside their own spawn right now, trying to deal with it, and they cannot. Forgotten and Cave, the DPS duo, is just too much to deal with. NACE is on the point, is going to get a little bit of card progression and force Bay State off of their high ground position, but man, what a good position it was.
Yeah, and I don't. They haven't. Here's the thing: Cabe's going to be the one kind of marking the card and preventing them from stepping forward. Infernal gets taken out, so this is where it kind of falls apart for a Bay State College. But they've gotten a lot of time off the clock here, all things considered.
Yeah, a lot of time indeed. But the cart, while this is happening, continues to move. Once again, we saw this in Lijiang Tower, where Bay State maybe win the fights, but end up taking their priority a little bit off of the objective, and now. With NACE pressuring the point, it seems like the confusion from Bay State ends up doing them in, as they're not sure whether to keep pushing forward or go back to the objective.
Yeah, part of the problem is that Cape does not want to take the true 1v1 against NACE, right? So that's allowing NACE a lot more space to get in and move the cart through. Normally your Tracer marks up. Now here on the high ground, it's a reverse of the spawn trap, as the Supercharger is going to prevent Bay State College from contesting. The cart should actually just roll in.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux is going to put a stop to that for the moment, as a lot of ultimates now being committed from Bay State to try and hold on to this one. The Rally, the Gravitic Flux, I saw a Pulse Swarm as well from Cave, and it's looking like the output of damage there is going to be enough. We're just under 2 minutes left on the clock, and Northwood are currently stopped right outside point B.
Leaving up to the very last moment there, Bay State College do, and rightfully they should. The Gravitic Flux is excellent. It takes down Lep. And the Immortality Field was nowhere to be found to prevent anyone from dying. So Bay State College doing a good job yet again. You can see Cave is now in the front line, putting pressure from the side as trying to get to the high ground. That's a disastrous play for Northwood.
Yeah, Northwood that doesn't go according to plan here.
Oh
but
no, the objective!
NACE in the back once again, the objective,
Cave.
and no one could get there. Cave tried, but was too far away. And this has now become a massive problem for Bay State. You cannot push this far forward because NACE will punish you for it.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. This is where Cape needs to step up and start marking NACE on these flanks. And then just making sure the Tracer does not have the free reign to do what they want. Because you should not be able to get in the backline and get that much value.
Yeah. Almost all of Northwood's cart push there was just NACE, which is just insane to me. But now Cape is starting to push forward here. Does really well in these big team fights here, but just seems to, not want to really take the 1v1 right now. That being said, the Northwood tanks are still alive, and the cart continues to move.
Yeah, that in that instance, it was Cave getting cleaned up by NACE, though, already taken to a weak point by the tank line. So minute 50 here as Northwood University continue to push through, and Bay State College are trying for the reset. Landon making his presence known, trying to walk forward into the opposition as the Dragon Strike is in the backline.
Yeah, and the Dragon Strike is going to discombobulate Bay State so much. Half the team already down. The Gravitic Flux from Infernal tries to do whatever it can to slow down the progress, but it's looking like Northwood are going to roll through comfortably with about 1 minute and 21 seconds on the clock.
Considering how quickly point A was taken, though, Bay State College, and really how quickly point 3 was taken, Bay State College have a remarkably little time bank to face up against here. So Northwood University, are a little, I would argue, a little disappointed with that time bank. Because they, again, took the first point incredibly quickly. It was literally on the first push, and were stymied not at all on the third phase. So, Bay State College making the most in the middle of the map has kept them in this series. And if it wasn't for the back cap from NACE, this would likely have been a second point hold.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. These guys, if you're on the side of Bay State, you have to be kicking yourself right now, because I do feel like there was a very good chance of them being able to run out the clock on that second point, not even get close to finishing the map, if they had done a better job of just marking the Tracer.
Now, Bay State College have to head to the attack, see if they can at least equalize. If not, again, remember, Bay State College need to complete the map with time remaining. Right?
Yes.
Any time at all, but they need time remaining. Because otherwise, because Northwood finished with more than 1 minute in their time bank, if Bay State College finishes the map in overtime, will not get a second run at the offensive objective. There is going to be a bit of a difference here as NACE is going over to the Genji. First time we've seen this pick in play.
A very interesting pick, especially since there isn't an Ana in the support line to complement it with the Nano Blades. It's just going to be Northwood trying to get a lot of value out of this mid-range spam and these close-range battles here. That puts a lot of pressure here onto Dynasty to deal with both Forgotten and Cave, and as you can see, doesn't hold up to it at the beginning. Forgotten manages to take down the opposing number. Now is full rain here over the high ground. NACE is getting chunked down in the back as the frontline battle isn't going much better. Bay State are going to roll into point A and take it just as fast, if not faster, than Northwood did.
Yeah, it's really clean aggression. Forgotten opens things up, right? When you're down, it's that first pickoff that's so critical. Overwatch, when at a disadvantage, when at a player disadvantage, is a difficult thing to kind of recover from. So Northwood University, Dynasty goes down, and Forgotten continues to put pressure in the backline. Look at the ult charge that Bay State has kind of earned in return. NACE not making these switches either, staying with the Genji. So trusting in the projectile play here.
You're 75% to a Dragon Blade. May as well go for it.
Nice halt. Good combo. No damage, though, as the Kinetic Grasp was used, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, Cowman now has the Gravitic Flux, right? This is the reverse of that, where Forgotten gets taken out, so the Hanzo is really going at each other here.
Yeah, the Hanzo battle is going to be key to keep an eye on here, but now Bay State is going to be putting in just about every ultimate they have into this one. 2 quick kills onto the DPS core of Northwood, and that's going to allow Bay State to push forward into this one. But you see the impact of that first pick. I don't think Bay State uses as many ultimates in that fight if they don't lose Forgotten early.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Now you don't have any support ultimates. You don't have any real defensive utility against the damage of the Gravitic Flux here. However, you do have high ground control, and high ground is the be-all, end-all, as we kind of, expect. That's a good start. I mean, Neb being taken out. I mean, you don't have any defense now for Bay State College.
No, there is not a lot of healing on your side. There's a lot of pressure right now on Abs to keep those big health pools alive, and NACE winning the battle in the air against Cabe is going to make this extremely difficult here for Bay State. They're just sort of hanging around on this high ground, waiting for Northwood to come to them, and they finally do. The rally has been committed from left, and that's going to put a stop to the momentum here.
Forgotten is just... Yeah, you're never going to get that one alive, right? It's 4 players staring you down on your 200
Staggers.
HP. Yeah, it's not ideal here for Bay State College. They still have 3.5 minutes remaining, so not a terrible time bank to work with. Northwood University, though, have control of the high ground, and here in Hollywood, it's so difficult to walk into it, right? You're taking free spam as you enter. You're shooting up. Defense is better natural cover. You can see both shields are required to walk in for Bay State, whereas Northwood just use one.
Yes, but the duplicate coming out early from Cabe gets the Gravitic Flux online, puts some pressure on the Northwood, but no kills have come out of it yet. In fact, it's actually Abs' Immortality Field that goes down first, as Bay State, actually, here comes another Gravitic Flux from Cabe, but unfortunately, just gets a nice little boost into the air before Cabe ends up getting taken out of duplicate form, and then taken out of the fight entirely. So, unfortunate there, but the distraction from Bay State may have been enough. Just a couple members of Northwood alive right now. It's Seasons and Cowman trying their best to hold it down, but Abs has the healing, has the Immortality Field. Does a beautiful job to keep Infernal alive in that one. Bay State's going to roll through towards the end of point B.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a contest available here. You can see a couple of members lining up, trying to get to the cart. There's the duplicate from NACE.
Yeah,
the Sigma, just to section off the front line from the back line. This is going to buy time for the re-entry for Northwood University.
Yeah, now we have just about a full fight here. Good play there from Cabe, being able to take NACE out of that duplicate form. But here comes the Gravitic Flux from Cowman. Puts a lot of damage into this one. Is going to dive head first in the battle, trying to do anything he can, but his teammates are following around him. He only gets a consolation kill onto the Baptiste, and it's just not going to be enough. Bay State take point B. They have 3 minutes to finish the map.
Yeah, this has been a lot closer in terms, or a lot more skirmish heavy on this Bay State side. They're actually taking fights and winning them. NACE going to switch over to the Torbjorn here, but eliminated as they get the reset. So the card's going to roll through this first third of the, this first part of the third point.
Yeah.
Northwood University are going to be able to use the natural choke to their advantage. However, time is of the essence here. We talk about how much time Bay State they need to finish with time. Northwood wants to eliminate that opportunity as they try and isolate Infernal on the flank.
NACE swapped over to Ash, which should be noted here. Another sort of sniper character to try to contest Cabe in the air. And that, along with Landon, that's a third hit scan on this team, or third sniper long-range character, does the job here, takes Cabe out early, and Bay State gets sent back to spawn.
Infernal tried to set up a pinch flank, so set up on the far side, and then create a crossfire with the rest of the team. But Northwood identified Infernal's plan and coalesced onto them, eliminated the off tank, and then followed with the cleanup on the remaining members. Now they have control of the choke, and Bay State has to walk into the spam to get any advantage. That being said, that's a good start as Cabe finds Dynasty out, and they're going to have that man advantage early.
That's so much damage taken out, and Cabe is also able to find the follow-up onto Cowman, but here comes the supercharger from Seasons. It's powered up the remaining members of Northwood, and it has evened up this fight. Cabe trying to do whatever he can, trying to get just one more mace shot, is going to be able to get Rally online, finally gets it going. The armor onto all the members of Northwood is able to eventually get this going here for Bay State. They're going to be pushing in towards the end here, but they are low on members. They don't have enough on their side to try and make a final push for the end.
Yeah, they're waiting for all of their members to reset. That being said, there is no opportunity for Bay State to have a better time bank now, as they are below that minute 10 mark. Gravitic Flux early here from Northwood.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux comes out early, and it brings in a lot of damage into multiple members of Bay State. It actually forces out the rally from Neb. So the rally armor is up, but Cabe is currently down, and so is Infernal. Bay State, they're very quickly running out of steam. The Amplification Matrix trying to get anything done. As Forgotten's in the back. If he can get Landon, that would be huge, but Landon's going to fall back behind a corner. There is no place for Forgotten to shoot. So, 30 seconds left on the clock now. We're kind of in a state of perpetual spam and fighting, but Bay State are sort of forced back right now. If they want to capture the point with time, they have to get something going right now. But now it's Northwood pushing up, and I think at this point, there's no way Bay State can capture it with time on the clock.
No, this is, in fact, I don't think they're going to be able to complete the map at all. You can see the last-ditch stall effort. Neb switches over to the Lucio, trying to get back to the objective. But it's only the Dragon Strike, it's only the Supercharger in the back pocket. Meanwhile, Northwood has the Bob, has the Amplification Matrix, they have all the section capabilities, and they don't even allow Bay State College to get in.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for Bay State at all. Infernal gets a kill on the Dynasty, but it looks like that's all they're going to be able to get. Forgotten swaps over onto the Widowmaker just to get a nice little shot there onto NACE, but that's going to do it. Northwood takes Hollywood and is going to tie us up 1-1. Nice little comeback there after losing Lijiang Tower.
And so on Northwood's map pick, they get their victory. Close it was, though. And if not for that second phase that was gotten with a brilliant back half by NACE, this may have been a very different story, Dividing, as though we are equalized, there is very much another universe where Bay State College is up 2-0 if they'd marked NACE just a little bit tighter.
And that, if Bay State ends up going on to lose this series, is going to be the map, the moment that they all look back on and go, oh, man, if only we had done that, right? Because throughout Lijiang and Hollywood, what I have learned here is that this is so completely winnable here for Bay State. They are right there with Northwood so far as the mechanical ability, the strategic ability. They're able to hang in with and even beat these top collegiate squads. But they just make these small mistakes, and Northwood is going to take advantage of it every single time.
It's not even that they're mistakes necessarily either. I think that's the other critical thing. It's their style. They're choosing to play an aggressive look to get in your face and force you to make, those errors. Northwood is the one, I think, who reacted appropriately. When a team is playing that aggressively in your spawn, it's easy to make mistakes, right? It's easy to try and force something to work in your favor that just doesn't. But I think Northwood, make the calm decision to send a player, have a player, go and make attempt to make an impact on the map, and NACE does so. So we're seeing two high-level teams play at a high level, and it has been incredibly impressive, the reaction that both squads have had to sort of the mid-to-mid moments in this series.
It has been incredibly interesting to see these two teams sort of interact and play off of and try and counter each other mid-map, these little movements and micro-movements, and both their composition and their play in order to try and outmaneuver the other. Now, we do have our next map pick. It is going to be Havana with Northwood starting on the defense. LaFon, what kind of comps are you expecting here out of Havana?
I'm interested to see if we're going to get the dive composition coming in. We saw the Wrecking Ball in play in map number 1, so if we're going to see that, or if we're going to see a mirror of what was kind of run on Hollywood, in terms of the double shield. We haven't really had a chance to see Havana this season with teams that play, a lot of flexible styles. When we have seen it, it has been the double shield mostly. Some teams have tried to run sort of a rush composition based around the Reinhardt. It hasn't been nearly as successful as I think teams would have liked to. However, we haven't really seen teams this strong play against other teams that have been this strong. So for the first time, we're going to see, for the first time here at NACE Starleague, we're going to see teams, I think, make decisions around what their opponent's strengths are, and sort of play to the map strengths as well. And that's kind of what I'm most interested in finding out here as we load into Havana.
Think we might see any Widowmaker? I feel like Havana is one of it's probably the biggest Widowmaker map outside of Junkertown.
Yeah, we might see it. You might see it on the opening. I don't think the teams will stick to it too long. The close quarters, or I guess once you get past that first sight line, it's a lot easier to find value with like an Ashe or even maybe a closer range hit scan at times, or even just a Tracer, right? Play eschew the long range hit scan at all in its entirety and try and play in mirror, in lockstep with your front line.
Well, we will see what exactly Bay State tries to come out with here. Forgotten currently on that Widowmaker. I can't imagine he's going to stay on it very long, especially looking at this close hold coming out here from Northwood. Is just going to try and be as annoying as possible to Bay State. Try and get as much time off the clock as possible here. As Bay State has read it, is going to come out with a brawl comp of their own. Infernal currently showing the Roadhog should be very interesting. If you get an early hook off onto a more squishy member of Northwood, get an early pick out there.
He's going to switch, yeah. Tried for a hook, doesn't find anything. Going to go to likely a different character.
Yeah, very
He
early.
gets one, but while his team loses the fight, he's going to switch over to the Sigma. That was more of a 5v6 than anything else, as Infernal was kind of taken out of that. Northwood University, they do lose Dynasty, who's walking back from spawn now.
That being said,
where the teleporter's going.
Yeah, that being said, Dynasty not being in this fight means that this is essentially a 5v6 right now. So the Roadhog pick was a bit of a long-term investment, but it does end up paying dividends here, as now Bay State are going to be pushing forward, going to push onto their man advantage here, and Forgotten gets several kills in that one, as Bay State is going to start getting the point moving.
Yep. 5v6, it's the bane of any team's existence, right? So it's going to be the reset now, and Bay State College are taking aggressive position here, as they should, trying to get a pick off as Northwood University exits, some of these choke points. Even just get some spam to build up to some of those ultimates. Abs has the amplification matrix, and it's going to be mirrored as the wall denies the offense that space.
Yeah, so both Amp Matrix come out, but it seems like Bay State has come out with a little bit more value here. They're continuing to get picks and win out in these brawl mirrors so far as they round the last corner on point A. I'm not sure if Northwood's going to have time for another recontest.
They do have a teleporter, so they do get back, and you can see them kind of sitting on the high ground here. Oh,
yeah,
the wall,
oh no, the wall is completely blocked off Cowman. He was going for a Gravitic Flux, and that did not happen. That was what Northwood needed to be able to re-engage back onto this point. They don't get it, so Bay State roll in cleanly to the first point checkpoint and are able to get quite a bit of extra ult charge to boot.
Yeah, NACE is now going over to the Doomfist. It's certainly going to be a bold proposition into the composition that Bay State's running. Right?
Yeah.
There's the Cassidy, the Sigma,
just
the May.
don't go into Forgotten, I guess.
Yeah, try your best. NACE is a very strong Doomfist though, so if anyone can make it work, it is NACE. We'll see how he's able to get through. Yeah, no, even you try to hype him up, it's not possible.
That was Doomfist is a very high risk, high reward character. That was the risk side of things, as NACE gets taken out early, and Bay State is going to press their advantage once again. It's been a little bit since we've seen these teams play this sort of brawl mirror, but right now Bay State are pretty clearly coming out ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Northwood University finally mirror out here, as they're going to get the same composition. It might be a little too late though, as the Blizzard's going to try and trap the remaining members, and they're all frozen up here.
Yeah, the
no, the
Immortality
shatter
field. Oh no, you're
Seasons
kidding
with the
me.
shatter.
Seasons. I don't even know why you go for that at that point. It is such a losing scenario either way. I feel like you may as well just hold. Okay, actually, if Seasons is just going to swap over to Orisa, then it does make sense.
Sure, yeah.
But man, that is tragic for Seasons there. That doesn't even get to a Reinhardt who does not get to use his Earth Shatter is one of the saddest Reinhardts ever. As Dynasty has swapped over to the Widow, though.
Yeah, there's going to be the double sniper, double shield look. So Northwood University, like, giving up a lot of the fate in the middle phase here to kind of defend this last choke arches.
But the Shatter from Faded has gotten both tanks, and it forces out the beat from Leps. So big resources have been used on the side of Northwood to stay into this one, and Dynasty has found Cabe here on the side, looking for more. Knows that Abs is sitting there behind that little tower, is looking for a jump shot, really wants that Baptiste, isn't going to find it yet, but is getting a lot of value here on the side. Now Forgotten has actually swapped over to the Widowmaker. We have a Widow duel here. What is it, 2019? Has Bay State are going to try and push now that there's no sniper in the game, but NACE with the sticky bombs in a small room is going to close things out here for Northwood. Both teams are low on members, but the car won't be moving anytime soon.
Yeah. Oh, NACE may have bit off just a little bit more than he can chew. He's still going for more. Gets it. Gets the trade. That is big. Yep. Waves hello.
Waves goodbye.
Yep. I mean, listen. NACE did his job. Forgot it out. Carried down. Dynasty can now work unattended.
Yep, you do your job, you wave goodbye to your friends as you fall into the void there. But Bay State, as this is happening, has gotten some pretty consistent point push here. Dynasty's Widowmaker is going to get a quick 2K here, is going to prevent Bay State from being able to finish the point here. But one more good fight, as the cart has made to that last little choke point, could be it for Bay State.
Even in high pressure situations like this, Overwatch is still fun, man. We see Faded charge into the backline, get the pin off onto Dynasty. I'm gonna switch over to the Orisa now. So we've got nearly mirror compositions here. All spawn denied. Good read by Cowman.
Cowman with the beautiful eat. So much more difficult to do that on Sigma than on D.Va. So a ton of respect there for that, and follows it up with the Gravitic Flux kill onto Abs, and then takes down Infernal. Cowman willing his team through this fight, but Forgotten might have something to say about it here. As Bay State are still trying to fight this. They have their own Gravitic Flux coming out from Infernal when he comes back from spawn, but Cabe has been found in the back. Just barely manages to get out with his life here. As Bay State, they were forced to regroup, but now just about have everyone back. The Supercharger comes out from Seasons, and Infernal is able to get Landon down, but they aren't able to deal with the Supercharger. Everyone on Northwood is charged up, and that's going to be a clean fight win for Northwood in this sort of extended fight.
Something interesting that Northwood University is doing, in collection is they're cycling their DPS players. NACE is now playing the hit scan. Dynasty is playing the projectile, right? Whereas that has kind of cycled back and forth. So, yes, a lot of flexibility, but Northwood University, that's something to keep an eye out on. However, now, as we get to that's a big pick. Cade gets taken out, and Dynasty, in this last fight, not having your full 6-player fighting force is disastrous for Bay State College.
It is incredibly disastrous, but Dynasty has been taken out in response, and that spawn advantage is very in favor of Bay State. Northwood have pushed up extremely far, maybe a little bit too far now, as they're forced to back up here. Bay State are pressing. Cabe is back from spawn, and Northwood are all in spawn. Seasons, Cowman taken out. Cowman just 5% away from that Gravitic Flux, as now Bay State are going to try and push through to the end.
Yeah, we can see Bay State making the smart decision, again, to walk up into the spawn room. NACE gets isolated and taken out, and you have to walk into the damage throughput that Bay State College is setting up. Northwood University have put themselves in a position to be taken away.
Yeah, but once again, Season's trying to push his team through this one, but I think the ultimates from Bay State, the Supercharger, the rally, it might just be too much to deal with here. It just comes down to the DPS, and with the Sonic Arrow, Cabe saw it coming from a mile away. Bay State, with 2 seconds left on the clock, complete Havana.
Yeah, you could even say 3 points, 2.1 seconds. So 3, 2, 1.
Hey, look at that. Blast off.
And now Northwood University are forced to complete the map. And really, it felt like Northwood University on that third phase had it all under control until they thought they saw an opportunity to close out the map that didn't exist. And Bay State College punished them for it. That being said, let's not forget how dominant Bay State College was in the first half of the map. First 2/3 of the map, really. As they were completely uncontested through the first and second phase of Havana. Literally not losing a fight in that entirety. I suppose they lost the first fight outside the gate, but that was the only time they had lost the fight on the first and second phase. So definitely something to think about as we see Northwood head to the attack.
Yeah, and again, Northwood have to finish this map. If they can't, that is a very quick 2-1 hole for them, and all of a sudden, Bay State is going to be at match point. I mean, this is winners finals for both of these teams. A lot is on the line. A spot in the grand finals of the NACE Esports playoffs is on the line here. So going down early is not ideal at all as the point starts, and it's looking like Northwood, even though they know this is going to be a close point hold, Northwood are going to be going with a double shield composition anyways, with the long-range DPS of Dynasty and NACE. NACE has found his way outside of spawn and has left with him, and that is going to be enough here to take down Infernal, and it looks like it might actually be enough to win out this fight. It seems like Bay State let NACE get a little bit too much space here, and that's what's going to allow them to get the point moving.
NACE has been a terror on the Echo in this game, right? Has really been in control. Has been the best Echo player we've seen here tonight. 80% on the charge for the duplicates. And you said it, set up a flank and was able to essentially eliminate 4 players single-handedly, though the rest of the team was falling apart. And the sustainability of the squad that Northwood University is running, of this composition they're running, has been impressive. Now, I mean, this duplicate is going to be the first ultimate online, I believe, here. Yeah, not even close. And, oh, that's a big elimination.
Wow, that is so much damage at once from NACE. Takes down Infernal, and now I don't think he had used a duplicate to win out this fight, but is gonna use it anyways. Go on to the Reinhardt, immediately get chunked down over 400 health, so does have the Earth Shatter online, goes for the 180. Faded is a little bit too smart for that one, but I do appreciate the gumption there from NACE to try and pull it off. But now Bay State, they have Infernal back, so they're going to keep trying to push back into this one with both the beat and the amplification matrix by their side. Northwood, for their part, are trading back and forth with them, and Landon winning that fight in the backline with Cabe might be exactly what Northwood needed there, and in fact, they are going to push through the end of point A.
That fight shifted on a dime. That was very, very close to Bay State bringing it back. But a little fancy footwork from Landon to avoid Cabe, and you know that's a big part of why they were able to close out. Landon staying alive and getting the elimination made for a big moment. Now Northwood University is to get through the second phase a little less swiftly than Bay State College did. Still a remarkable time bank, and you can see now it's going to be Cabe on the hit scan trying to shut down NACE just a little bit, put a little bit more pressure, I should say, onto the aerial threats.
Yeah, a little bit more pressure here, but still, NACE is going to have the ability to just sort of fly around as long as it doesn't give too many good sight lines to Cave here. But Forgotten is able to get the kill onto the opposing number. The Hanzo going down is super big as Bay State are looking strong right now. Cabe on that Cassidy gets a bunch of really good kills in that fight, and Bay State are able to stop the cart.
Yeah. Forgotten, again, a big part of why. Forgotten has shown up in moments when you need the Hanzo too, with those eliminations, right? Takes out the mirror counterparts, takes out Dynasty before the fight even begins. And the Dragon Strike dissection off players. Tries for the blind flashbang, no one's there, as Dynasty had left. And, I mean, here's an awkward thing. Cave is caught out alone. Oh, flashbang's available. Is that it? No, not in time. Does find Dynasty with a flashbang right-click, though.
Yeah, that's actually really big. Cable will get traded out for it, but getting rid of that long-range damage is pretty good for your team, but Northwood are just going to push forward here. Just run over the tanks of Bay State, win that close-range engagement, and Northwood are pushing through towards the end of point B.
Yeah, we're going to see another swap here as Infernal goes over the Diva. I think this is the... we're going to get a quick look at that. Dynasty also making a Genji. There is a chance for the recontest here for Bay State College. I think they're thinking about it.
They definitely have time to do it if they want. And it looks
going
like they do, as here comes the Dragon Strike and the engagement from Faded, but the ultimates from Northwood are coming out in response. Cabe with the early pickoff on the Dynasty, but Northwood used like 4 ultimates at once in that fight, and it is difficult to deal with the power of everyone on the other team pressing Q at the same time, so Northwood does a good job there, gets themselves point B. 3 minutes and 30 seconds now on their time bank.
It is the right play to go for the go button there. You need to win that fight if you are Northwood University because, I mean, look at the time bank. It's only 3 minutes left here to get through this entire third phase, and you can get gummed up quite a bit. So all the time you kind of need is important here. Now, Bay State College makes the switch over to the double sniper, right? The double shield, double sniper. Dynasty on the flank here needs to find a pickoff, needs to get an elimination. That should start the snowball a little bit. Bay State College, though, the go button has been done with the sound barrier.
But Dynasty in the back, Forgotten wasn't expecting it, and now that is a huge pickoff. The long-range threat from Bay State is out early, and the ghost dashes from Dynasty doing so much damage in that one. Northwood are charging towards the end of this map now, and Forgotten gets a little bit of revenge there at the end.
Yep. As the fight kind of started, so too does it end, right? This time it's mirrored, though. And this is still not ideal, though. You're walking through a choke point here with the Sigma using the Gravitic Flux in your spawn room.
Yeah, you're able to push through kind of past that choke point there now if you're Northwood thanks to that Gravitic Flux. It gets you a lot of space, a lot of time. But when these fights start to get really grindy and people start to trade, it is going to inevitably favor Bay State because they have the closer spawn. They have that spawn advantage, and Northwood knows this, even though they have lost about the same amount of players. They're just not back in time, so tanks of Northwood are forced to back up.
Still going to be, this next play is going to be interesting because the Supercharger is going to be online, so too will the Dragon Blade. This should be the combo. Cave needs to use his Dragon Strike here to section off the front line. There's a Supercharger. And time here.
Yeah, Dynasty trying to get something done, but the Immortality Field from Avs is enough to get rid of the supercharged Dragon Blade, and Dynasty just doesn't get the value out of that combo that he was hoping for. Now Cabe has found his way in the bag, finds Landon, you take that trade any day, and Infernal's Gravitic Flux is going to finish it off. Northwood now about to go down below a minute, and their big combo, the Supercharger Dragon Blade, got him nothing.
The Dragon Blade was not online in time, and I believe the Supercharger was destroyed before they could go through. Lep is not caught lacking there. The grapple shot is not going to get this Brig caught unawares this time. It's still I mean, Northwood has a lot of healing coming through with this rally online. Neb is going to mirror it out as well. And for this last fight, it's going to be a very, very healthy teams here on both sides.
It is very healthy as Northwood are going to be pushing through early, trying to just win in this early fight, run over the members of Bay State, and that might just be what they're doing. Everyone left alive on the Bay State side are forced into this tiny little room. Faded trying to go gold and stay alive for as long as he can, but it is not going to be enough. The emergency Doomfist from Forgotten doesn't get them any more time, and Northwood are able to finish the map with about, I don't actually know exactly how much time that is more. Bay State had 2 seconds. They have 13, so 11 seconds more, something like that.
Yeah, not a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, not a lot. That's the important part.
Yeah. That being said, in that last fight, the fact that Lep had cycled the ultimate a little bit earlier than Neb, and you got that pick off, right? The armor had stacked up for Northwood University just a little bit earlier. They were able to put a little bit more pressure in, and the Supercharger, we saw how much value it gets. It's one of the strongest resources in the game because of how much damage it helps you output. And Bay State College, they try and make it close, but the damage just isn't there, and Northwood University are able to clean things up.
So now it just comes down to this, huh? 1 minute for Bay State, 1 minute and 13 seconds for Northwood. In Overwatch time, that doesn't get you a ton. Maybe like a little bit more time to get back to the point after after you're quickly trying to go to spawn and get on speedy heroes to get back to the point fast or something like that. Interestingly, though, it looks like Northwood are opting to ditch the close spawn hold on this one. They're just going to try and hold at this first corner.
If you can get this first fight, like, here's the thing. Because this first fight is going to be forced at around the 30-second mark, if you win it, you end the map, right? So it gives you a little bit more room to make mistakes. That's not one you want to really be making, though, as that's a halt headshot combo, and a lep goes down.
Yeah, that is so big for Bay State. Northwood depends so much on the extra damage from that Discord orb, and that is so incredibly bad. You see now Lep has swapped back onto the Brigitte, trying to get a little bit faster, a little bit more healing back onto the point now, as now Northwood is allowing the cart to push around that first corner. That's already a victory, I think, for Bay State. Just given how much time they had on the clock, the question is how far can they take it now? Cabe takes down Dynasty. That is, again, a huge opening pick for the side of Bay State. Forgotten has found himself in a bit of a 1v1 here with NACE trying to get something done. Seasons finds the pick on to Lep, and all of a sudden, Bay State's support line has gone down. Overtime Lick has been activated, but they do not have any supports. Will Northwood be able to capitalize off of it? I'm not sure. The spawn advantage is still a little bit in Bay State's favor, but now it seems like the loss of support characters has really come back to haunt Bay State here. As Northwood, it was looking scary, but they do get the point stop before the end of point A.
And there's that space, right, that gives them the opportunity, gives them the freedom to make a mistake and recover from it. But it was really NACE on the flank that makes a huge part of that. Takes down Abs. There's no healing through, as you said. And just the general spam with Cowman holding down the objective, being the anchor, is what gives Northwood University that defense dividing. And now Bay State College, this is still winnable for them. This is not out of, Northwood is not out of the woods yet. In regards to this map, they still need to win at least a full fight. And Bay State College, if they play their cards correctly, if they drain the objective, then Northwood University is going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, this is still, like I said, just getting around that first corner, where I'm sure Bay State is probably going to want to try and hold this, is a huge victory. In fact, the fact that they got it around this first corner probably opens things up for a close spawn hold, which I think is actually what Bay State is going to do here. You've given yourself enough space that even if you lose that first spawn hold composition, you're able to respawn, get back, and get a full recontest fight before the cart is able to get to that golden box of victory. So this offers Bay State a lot more flexibility in what they can do. So, as they come out here, they have to be really careful. This time, NACE is going with the Pharah. They weren't expecting it. I'm sure they were expecting an Echo this time around, but the spam damage, the AoE from the rockets of NACE has done so much. Bay State were clumped up for him. It was just too easy for the Pharah. Finally gets taken down by Cabe, but the damage has already been done. As soon as they deal with this iced up May, Northwood's going to get the cart moving.
Yeah. Oh, and now they're making wholesale switches as well. The mobility from Infernal to get back. Forgotten's going to try and play the Widowmaker here just to make NACE's life miserable. And really just to try and be strong against the long range of Dynasty as well. NACE isolates the Widowmaker, sends Forgotten back, and the cart is still rolling forward. Northwood is taking an aggressive position just to prevent Bay State from walking in and taking space with their close quarters composition.
Yeah, they are playing very aggressive, but Infernal, it is working very well because the Dio has been taken out of the mech. That's one of your main tools to deal with this far, and Faded has been taken out as well. Overtime has been activated, but Bay State needs to find some kills. Landon, though, says no, gets a 3K there to end this out for Northwood. It was close. LaFon. This has been a very close series, but after losing Lijiang Tower, Northwood has rattled off 2 map wins in a row to get themselves the series point.
Take a quick look at the highlight of the game here as the rather anticlimactic end of the map as the car just kind of rolled in. Nice sweep there onto the Tracer.
I mean, the Pharah pick from NACE just ended up being way too good. It was perfectly played to counter what Bay State wanted to do, which was play a really densely packed together sort of brawl composition and try and hold them at the spawn gates for as long as they could. We saw the Echo do a lot of damage in the first time around, and the second time NACE goes, well, I'll just try Pharah this time if they're going to play so close together, and it works out extremely well.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, about the Pharah is because they're not running a D.Va to open things up, it makes it even easier for NACE, right? The Sigma's not as good at marking the Pharah as the D.Va is, and their NACE is, opens up that first objective the same way both times, right? Once to the Echo, once to the Pharah, but ultimately the style is the same. Get on the flank, put the spam damage in to get those eliminations, and give Northwood not only their first lead of the series, but give themselves match point as we head in to map 4 in just a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Esports Playoffs. My name is Dividing. I am joined by Lafon. For those of you just joining us, Northwood has taken a 2-1 lead over Bay State in the winners finals. They now find themselves just one map away from a berth in the NACE Esports Grand Finals. And what a strong 2 maps it's been from Northwood, Lafon.
It has. I think really the story of this game has been how close these teams are to each other, though, right? Every single map has kind of gone the distance. Even Hollywood, which wasn't fully completed, we saw Bay State College go to, they made it to that 3rd phase and just barely missed out on closing out the map. Meanwhile, I mean, here on Havana, as we're seeing the quick highlights, through, this had a second attack run. You see it's ending 4-3 in Northwood's favor. But it has been really a close match.
It has been really close. So in that case, what do you think has been the main difference here? Why has Northwood been able to come up clutch, get those last-second plays that end up getting them over the finish line?
A lot of that has been off the back of, I think, while NACE comes to mind specifically, in general, the DPS making those big plays, right, to open things up, both Dynasty and NACE in certain regards, and having the rest of the squad able to trust that when one of those DPS players makes a play and something's going to happen out of it that's going to be beneficial to your team, I think has been the difference maker in these games, right? I think we harken back to Hollywood, where NACE takes the second phase almost single-handedly, despite really not winning a ton of fights.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the standout moment so far. And overall, it has been off the back of kind of those clutch moments from members of Northwood that has given them the edge in the series.
I 100% agree. As we head into our map 4, it is going to be Anubis coming up next, our resident 2CP map of the day. And honestly, when I'm looking at this, I think this is actually a pretty good map for Northwood. Plays a lot into those double shield compositions, those Orisa compositions that they really love to play.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, is that Echo's really strong on this map, and NACE has had a fantastic Echo. I don't necessarily know that we'll see Echo here. It's kind of trended away from that style of play in recent memory. A lot more Ash, sometimes Tracer. There's different looks that come into play. That being said, I think you're right. This has been a case, I think, in the shield mirror, in the double shield mirror, Northwood has looked slightly better, whereas I think in the dive mirror, it has been a little bit more favored for Bay State College. Though, again, as we said, we're talking in moments. There's not really been a grand difference between these two squads. Well, there shouldn't. I mean, we're fighting for that upper bracket positioning, right? So we expect big things from these teams.
Both these teams at this point have secured themselves a top 3 finish in the overall semester just by making it to this point. So it should be said at this point that we are watching the best of the best that NACE has to offer right now. So it is super exciting to watch both of these teams work as we now load into Anubis here. And like we've mentioned, Northwood are going to be sticking onto that defense, the double shield. Echo coming out from NACE. Dynasty, interestingly, is going to be going onto the Junkrat, though. Trying to probably spam down Bay State as they try and move through the choke points.
I once had a player swear by the fact that Junkrat had the best performance here on Temple of Anubis, and I will say that every time they played Junkrat on this map, they succeeded, so I will acquiesce in that regard. That being said, it is definitely harder to kind of deal with the Echo in the sky when you don't necessarily have the hit scan to put extra pressure on it. NACE, though, doing a great job of it early as Cabe is forced to retreat as they see their mirror counterpart.
A lot of pressure, though, has been put onto NACE early, though, in order to just make sure that Cabe isn't able to get quite as much value as he's looking for out of the skies. As now we push through, and actually it's Abs who finds NACE in the sky. I guess, to be fair, Bay State does have one hit scan on their team right now, other than Forgotten. Abs with a very nice early pick there. NACE is going to be forced to swap onto the Cassidy now, and Bay State's going to be trying to push onto their advantage, but here comes the amplification matrix from Landon. A ton of value comes out of that, especially when Infernal got stunned up by the accretion. Howman takes out the opposing number, and now the tank line from Northwood starts to get going. it is looking like this is probably going to be Northwood coming out on top, especially with Faded going down. Unfortunately, Abs ends up using the Amplification Matrix in a lost fight here. I say that as Forgotten gets 2 picks, but it's really just Forgotten. You should be able to find this pick onto the Ashe, but ooh, Seasons down just about 30 health and taken down. All of a sudden, wait a second here. Forgotten might have turned this around here. 93% of the way to a Bob, and it's looking like you've actually done enough. The spawn is too far away here for Northwood to be able to come back consistently. You've got a tick. You're moving your way towards the second one, and the recontest here, it's just Calman, and he's not going to win the fight against Cabe. So after what was looking really bad for Bay State, Forgotten just turns it around completely.
Yeah, Forgotten absolutely just says, someone yelled clutch or kick, and Forgotten said bet, let's go. Comes in big, gets up 3 eliminations there. Cave gets going to be slowed down a little bit as Bay State College is going to work on this re-entry, but no, Forgotten absolutely the hero of point A, single-handedly unlocking that objective by getting on the flank and getting those eliminations. Put to bed here as NACE comes back in with the hit scan, and this is going to slow things down a little bit. Bay State's still committing in a fight that they've objectively lost.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 4 ultimates in this fight. Bay State might be looking to swap characters after this fight anyways, which might be why they want to try and just use all the ultimates that they can and force what they can out of Northwood. And in fairness, you have forced out both support ultimates from your opposing team, so I think you take that if you're Bay State in this situation, but it is going to be a pretty easy Northwood hold.
Yeah, it is true that they do get both support ultimates out. If Dynasty gets any number of eliminations more than 1, this just stops the push, by the way, with this Riptire.
You gave him a shield. That is bold from Seasons, just going to assume that no one's going to see Dynasty here. And actually, is Dynasty still going to go for this? I don't know. It's still just kind of hanging around in there. It's actually NACE who gets sort of taken out early. And, well, I mean, now you have to do something if you're Dynasty. You have done too much sitting around, and it does find Infernal, but it is a good immortality field from Abs to take out any other value that you would have gotten out of that. But the amount of damage it did, even with the immortality field, was absolutely insane. It has put a real damper on this push coming out from Bay State.
The Junkrat to the Genji. Dynasty is definitely going for the unorthodox here today. That being said, the Riptire, it's 1 ult, 1 kill, fight ended. There's not much you can do on Assault, especially Temple of Anubis. You need all 6 players alive, so that definitely helps.
Yeah.
And that's going to slow things down a little bit. This is going to get a lot of damage, Dynasty.
Yeah, the halt dash through combo, you see just how much, already a quarter of the way to that Dragon Blade. He just swapped on the Genji, but Bay State, they have a lot of ultimates to work with. The Dynasty had no chance with the Bob and the Amplification Matrix boosted Dynamite. Gets taken down, but it looks like the rest of Northwood are going to be able to hold down the fort here as Northwood are pushing in onto the remaining members of Bay State here. Abs is able to find Dynasty again, who's trying to go back in on the Doomfist. Dude's just trying to play mystery heroes right now, it seems like. But it looks like Northwood still do have the advantage here. They have the spawn advantage on their side. So Left goes down, and so does Calman. But as long as these fights continue to trade, Bay State can't win. You need a clean fight win where you're able to get almost everyone on the other side without taking any losses yourself. And you just didn't get that.
Yeah, absolutely the case, right? This is just the curse of Assault. No way.
Go for it.
No way.
Okay, sure. Go for it, Dynasty.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Northwood, the thing about this is that even though Northwood lost a map, they're still playing and having fun. Look at this. Dynasty in their spawn room takes out Abs. You don't expect that, right?
No.
And with how closely Bay State College has played Northwood, it's the fact that you're able to be that aggressive and go for those risky plays and have them work at this stage of the game is impressive.
It is extremely impressive, but Dynasty does not come away with the kill that time around. The Doomfist goes down early. Cave has duplicated the Baptiste to try and give his team a little bit of extra healing as they try and push in here. They need that healing. Infernal down low extremely early. Able to get healed up here and keep things going, as now with the boost from Cave potentially. Bay State are pushing in now. They might have gotten the kills and the picks that are needed. They've only lost Forgotten so far. This should be good enough for at least a tick, as the Amplification Matrix is going to give them a lot more damage here. Forgotten the Dragon Strike from spawn. We'll see if that ends up getting any value in a couple seconds here, as now it comes in. It actually does a good job of splitting up the point. Northwood not able to engage quite as much as they wanted to. A second tick has been given away now to Bay State. 20 seconds left on the clock. Can Northwood delay this to overtime? I think that's the question right now, and it's just a Doomfist from Dynasty. Does have that Meteor Strike available.
Oh, no.
But does not get much out of it. 8 seconds left on the clock, and that is where it's going to stay as Bay State complete Anubis.
Seasons actually knocks everyone out of the AoE of where the Meteor Strike was coming through. Oh, that talk about some anti-synergy there.
I mean, come on, it's every man for themselves at this point. As when you end up in those scrappy second point of assault map kind of things. Everyone's just running around trying to use all their abilities, trying to get whatever they can out of it. So, you're right. It doesn't end up looking great on Seasons, but I don't blame him for it.
Yeah, no one's necessarily at fault there. Except, actually, no. You know who is at fault? At a certain point, those troll plays catch up to you, right? And we saw that happen at the very end there. So, live by the sword, die by it in certain cases for Northwood University. And while I have to give them credit for playing with that loose, aggressive style, when it punishes you, when you fall prey to sort of the errors that are unforced, you also have to acknowledge that, right? That's the flip side of the coin. And Northwood University is still a healthy time bank, right? That's not an unfortunate situation for them. They do get that they do give over that second objective. Yes, but I mean, 8.4 seconds is not a lot.
No, it's not. And if Northwood, I mean, we all know how snowbally assault maps can get, so we could very easily be seeing something a lot bigger come out from Northwood here, especially if they can get value out of this Brawl comp coming out early here. The goal of this composition is to close the distance on the Bay State comp as fast as possible, and by taking as little damage as possible. Obviously, this team is extremely clean, and they're going to use the Symmetra Teleport to just get right onto the point here. It is now up to Bay State to try and respond, as they're all just kind of hiding in these little rooms here, trying to deal with and rebuff some of this poke damage coming in. But they've got to be careful. Any point progress they made is slowly starting to go away, as they've been forced off the point completely. But now, here comes Northwood, going in very aggressively with that TP. It's gotten them enough space to get a tick, but with Seasons and Dynasty going down, I don't think it's going to get them much more than that.
There was it was trying to go for a clever play there where they teleport behind while the Amplification Matrix, sort of to bait Bay State College into chasing those members who were through the teleporter, and then Northwood University would shoot the Bay State College players in their back. Bay State does not fall for it. They continue to, even though they do give up that one tick, right? There was always that threat of that pressure anyway. So they still get both the eliminations and manage to, remove that or avoid that damage throughput.
Yep. Good start there, and this time the poke damage is too much. Landon taken down, and I don't even think you take this fight anymore without your Baptiste. You have to wait for him to come back.
Yeah, what's happening here is they're trying to just get, because I mean, half the team is trapped inside this area. They're just trying to play for pickoffs, right? Any elimination they can kind of get is going to favor the offense in trades. And as they wait for their members to get back, right, Cave is going to have the long distance run through, whereas Northwood has already made it to the objective.
Yeah, and that was a big amount of your poke damage, so that is a lot more that you don't have to contend with now as you sort of hurdle up in these side rooms of the point. You manage to get enough damage onto Bob to take him out, and then Infernal as well. So that one little poke pick off on the Cave might just be enough for Bay State, Northwood to push through. They've gotten themselves a second tick, but now members of Bay State have come back onto this one, and they're trying to contest this for as long as they can. It was looking like they might have been able to do it, but no, Season stands strong on the point, and that is point A taken with 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
A respectable defense, though, on point A, considering how quickly Northwood got to the objective. Bay State don't fold too easily now. I mean, here it's still going to be difficult position for them. They should be okay. They've got the rally to kind of mitigate the damage. They've got the supercharger, of course, which is going to make it a lot more difficult for Northwood to just run at them. But it's now, you have to kind of get this first pick off here with Beta's supercharger.
Yeah, you have to come off to a quick early advantage, but the Shatter from Seasons, it finds several members, and the Diva Bomb from Calman to follow up has taken down Abs, and that is a very quick early loss for Bay State. You lose Neb as well, no supports on your side, and with that, the kills are going to flood in here for Northwood. However, we do see a couple return picks coming out here for Bay State. Is it enough? Northwood has found a tick, but it's looking like, once again, the respawns from Bay State are going to be strong enough, and one tick is going to be all that the Timberwolves get.
Yeah, you look at the health pools for Bay State College, right? That was a lot of players at 10 HP or, thereabouts. And at Northwood University just can't, turn those into eliminations. Bay State College, on the precipice of disaster, managed to reset.
Yeah, they managed to reset and give themselves more life in this one. They're trying to hold for as long as they can. If they can prevent Northwood from taking it at all, then this map is over, just to set the stakes. But this fight is looking very dangerous now. A second tick has been taken, and Northwood has just pushed Bay State back. The brawl engagement was too strong, and that is looking very good for Northwood. They had something like 3 minutes on the clock. And yeah, that time bank difference is insane for Northwood. They have a clear advantage.
They do. And now Bay State College has 1 minute to stave off the loss here, right? Again, Northwood University at match point, as you can see here in the upper final. It is that 1st to 5. They need this first objective because otherwise they're playing for a draw. We will still, if they do get a draw, we will play for, that next map. But 3 minutes, 39 seconds to 1 minute, you need this first objective, something fierce. Especially with the fact that Bay State College was able to kind of stymie Northwood's offense for a little bit on A point. Or on the A objective, I should say. And if you can get, some progress, then there's still chance for you. If you don't, though, 3 minutes 40 to take just that first third of the objective is such an easy task relative to the rest of the series. So for Northwood University, this first defense, as important as it is for Bay State College, can really set Northwood up for the victory here.
It is extremely important in a lot of ways. The game, the winners finals, the series has potentially come down to this next minute from Bay State. Can they get any sort of progress on this first point in this attack? They need to get success, and they need it quick as they go through for some early poke. But NACE has found Forgotten early. That's brutal. You see now Bay State basically are forced to fall back now and wait for their Ash to come back. They will have one final chance at this.
Look at the health pools of the tanks, though. That's so much spam coming in. Dynasty getting over the top to just put pressure on.
Yeah, so much pressure right now on the Bay State. They're trying to push into that left room, but they've left the DPS players behind. Forgotten and Cape are kind of in the back here. They're going to try and play a sort of flank angle here as Northwood, they're going to push into the room. It's so difficult right now for Forgotten and Cape to get those sort of sight lines, and NACE goes down, but no one else does. The aggressive push from Northwood is perfect, though. We were very close to seeing a tick move over, but Northwood get there just in time. It is not going to happen. The win condition is set, LaFon. One tick in 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Northwood will be in the grand finals.
Here's where Bay State College needs to dig deep. They need to play the defense of their lifetimes here because 3 minutes, 39 seconds, that's a lot of time. You cannot allow Northwood University to get to the objective. Whereas it took Northwood a lot of time to actually take the full objective on their first attack run, that first third was fairly swiftly earned on the last run through. Remember that teleport onto the point, playing from that room. So Bay State College definitely know there's precedent for Northwood to just go to the objective.
Yeah, I would not put it out of my mind that Dynasty or NACE could just go for a Symmetra and they could just teleport on the point and immediately just start getting your percentage going. That would put so much pressure on you on base 8, especially if you're going for that sort of double shield, double sniper, or I don't know if sniper is the right word because Cabe isn't really a sniper, but that double long range comp that a base 8 are currently looking at.
Yeah, that poke damage coming into play, right? But it looks like Northwood University going to play this one a little bit more standard, right?
Yeah.
Very much a difference of what they had the first time around, and you know, throw base 8 off their game. Throw them, you know, throw them for a loop. You expect one thing, they give you another. And okay, a little early damage, not going to find anything. And more than information as to what Northwood is running.
This is it here. Bay-State needs to play just about perfectly for the next 3.5 minutes in order to keep themselves alive in this winners finals. You make the smallest little mistake and Northwood capitalizes on it. They've done it all day, and Infernal very nearly gets bursted down there. Will just barely be able to get back up to full health. As now Northwood, they found the engagement into the first time. It's time for both Arisas to shoot at each other in the head while standing still, and Seasons is the first one to go down. So, good start here for Bay-State, but on the sides, both Forgotten and Cabe are down. There's no DPS left for Bay-State. Cabe is back onto the Tracer, trying to get back as soon as possible as the tanks and supports try and hold it down here. They need to try and find something. It comes down to Faded and Infernal. Can you do anything? No. Seasons pile drives in on the Wrecking Ball. It's not going to happen unless Neb can do anything right now. It is just the Tracer, and the Tracer is down. That's gonna do it. Northwood, by a scoreline of 3-1, have taken the series. They will earn a spot in the grand finals. But man, what a close series this was.
That was incredibly close, and I think Northwood University, the clutch factor is the difference, is the storyline for this team. Because at the end, when you needed that playmaker, when you needed someone to step up big, it was the DPS players. It was, you know, a Dynasty on the flank, on the Echo, coming in clutch, getting those eliminations. And that is going to be the series. You said 3-1, taking this one. Bay State College will fall. Not forever, as they do have a lower run to perhaps make their way through. But Northwood University, a statement game from them as now, again, completing the run to the grand finals here.
We've still got a bit of lower bracket to play before Bay State learns who their opponent will be in the lower finals, but I would not be shocked at all to see them back up in the grand finals not too long from this, because they put up a really good fight against a team in Northwood that I think a lot of people going into the season had taken the whole thing.
This is, yeah, Northwood has a stacked roster, has performed excellently, and so not really a surprise that they, you know, are in our grand finals, though clearly a well-organized team showcasing how they got here as we got to see it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. As I think we're going to be moving into a potential interview with a member of Northwood pretty soon. Yeah, so Northwood, of course, they have a team with some incredible caliber of player. These guys have played at some of the highest levels in competitive Overwatch, and that experience, I think, really came through for them today.
There's always that element of veteran gameplay, right? Which is for players that are this young relative to, you know, expectations, is an interesting thing to say. But
yeah,
definitely a strong showing here as we get confirmation in just a moment about who will be in the interview for Northwood. Again, a highlight as we get a quick look through, you know, reminisce over the back of the series as we kind of take a moment. The first map showed how close it was going to be, and I think the score line 3-1, if you look at the actual you know, points that were taken, really tells the story of how close this series was, because tooth and nail it was fought, you know, across the board.
Yeah, it was incredibly close all along. It was a 2-1 final score line on Lijiang, 3-1 total. But I think that we ended up in these situations where both teams were kind of playing the poke comps, long range double shield compositions, and I just feel like Northwood had both the sturdier front line and the more prolific DPS line to come out on top in those engagements, at least more than 50% of the time. I wish that for that fourth match, while the fourth map was Assault, so double shield ends up being strong just about anywhere you go. I do find myself wishing that we had been taken to a composition, a map that maybe goes away from those compositions a little bit. It might have favored Bay State a little bit better.
That being said, though, that's not really how Overwatch is played, right? The map selection is a big part of it. So, for Northwood, I think, yes, in the dive mirror, perhaps Bay State had a little bit more of the advantage. You got to give credit where it's due. And for Northwood, though, they stepped up. And I even if we had gone to a map type that maybe favored a more high tempo style, it was still the case that Northwood was close on that, right? The 2-1 on Lijiang Tower kind of alludes to that fact. And overall, I think the difference wasn't necessarily the strength of gameplay between these two teams, but really in those X factor moments when you needed someone to step up, Northwood had those members come through in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the side of Bay State, they obviously showed up just a half step behind there. But if you had to point out any one player on the Bay State College Bulldogs who really impressed you today, really you think has the potential to be a sort of X factor in this matchup if these teams end up playing again in the grand finals, who on Bay State do you think you'd highlight?
Well, it would be Forgotten. I think Forgotten was the member who had the most, flashy potential. And I think consistency was also there for Forgotten. Anubis at point A was a huge, moment there. That being said, we got to talk, of course, about about Northwood as we get Seasons in here for the interview. Devin.
Yes, Seasons in for the interview. Hello, Seasons. Welcome and congratulations on your victory today. Northwood has secured themselves a spot in the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. So first of all, of course, how are you feeling right now?
We're all doing pretty good. Boys are pretty happy to win today. Close games. Honestly, we would possibly like to 3-0 every game, make it easy for us. But some of those games went the full distance. So that match felt like it was 3 hours long, but it was close.
It was extremely close. Let's go back to that first map then, because you found yourselves in a little bit of a hole early, losing a very close Lijiang Tower. What was kind of the mentality in the team chat after that to get yourself sort of back on track to win the next 3?
I don't the first map. I think everyone was waking up from honestly, they were napping right before that match. So I think the first map, we weren't really going through the motions, basic old tracking, constantly fight planning. So once we figured out the next map, you guys can see that we were the better team.
Yeah, heading to that next map though, I gotta ask, because you guys were locked in spawn for a little bit on that second phase. NACE comes in with the back cap on it. Was that part of that rejuvenation factor for you, having your player get a point unlocked that you were struggling with?
Yeah, honestly, that was tough for us to retake Hollywood. Somehow Lep makes Brig look like the squishiest character in the game, so I don't know how he always gets one shot, but that was a really good back half. They were pushing us as 6, really close to our spawn. I think in those crazy team fights, some teams aren't remembering the point. It gets so hectic and they're really focused on winning the team fight. A lot of teams that just slips by.
Looking forward now to the future, you guys have obviously secured yourselves a top 2 spot, a ticket to the grand finals. Looking at all the teams that are still alive in NACE, is there anyone that sticks out to you as someone who you'd want to play against in that final match, whether it's Bay State again or someone else?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Bay State, I think. We played them at HughFest, and it looks like they got a lot better and actually been putting in a lot of work, and it honestly showed today. So kind of caught us off guard how hard they've been working. So I think we're going to see Bay State again.
Excellent stuff. I'm excited to see if there is a rematch there. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to give here on stream?
Yeah, Bing Bong. That's to NACE. did a good match today, so NACE will know exactly what that means. So that's all I gotta say.
Well, there you go. Once again, congratulations, Seasons. Congratulations,
you,
Northwood.
thank
You guys are in the grand finals. We look forward to seeing you there when the game comes around. That's it for this
tomorrow?
match, though.
Is the game tomorrow? Is our grand
I'll
finals
do
tomorrow?
conference now.
I don't even know. So
I
it
can't
must be tomorrow.
confirm, but maybe.
Okay. See, we know when it. Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, no problem, Seasons. Have a good rest of your night.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you guys have a good night too.
Good night. God, I love Seasons. I love Seasons. What a character. What a character.
I've just been told like, okay, so is not tomorrow. Okay.
December 4th or 5th for all of those wondering at home. Seasons, there you go. There's the answer to your question. I mean, here's the thing, right? They're clearly having fun. Northwood,
Yeah.
taking that game seriously for sure, as it was shown in their performance, but having fun with it at the same time. Still awaiting a response here to see who's going to meet up with them. We'll find that out. But before we go, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
And welcome back to NACE Starleague Overwatch Playoffs. You just witnessed Bay State College take the L and move down to the losers finals as Northwood is making their way to the grand finals, awaiting any challenger to come from below. And we will see some challengers come from below between Harrisburg University and Bryant Stanton College. But before we jump into the action, we have to talk about LLS. LLS is the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. It is the global leader in the fight to end cancer. They are the world's largest nonprofit dedicated to fighting blood cancer, which is the leading cause of death for childhood cancer. CSL Esports has teamed up with LLS to raise awareness and support through the season with various initiatives. Stay tuned throughout the season for updates on these initiatives and fundraisers in support of LLS. Beating cancer is in our blood. One of those initiatives is called Tilt Cancer, which embodies LLS's gaming and esports initiatives. For more information and to find out how you can create your own livestream fundraiser, please visit www.lls.org/tiltcancer. LLS is at the forefront to fight to cure cancer. Revolutionary new treatments that were originally discovered through blood cancer research are now being tested in clinical trials for other cancers. Join CSL Esports in its effort to support LLS and learn more at lls.org. LLS funds life-saving blood cancer research around the world, provides free information and support services, and is the voice for all blood cancer patients seeking access to quality, affordable, and coordinated care. So thank you, LLS, and shout out to Dividing, who came through and supported this squad, this stream, and filled in for myself, being Los, and joining LaFon on the desk. LaFon, did you miss me?
I did. I mean, I could also say I did it, and no one would know which is the truth, right? But no, I did in fact miss. I did in fact miss you here on desk. I'm going to talk about the upcoming game though, because it is bound to be a good one as we get a chance to look at Harrisburg versus Bryant and Stratton College here. As we get a quick glance at the rosters. Harrisburg University. This is a roster that has had a lot of mainstay potential in collegiate Overwatch, right? Some of these members have been around for quite some time. On this squad, Soames and Retna coming to mind across the board. Akawa making, sort of shoring up that roster as well. And Elk, formerly of Fusion University, now on Harrisburg University. So interesting timing there. On the other side, Brian and Stratton, a little bit less well-known, I think, a squad compared to Harrisburg.
Well, I mean, we don't know what they can improve within this matchup yet, but the fact that they are even in this matchup, they've made it this far in the playoffs. It is quite deep into the lower bracket, so they're only a few rounds away from potentially making themselves into the grand finals. So I would not count them out. I would not sleep on them just yet, as we are yet to see what they could bring to the table against a more known commodity here.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the weight of history, right, that Harrisburg University has the upper hand. But again, we are in, as you can see, round 5 here for the NACE Starleague Overwatch action, the lower bracket run through. So a lot is on the line here. Lose and you're out. There are no more second chances. You do not have any more mistakes left to be made. So this is for your tournament life here.
Yeah, this is all or nothing. There's no more safety nets. You already had a taste of defeat earlier within this bracket, up in the upper bracket, and now it's time to take those lessons, learn from them, and realize if you can be the team to make it all the way to the top, you have to have your best strategies forward. You can't reserve any strategies for later in the event. There may not be a later time in this event if you don't put your best foot forward, and you have to have a good kickoff here. And, well, I mean, we're headed over to Oasis, LaFon. I'm pretty happy about that.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that. You said the wrong map there, I'm pretty sure.
There's
no way.
Lijiang Tower? Is that what I meant to say?
Yeah, that's what you meant to say. That's what we're going to, right? No.
Hold on,
for the first time, we're actually on Oasis. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. I'm actually genuinely so happy about this. Straight away from the game for a second. Bless you, whoever picked this map. I am sick of Lijiang Tower. It's all I've seen for the last several weeks, right?
Well, I mean, don't be too satisfied, because map 2 is probably going to be King's Row. We already know that.
Listen, I'll take what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
Hey, not bad. I'm a big fan of this map. Just the variety that we're seeing, it's putting some players out of their comfort zones. If many of them expected to just go on to Lijiang Tower as a standard, you know, a default beginning of a series, but you know, you have to have a deeper map pool than that if you want to make it to the grand finals, if you want to really survive here in the playoffs.
Now we are going to unlock. It's going to be an interesting dichotomy here. It's going to be the dive from Harrisburg as Nephiles goes over to the Tracer from the Symmetra. Brian Stratton, the rush composition here. So it's going to definitely be close quarters brawl compared to a more hyper-mobile composition here from Harrisburg University.
Well, speaking of mobility, they are staying as one solid unit, while Harrisburg is a little laid back. They're biding their time. They're looking to get long-range picks. Psalms with a good one over onto Slater. However, Nephiles will fall themselves. The turrets will still have some damage coming out from Everlong, and that is going to be a constant nuisance. And they're wrapping around from the objective to try and pinch off the healers. Retina, the first one to go down into this secondary fight, as Akawa is just hoping to make something happen, but it seems that whoa, with Divio picking up 2 and the D-Mech out over to Obi. That is actually a great turnaround coming from Brian and Stratton. Or Harrisburg.
Harrisburg, yeah. Slater trying to get a 1 clip, not going to find it, and Sones will eliminate the Zen player here. So that is going to be the flip over. Respectable percentage gain from Bryant and Stratton. Not enough, though. As you can see, what looks to be a switch coming in, relinquishing the Pulse Bomb here to go over to the Echo. A little bit more poke potential from Harrisburg University. Actually, and Retina also going over to the Mercy, so a lot more sustained damage going to come through here from the team in blue.
Big landmine cutting off the shield away from the rest of the squad.
wow.
It's going to be a firing range that allows Akawa to pick up 2. More are going to go down. There goes the heals. However, Cyber with another response, a clap back of 2 kills of their own. It's still keeping this fight a little bit sided for potentially Harrisburg here, but actually OBL jumping out of the mech, turning things on their head. It's just a back and forth right now.
Yeah, this is Harrisburg University thinking they had won the fight, taking their foot off the gas pedal, and Brian Stratton recognizing that and going for it. They're actually going to take this fight in its entirety and flip over the objective as Slater gets through on the flank.
Yeah, but even though they do take the objective, that's a lot of percentage that Harrisburg has gained, but they're not done yet. Actually forcing out the Transcendence, that's huge for the next fight.
Yeah, but they did take out DVO, right? So that's the off-tank eliminated. Or I should say Slater eliminated on the DPS. So there is still an opportunity for Harrisburg here to walk in.
And there goes the Dragon Strike on top of the Coalescence. Everlong, the first one to fall down, and now Elk has the chance to try and do some more damage, almost putting Injustice into the ground, but they will have the heals to keep themselves alive. Soames, though, Soames and Mephiles are doing the most here, taking out 2, and another D-Mech incoming out here for OBL. Actually, with the anti, they're still going to stay alive, but here comes the D-Mech and eventual limp.
And it's just going to be an equalization in percentage, and Harrisburg University will swiftly get back to the lead in control. Brian Stratton, you know, as much as they're willing to kind of push the tempo, Harrisburg University, once they react to it, are right back at them in that speed. Elk trying to find a forward position for a pickoff. And defense looks to be there.
Sticky Bomb's out, not getting too many hits this time. The remake comes through, and Files is still pretty open to try and get some damage. However, finally noticed by Slater. The more damage comes in. Another D-Mech onto OBL, and a great landmine placement, again separating these players from the rest of their squad. It's going to be Moira, the first one to fall down. Reinhardt just charged right through. Here comes the Pulse Bomb, taking down Soam. Slater getting a great pick to remove that sustainability that they have. Gravitic Flux doesn't get too much damage as Divio was hoping for, and now there's a little bit of a resurgence, a recontest coming out from Brian and Stratton, but can they actually take control of this site in order to save themselves?
Slater has been a bit of a hero here on the flank. That being said, the recall was forced. Still in the fight as the heals come through. Harrisburg University trying to close this one out, but Brian Stratton are on the front foot.
Both of those Wrecking Balls swinging around, going for that contestant. Maybe it could be good if Akawa finds this kill onto the Moira. It won't be good, not yet. Retina bringing back Elk into the fray. However, Slater swinging around and just zipping throughout this point is getting a ton of damage, but finally OBL responds with a great amount of damage and impact, and they're able to turn back the tide of this fight.
Slater was the absolute hero of that, though. Gets the pick off with the Pulse Bomb, and then the elimination on to Akawa to just start Brian Stratton off on that turnover. Now has the Pulse Bomb again and is likely looking for a stick. Elk is going to make the switch over here to the Cassidy. for some medium range damage. And also put a little bit more pressure on Slater on the flank, should they get within flashbang range.
As well as Akawa trying to walk through. They will be stunned, followed up with a great Earthshatter. The Gravitic Flux is here to take down 2, and now it leaves Cyber all alone, and a huge impact coming from that ultimate. It's just up to OBL to try and have that contest, try and have the stall, but it will go back over to Harrisburg, and at 99%, almost Brian and Stratton will take this one back, but it will go to Harrisburg.
And this is a more scattered look, I think, from Harrisburg University than we were expecting loading into the map. They lose control a couple of times, right? In shaky fashion, recover though. And that's the critical point. They're able to recover in those moments to get back into this fight. Brian Stratton, a couple of these fights have been gone over because their position just isn't quite as efficient as it needs to be, right? They're running into, we saw that Earthshatter, they get Akawa down, but then they're all in line of the Gravitic Flux, so there's no defense to kind of keep them alive. So these are the kind of things that Brian Stratton need to adjust if they want to equalize the map here.
Now it's their great opportunity to try and make that dream come true. Not too much of a, actually, yeah, this does seem to be a mirror matchup. Wondering who can bring more pressure out with that Symmetra May combination. Some turrets thrown out, OBL and Cyber and crew just wrapping around, hoping to get some influence and positioning onto the objective itself. However, that may well going to stall him a little bit. Akawa's shield slowly going down. A Fire Strike goes out just for a little bit of damage, but soon enough that shield has to come down. Over on the side, Elk sending out the bombs, sending out the orbs for serious damage. The first one to fall will be Cyber, and hopefully for Harrisburg, they will try and continue to have that damage coming. It's really just chaos, and no one has too much control, too much impact on the site, even though Harrisburg does have the points going their way. But this time, Bright and Strand are fighting back.
Yeah, this is an inverse of that last objective where though Harrisburg University get first control, they're likely to lose the actual fight. Slater coming in with the final blows, and that is going to herald the flip over. 1% more does the flip happen this time around, 23, whereas on Garden was 22. Now, Brian and Stratton, I mean, they haven't really earned much. They've earned enough. Photon Barrier here is going to kind of deny a lot of that damage coming through, and then obviously the Amplification Matrix here from Set to just dissuade Harrisburg University with that spam coming in. Should be the highlight play here.
Photon Barrier activated by Everlong. It will be blocked off with the Maywall from Mephiles, and now it does have enough time for a secondary Photon Barrier to be put into play, and this is just causing absolute mayhem, but it's working out for Elk is walking out. Slater going to get taken down by that turret. Oh, an Earthshatter activated, but the wall is there to keep them safe as they can't capitalize on such a great opportunity. The self-destruct from OBL does manage to find out Retina, and there will be a little less health they'll have access to, dropping that wall over onto the teleporter to stop them from actually being able to use it. It's Harrisburg coming back with strength.
Mephiles actually is the hero of that play, right? The Maywall puts so much value there. It stops the Earthshatter from being followed up on. Obviously the Blizzard to close things out, and they're not done yet as they send the self-destruct into the back line just to get these staggered plays. The May for Harrisburg University has been on fire here throughout the series, but especially here on this second stage. Just creating so much trouble for Brian and Stratton.
Yeah, they are just waiting here in the spawn, trying to get a full-on reset. And finally, they do have the rest of their squad ready to go, but a lot of damage over onto the Reinhardt shield for Cyber. It's going to disappoint them in terms of having a full-strength push. The wall's going up, blocking players on the left side to move in. They're going to get cut off with the wall themselves, but they have players who can jump over. They break through. The Amplification Matrix is on the other side. The Earthshatter comes down, but it doesn't have anything to do with this fight. And the Photon Barrier blocking off the damage as well from this Amplification Matrix from Set, and they're pushing up back, way far back into Brian and Stratton's own base, and they can't do anything. Hiding behind that Photon Barrier is exactly what they need to put out the damage and take nothing back.
And now this is last fight territory, and the Blizzard is here. They're going to try and, yes, they're going to use it on the tankster to make sure they just go down. And that actually should just be the end of the map right away. 94% and counting here.
Oh yeah, forcing out that immortality field right outside of the spawn is just a tough look to have to face it. Harrisburg comes back in a much stronger fashion in this second round here on Oasis, easily taking this map.
Yeah, and really off the back of some excellent May play on Harrisburg's side. Isolating, front line from back line, making sure that the follow-up damage just isn't there. And, a lot of that really was the difference between the, the point on first. Sorry, the exchange on the first stage compared to the second stage. You're able to have a lot more space control and really not allow the backline to be as vulnerable as it necessarily was in previous in the previous stage.
It was good use of those May walls, and especially in the manner that they were able to force out abilities from the other team and then be able to more accurately and more efficiently use their own, such as having that Earth Shatter being blocked from anyone capitalizing on it, used by Mephiles. And this is also a great move by Akawa, who has had multiple instances of being able to split the enemy team, divide and conquer, and drop a minefield as they were trapped in the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this for Brian Stratton, though, like on the flip side, their strongest players have been Slater and Cyber, and we have to kind of expect that to be sort of the difference maker in this. Slater was much less of an impact player, though, on the second stage, right? On the May was not nearly as flashy as they were on Tracer, and you have to think that for Brian and Stratton, if they can get Slater back to a position where he's able to, play that aggressive style, play off the Tracer, then they're in a better position. Unfortunately, we're going to a map that does not involve that sort of idea. As you said, we're going to King's Row. You were right. You said we're going to King's Row before map 1 even began, and you were correct. As that is going to be map number 2 here.
It's so crazy. What a prediction. What a big brain play that we had from that one. A hard read on these players.
Yeah. One of these days, someone's going to ask me, oh, what map are we going to? I'm just going to just say Yishang Tower and King's Row, before any maps are even selected. And I have a very good chance of being right, which is the funny thing.
Well, I mean, you're a smart man, Lafon, so that isn't a crazy idea to happen. And yeah, I think you are right about Slater. It was more of a pick on May, just out of necessity, out of a usual composition from that second round in the library, where it's normally needed when you have such choke points where the wall can be useful for cutting players off, forcing them away from their squads, and that's not what we need Slater to do. We need Slater to not play for what is an expected composition. What Slater should be doing is playing what Slater needs. I don't know how many times I'm going to say Slater in those two sentences, but Slater.
So fun fact, the name or the term for when a word is repeated so many times it stops meaning anything to you. There is actually a term for it, and it's called semantic satiation. So there you go.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah.
I had fun and I learned something. A real fun fact. Okay, and now Elk sending over some shots with the Ash, building up some ultimate power. Actually, a nice amount so early in this round, and we do have the files moving over onto that Tracer. Slater back onto the Cole Cassidy. This should be a good opportunity for them to build up some good damage, build up a lot of stopping power and real effectiveness in this fight as players are moving around from the statue. They aren't gaining too much ground, though, just showing face and taking a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, this is a 2-4 setup from Harrisburg University, and by that I mean it's the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball for the 2. They're kind of just flanking around, trying to put pressure on the back line, whereas the 4 remaining members are holding up this high ground, right? Slater, though, getting on the flank. Slater doing what he does best, just straight damage through, and Retina caught out there.
And that's what we needed them to do. They have control of the high ground, and now they will make their way onto the objective, forcing actually Divio back another opportunity or another time that they've swung around the defenses of the defenders and flipped the script, but now they're back into their own side and really lost control of what they were looking for.
Yeah, this is not ideal. That fight needs to be a little bit cleaner for Harrisburg. That being said, I mean, you can see Akawa still going in, opening up space for the Bob in the back line, and with the Moira going down, this should be slowing Brian Stratton out quite a bit. As they don't have that healing they need to really force this fight through. Now, I mean, on this reset, you have the engage the sound barrier, right? Or you can use it defensively. However, Harrisburg University really has the advantage here, right? They've got the minefield, they've got the transcendence for the defense, and they're really able to slow things down into the gravitic flux in just a moment.
Everlong, will lose out. The other Tracer will survive. It is Mephiles back on a real damage dealer. They have almost control of this objective. There are players sitting on the upper ledge just shooting down the spam coming out from the other side. And that Sigma barrier is going to be huge. Here comes the Gravitic Flux. Is it going to do that massive damage that Divio has done? Yes, 2 from the Flux and another one to follow it up, just like how it was on Oasis.
Yeah, it's the fact of the matter is that you use a sound barrier to engage and you don't have anything defensively. Again, no immortality field in this composition that Brian and Stan are running, so you're not able to survive that smackdown from on high, and the healing just simply isn't there, whereas the damage throughput is. Not a wasted push, though, as they do get just about half the objective here on first, but I mean, we're heading to that last fight territory for Brian and Stratton. And Harrisburg University, again, has the ability to stall out the time with the minefield from Akawa.
That minefield out from their Wrecking Ball has always been a decisive play, always been able to either prolong a play or just decimate it entirely by cutting off the options of Brian and Stratton. If someone is actually going to be taken down here, here comes some big dynamite, does a good amount of damage. Bomb back, an option for Elk, going to be sent inside that room just for a piece of defense, and actually Elk made the correct decision as it does force out a ton of abilities out from the side of Brian and Stratton. They will take control of this upper ledge, but how long will they have it? How will they be able to utilize it? They don't. The DPS and the healer are going to fall as this push is no good.
This is going to be the stop here. Akawa tries to do the bounce back to get up to the high ground, but that isn't even required as the rest of the team gets taken out. And with 20 seconds remaining, you can see the hero pick coming in from Slater on the Widow, just trying for that ranged elimination. You hate to be forced in a position where you're playing for these hero styles, right? And you can see how defensively Elk is playing here, as the Ashe is really uncontested now.
Such a difficult spot. Here's Cyber. The shield is about to be destroyed. The Earth Shatter can't do much.
No!
They can't even get onto the objective. Brian and Stratton don't even get to play their final fight.
They counted wrong. They counted wrong. So, the way the overtime marker works, if you touch the objective at 3 seconds or less remaining on the clock, overtime will be engaged. Unfortunately for Cyber, it was at 3.2 seconds when he stepped off the objective. And they're trying to cycle the aggression, right? Just get on the objective, trigger overtime, so you give yourself a little bit more room to work. 0.2 seconds is all he needed to wait for that overtime to be engaged. What could have been.
Unfortunate.
What could have been.
Well, now they don't have to worry about 0.2 seconds. They have to worry about a lot more time for a full-on hold. Can't even allow 2 ticks to be earned here by Harrisburg if they want to come out of here with a semblance of victory. It is going to be so difficult for Brian and Stratton to pull this one off and stay alive and get themselves their first map.
Yeah, this is, that being said, there is no draw available here now, right? That's not possible at this stage. And Harrisburg University, it feels like tempo's on their side. It feels like it feels like the weight of this match is really favoring them here. As you can see the setup, nearly mirrored, entirely mirrored, I should say, as Slater back on the Tracer. And Slater was able to make magic happen. It's going to need to be magic as Everlong is taken out early here.
Oh, and so will OBL be dropped. They have no shield. It's just Cyber there to try and stall with the Wrecking Ball, if they can even make it out of this corner alive. But the focus should be on the players on the objective. Another one falls down. Injustice will be joined by Sets as, well, Harrisburg comes through and wins quite easily here on Kings Row for their second map. A very unfortunate situation for Brian and Stan to make a 0.2 second miss, but Harrisburg, doesn't even matter how many seconds they had, they were taking this map.
This is, yeah, get a quick highlight here. Just a good read from Divya, recognizing there's nothing to defend, right? So it is, it's a difficult position you find yourself in. Brian and Stratton now are facing down match point. And Harrisburg University, the Harrisburg Storm, are looking collected. Where they were scattered on map number 1, have looked more cohesive here in map number 2. And even with plays like this from Slater, it just was not enough for Ryan and Stratton.
Yeah, that play where they had a great opportunity to take the high ground, it actually was stifled by Elk's use of the Bob. I thought it was a bit of a misplay with that use in the beginning, but the fact that the rest of this team was trying to make their way up that staircase and Bob was such a massive hindrance, they couldn't maintain control or even gain it in the first place just by the great plays individually out of this squad.
Shout out to production there. If you're a Ryan and Stratton fan, you're not really enjoying that slow-mo too much, but shout out to production. You got it. You got the literal moment there where the point was unable to be contested. All good.
Well, if you don't like the clips that are being shown of you, I think the better strategy for that one would be to win, LaFon. I think that would be the solution to that.
Yeah, we do have map number 3 set up. Actually, a map we haven't seen. I'm trying to go back through my memory. I don't think we've seen Route 66 yet this season, but it is going to be Route 66 for the escort map for our third stage. Harrisburg on the defense again, as it was obviously the losers map pick from the last round. So going into this Route 66, it's feeling like Brian and Stratton's aggression has been stifled tremendously by the combination of Akawa and Mifals on sort of these hyper mobile characters, the Wrecking Ball and Tracer.
The defense from Harrisburg is absolutely rock solid, and a lot of those rocks are coming out of Divio multiple times. I've seen the gravitic flux coming out from this player having such a major impact in how fights are decided. They have to be careful of being too clumped together because, one, Akawa can knock you around with the Wrecking Ball, and two, Divio can trap you in that gravitic flux, and if you are caught in that gravity, you will hit that ground hard, and, you won't be alive once you make it to the Earth.
Yep. Now, looking at the compositions, we're seeing fairly similar, the only difference being the Hanzo from Everlong rather than Elk's Ash. But other than that, these are mirror compositions. Retina on the mini Reinhardt, as it's going to be the Brig in play. So it's that hyper-mobile composition we've seen from Harrisburg all game. Ryan and Stratton trying to mirror it out here, though. Again, the last time they tried this was on defense on King's Row. Wasn't quite that successful. So you're hoping for better here.
Did you see that snipe out of the sky with the accretion? It doesn't really matter because it is such a great counterattack from the side of Harrisburg. They don't even manage to get this payload around the corner.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Cyber and Slater need to be staging in the backline and putting pressure on Soames and Retina. This has been... you can see that's what Akawa and Files have been doing on this front line. You can see like they're kind of playing far forward. Ryan and Stratton need to have the same thing. Cyber needs to be getting into the back line. Slater needs to be getting into the back line. They need to be putting pressure on the supports here for Harrisburg University.
Well, there was a good little distraction out from Slater, but now they will turn their focus onto their counterpart. They have to take out Mephiles. They have to remove this nuisance from their own back line, but they need to be wary. As soon enough, Mephiles will be building up to that pulse bomb. Almost a great one-clip. Elk will fall. Thank you to Slater. And this time, Mephiles is just running through the middle of the enemy squad. The pulse bomb goes down and takes out Injustice. They will pay for their punishment in that back line, as Cyber does manage to land that pile driver. Secure themselves for now, at least.
Yeah, well, this is the problem about this composition, right? The 2-4 setup is being played by Harrisburg, and though they lose members, they're able to continue putting pressure on the backline. Look at this, Divio uncontested now. And yes, Akawa goes down, but at the cost of the rest of your team being eliminated. And Ryan and Stratton are forced to reset yet again, despite getting the first eliminations in that fight.
Yeah, it seemed to have been going their way for about 10 seconds, and then immediately Harrisburg is able to recontest, get back into the fight, stall out long enough for the rest of their team to join in again to provide support, and now all alone it's going to be Everlong. Will he be able to get out? Oh, just a sliver of HP. No, they can't get it done. Gravitic Flux coming out from OBL. Will they be able to find somebody? It is Divio who does fall. They are alive long enough to slam them to the ground. But will that be enough? Mephiles back on the hunt for their counterpart. Will Slater be able to take them down? Slater does manage to get away for now, hopefully to join up with the rest of their squad. Elk on top, switching. They have gone to the Soldier 76. Cyber will be taking so much damage. It's the Discord Orb, a huge play out from Solms, and Solms even finding kills themselves. They will remove Slater again here from this fight.
And here's the Gravitic Flux to close this one out. Dodges the Accretion, hunting for a target. That is going to be the end of the fight here. A minute remaining as the Straggle cleanup kills come through. And Brian and Stratton used everything there. That is literally everything they had. And Harrisburg University still has the minefield available. They still have the ability to slow this one down. It has the feeling of inevitability about it at this point, Los. For Harrisburg University. The cart hasn't even rolled around the corner. That second corner, it's still struggled. It still kind of got stuck there by Big Earls.
Kawa just sliding on through, causing a little bit of distraction, soaking up the damage, allowing the rest of their squad to find their targets and not have any pressure on them. They are still alive. Great healing coming out from that Orb of Harmony and the armor packs as well. Kawa just sitting on top. They don't even have to do anything yet at this point. Slater does manage to make it onto the objective, sends out a sticky bomb. It does get onto Solms, and that could be a sign. This could be signs of life here for Brian and Stratton's own attack. They will be contesting, but the minefields are going to go down over the objective. That will force them away from the point, at least for now. A response of Cyberzone minefield. May be able to find one. It does get Mephiles indeed, and players from D&S are holding on steadfast, but they're being pushed back into the corner. So many of them are so low in HP, but I think this will be their fight.
No, both support ultimates are online. The supports can continue to just brain damage, and this is gone from bad to worse as Brian Stratton. The Bob's going to contest, but the objective still feels in control here for Harrisburg.
Gravitic Flux comes through, and Akawa is back in action, going for the stall, but OBL is there to try and distract them, try and keep them at bay. A useful Bob placement, but the Pulse Bomb out from Mephiles takes out two. Elk there by themselves, dueling out this hamster, hoping to take him down and remove these players out from overtime.
That was some clutch play there from the Tracer for Harrisburg University. The stick onto OBL, the fancy footwork to get away, and then there was no way for Slater to dodge the Pulse Bomb coming in. Takes two, and the spawns are just too good as Elk dances around the objective with that sprint, assisted by Divio with the shield. And this is, I mean, look at this. This is such a nice play here. What a stick. Slater can't do anything there. And though he goes down, it's too little too late. Elk just running around, shield comes in to prevent OBL from getting the elimination. And then how do you even contest? That dual support ultimate, though, Los, was the big part of it. The fact that Soames and Retna were able to just fight on the objective, getting two, huge.
That transcendence just allowing them to smack around the players, hoping for that contest and buying time for the rest of Harrisburg to come through and support them. It was incredibly necessary and was exactly what Harrisburg needed to secure this round without allowing Brian and Stratton to even make that first objective.
Now, I mean, speaking of that first objective, that's what Harrisburg needs to accomplish to end this series here, to keep themselves in the hunt for those finals. Brian and Stratton are looking at the end of their season right here, 83.74 meters. That's the difference for Brian and Stratton. That's what they need to defend as Harrisburg head to the attack.
Swinging into action, a nice little hook from Akawa there. I like that.
There's no Tracer here for Brian and Stratton. They're relying entirely on range. They're playing Cyber on the Wrecking Ball. This is going to be tough.
Who didn't manage to get that turret on the first shot, forcing out the recall without much success. They will pick it up after recontest onto that turret. It's going to be Akawa knocking players off of the roof of the gas station and hoping to cause a lot of chaos. And will Cyber and Everlong, the first one to fall down. The turret's still in play, still in action. This could be useful in keeping this play alive, but the turret along with Set are going to fall. There is still time for the rest of the squad to try and reset and engage for one final fight, unless they could stall it out. If they could take out Injustice right here, right now, along with OBL, it doesn't seem like they have a chance in hell to try and recontest this one. Will be Cyber again, jumping onto the fight, jumping back into their own spawn. Akawa slinging through that side cave, not allowing anyone to even make it through without taking a ton of damage. There is no chance here for Bryant and Stratton to try and defend and try and win it, because Harrisburg is just too strong as they continue their season here in the playoffs. And Bryant and Stratton will have to say goodbye to their hopes of winning this season.
Get a quick highlight here from Soames as Harrisburg University. It's just they continue. The trajectory continues upwards for them as it's aggressive play here from the Zen from the support line for Harrisburg University. That is, map number 1 was shaky. Map number 1 was shaky, no question about it. But, I mean, they still managed to win it out in a 2-0 fashion, and the rest of the series was incredibly convincing as Harrisburg University continue onwards here on the path through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they definitely had a great series here. Like you said, the first map was probably the greatest showing of strength out from Brian and Stratton, but it was just a warm-up here for Harrisburg as they continued to compile their energy, compile their momentum, and continuously get better and better throughout this series, allowing less and less given over to their enemies and just locking down their defenses and forcing their enemies into positions that just weren't favorable, or anytime there was a good position that Brian and Stratton got in, they somehow were able to divide them again with the great use of Akawa using that Wrecking Ball, as well as Dimio using the Sigma, being able to just separate them or cluster them. You had no chance either together or separated.
Yeah, I mean, playing that 4-2 comp really worked out for Harrisburg University. Running that Sigma, running that sort of stand or localized ball, and then having the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball, go on the flank, just put pressure on with the displacement, the knockback, and so forth. Really put a lot of damage on the back line, and there was no response from Brian and Stratton. They got a couple of eliminations at Akawa, but it's not enough. You need to be, you need to be using that aggression as well, and they just couldn't respond to it, which ended up ending the 3-0 streak here as Harrisburg again taking that victory.
Yeah, great job by Harrisburg, and we will be able to see their continuation throughout the rest of this lower bracket as the action continues tomorrow. We have plenty more matches for us to check out as we see who will be facing off with Bay State College in the lower bracket finals tomorrow. You aren't going to want to miss this. And of course, thank you here to everyone who came through. Thank you to Brian and Stratton for your commitment to this league throughout the entire season. And thank you, LaFon, for always being a great co-caster.
Yeah, well, it's been an amazing evening, Los, and we'll hope to see you again tomorrow. Thanks for watching.